maybe take my dog out or something, just to get away from the PC a bit, just to refocus and think of it as a new day.
Yeah. So how are you feeling right now before the match?
Obviously, we had a early match, so we woke up early today, and it's the third PO3 of the day. So I'm a little bit tired, but after this, I'll take a break and get my energy up again.
Okay, good luck doing so. Thank you so much for the interview, and good luck for the match as well.
Of course, thank you.
Seš ready na další level?
Hackni realitu. Urči si vlastní pravidla a staň se tím, kým chceš. Game. Nová vůně od Straight.
Vodafone PLAYzone Arena. Chceš se bavit? Tady jsi správně.
KFC patří ke hře.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
Hraj svoji hru. S neomezenými tarify pro mladé je to v tobě od Vodafonu. Teď s Apple AirTagem za 1 korunu.
největší komunita sáskařů je tu i pro tebe, Jirko z Poděbrad, který si jako jediný z vaší hospody vsadil proti našim a myslíš si, že tvůj tiket nikdo neviděl. Ale my tě máme rádi i tak, že jo, Pasto? Přidejte se k nám a získejte 500 jen za registraci. Tipsport, oficiální sponzor mistrovství světa IIHF v ledním hokeji.
Hello everybody and welcome back once again to the Conquest of Prague. We've got 2 more matches in round 4 of our Swiss stage action, so it's all heating up as the online stage of the tournament looks to conclude in the next week or so. My name's Untitled Chapter. I'm joined by Dweg as per usual for today's proceedings, and as we move towards our elimination games now, Dweg, it's all to play for the 4 teams involved today.
Indeed it is. There's going to be a bit of history between some of these teams. Anytime you've got an elimination game on the line, some teams are looking to survive, some teams are looking at the goal and the expectation of qualifying to land. So it's about showing up on the day and making sure you get the W.
Well, we've already found 5 of the teams out of the 8 that we're going to get from the Swiss stage into the play-in stage, and those teams will now be lying in wait to just see who makes it in from round number 5 at this juncture. For the teams involved today, it's not really about qualifying and thriving. It's about survival for the time being. That will come in round 5 later on this week, so they can get to those deciders later on Wednesday and Thursday, and of course to the LAN playoff at the end of the month as well.
And you have to have a look at the majority of teams that are in sort of the 1 and 2 bracket, maybe the worst seed going into those deciders. You've already made the task tough for yourself, haven't you? You really want to be going 3-0 or 3-1. Give yourself a good seed and give yourself the best chance of making the LAN playoffs. So I'm sure teams like the ENGs and the Fanatics, they'll be just keeping their eyes on the rest of the field just to get an idea, just to get a glimpse of, okay, who could we potentially be facing?
Yeah, those are the teams that will be taking on the round 5 contenders, of course. We've still got to play out in round 4's proceedings, though. Like I said, 5 teams made their way forward towards the deciders at this juncture. We've only got 4 more teams to see who is going to make their way into round 5 and who will be eliminated on this day, Dweg. That's really what these matches are all about, survival.
And just looking at how things are kind of panning out, when you've got these matchups where teams are down 1 and 2, what it normally tells you is that it's not just a trend in this tournament, it's a trend in a lot of tournaments, right? Maybe teams that are underperforming, not playing to the right level. When you've got your opening matchup of Nexus versus Sashi, who are household names, teams and organizations that we know in the Tier 2 scene for a long time, you think, how are they here in 1-2? Why are these teams struggling?
Well, maybe some questions that we can ask and answer as the day goes on. Of course, this is how the Swiss stage has played out. As I mentioned before, in round 4, we've had 3 more teams make their way out of Swiss and into those decider matches. Navi Jr. getting the forfeit victory over Rush B earlier on last week, as well as that Passion UA doing rather good as of late, defeating Eklot and 500 taking down Partisan. We also saw our first eliminatees as well of the round. Kubik's going to join those 0 and 3 games as the next team are eliminated. And now we look at Nexus and Sashi. We look at 9 and Maestro. Those are the 4 teams that will do battle, and 2 of them will be eliminated by the end of the day.
I think you could look at 3 out of 4 of them and say Nexus, Sashi, and 9, they all should at least be in contention to make the play-in, right? They're good enough to make it to that sort of stage of the tournament. Are they good enough to make the LAN? Potentially not. Maybe that's why they're down 1 and 2 today, and why they're facing off against survival against each other.
Well, in the case of Nexus and Sashi, these will be 2 teams that one of them will be eliminated by the end of our first match because they're in action first, Dweg. And these are 2 teams that in the grand scale of the Tier 2 space don't have a lot of faith in terms of doing a lot of great work for them. However, I will say that on this particular day, I have a lot more faith in Nexus than I do in the Sashi side here, and we'll come to that when we talk about Sashi. For the time being, let's discuss Nexus first up, because I think that this is a team that have had a long time to sort of prove their worth, have had a long time to sort of bed in these these new players, in particular for the likes of Sound, who came in at the very start of the year, launched a little bit less time in general. But look, for them, obviously, coming into this one, they've got to take on the Sashi side, who the Danes have had a bit of a losing streak this morning.
Yeah, they have, and they've not only had a losing streak of playing 2 best-of-3s without even taking a map, that being against Zero Tenacity of a knockout game, eliminated themselves in the closed qualifier CCT and Navi Jr. and Thunderpick World Championship, but their last 6 losses in best-of-3s on HLTV have all been 0-2s, and that just kind of makes me wonder, Jay, what's going on with the competitive edge? To at least take distances, right? To take games to the 3rd map decider, to at least be able to hold a little bit of stigma, because I look at Nexus and I think they had a difficult time against against Cybershock in that last round, but even so, they were able to get it over the line. This is a squad that have had some okay results across the landscape of CS. I mean, think about what happened towards the end of last year. They won the ISF LAN. That boosted them massively on the VRS. They got to what the Ice Challenge LAN at the start of the year, came last place. They'd love to get a LAN under their belt. Now, we know that Nuke is loved by both of these teams, Jay, so I do expect it to come out at some point.
We'll see exactly when. Will it be a default pick or a float towards the very end of things? No, Sashi diving right into that Nuke. Last play between these two sides in April of last year when Nexus took the victory on that respect. Anubis a bit more recent. Pick on of the Nexus side will float towards the very end of the veto where we'll see Inferno to round things off. How do you feel about the veto overall?
Well, it's a bit of a punish there for Nexus. Now, we know that Sashi have got a bit of a 5-map map pool at the moment. They either ban Dust 2 or they ban Anubis. It's either one of those two maps, depending on the opponent that they play. So what you find quite frequently with these teams is they'll try and punish pick Anubis against them. Normally, we see quite a bit of Ancient, quite a bit of Dust 2, quite a bit of Nuke, obviously. So we're looking at a veto where, for map number 1, I know Longs is saying about it, don't really like Nuke myself, but the team quite like it. I'm sort of looking at this one saying, he reckons a 2-0. Sashi haven't won a map today. Maybe it could be a 2-0.
I mean, the veto plays up to it really nicely. You've got a map that is the most played map in the pool for the Nexus side. Yes, it's not the best in terms of win rates. That honor goes towards Dust 2, but that's been banned out in the first wave. But you've got a map that they love to play as a team. And while Longs individually might not like it, everybody else seems to do so. And they seem to do pretty well when they get their way here, with the fact you've also got a punish pick in terms of your own map pick as well in that second. I do look at this as being rife 2-0 potential right now for the Nexus side.
Yeah, probably is. I mean, on-the-day performance is going to be very key. I mean, we're talking about basically the late afternoon, and Sashi are only just starting their third best of 3. They had the 9 a.m. game, so they had to get up really early. They had to get themselves in, and at least they've been giving themselves a little bit of a break. I mean, Tipsport's going to cover Nexus as the favorites here. There probably isn't a huge amount of favoritism, and it shows you by the line there. You've got a Sashi side that's been struggling. You've got a Nexus side that's been a bit average, but they also haven't found the heights of Tier 2 for a very long time. This is a game where, I mean, even for either squad, depending on the draw, are they going to come out alive in the next round tomorrow? I'm not convinced.
I mean, look, I certainly don't know if either of these two teams, given the way that they performed in this competition, are going to make it to the play-ins and to the decider matches, let alone the LAN. I mean, you mentioned earlier that you wonder whether or not these are going to be teams of the caliber of making it to Prague, and I certainly have to add to that question in my own right, because I don't see it happening just with the level that they've been playing at. And I know that obviously Sashi have had the one-up over the Nexus side in terms of like previous history. It's been a while since we've seen some true head-to-heads. Last head-to-head we've seen between these two sides was in January. The one before was back in April last year. So like we're talking about like a rivalry that stretches back a little bit of time, but Sashi have typically been the team that have come out upon that. I think about the form that they were in previous years, about the level that they were playing at, and the fact that their times have certainly changed since that point, and I feel like it's a very losable series for them.
Well, it tells you with the head-to-heads, because it dates back so far, how long both of the cores have been going for. I mean, we're talking about a core 3 from Sashi that dates back to, what, the 25th of May 2 years ago? And then you look at Nexus, and it's almost the same sort of window. It's the 17th of June 2023 of BTN, Raga, and Zello. So we know that fundamentals are going to be pretty good from both of these teams. We know that the basic understanding on rotations, on timings, it's all going to be eloquated to a pretty good level. I think the problem is just some of the star players. And for Sashi, you've got Iceberg, whose numbers individually look really poor as of late. You've got a young 19-year-old that's looking very red in the majority of his officials. You've got Lucky that's been a bit average on the AWP. So there's a lot of pressure on Cabby and Zyphon to perform on Sashi, whereas I feel for Nexus, we know that Zello's going to be able to perform. We know that Sound is a strong rifler, and we know that Lonks is a good rifler. So it's sort of a 3-pack versus a 2-pack if we're looking at the two teams.
I mean, that's certainly an apt way to describe it here. And I mean, you mentioned a moment ago the 19-year-old on the Danish side. Becky is a guy that we've been sort of eyeing up to see where he's going to sit. Hundam was on interviews during the earlier portions of the tournament saying, listen, we've made this move because I think it's the best one for us. And I have to question that at my own right, because I think you are right in terms of him posting up a lot of red. The assessment you made in another broadcast was saying that you don't think he's ready for this level of competition, and I haven't seen much to really dispute against that. It's a serious concern for him as an individual and for Sashi as a team.
The problem is where else do you get players from? I mean, eventually you're going to have to start bringing players up from those lower divisions, and he's been thrown into the deep end. Not only is he joining experienced players, Jay, but, mate, he's just been playing so many officials. I mean, he's only been here a month, and it feels like he's playing every single day on HLTV.
I'm pretty sure there's a number somewhere of the exact amount of maps that he's played within this team. But
52, Jay.
52. Well, there you are then. Fantastic stuff. A lot to go in a very short space of time, but will that a lot turn into a lot of success? I think is the question in my eyes, Dwayne. I think that Nuke might be pivotal towards this series. If Nexus take it, I'm going to go 2-0 towards them.
I'm going to go 2-1 to Sashi, or 2-1 to Nexus, I should say, with Sashi with the expectation of taking Nuke. I think it's one of their better maps in the pool. I think they're definitely consistent on Nuke, and it's one in a best of 3 that they just have to take against Nexus. Otherwise, you are right, it will be a 2-0 to the Romanians.
Well, the win rate might look good for Sashi. I'm taking a look at some of these results and the red streaks that they've had and wonder if there's another one forming for them here today. Zyphon will kick things off in the pistol win, as Zello will be the first blood drawn out. Longs are not expecting Iceberg to walk through that smoke, and Zyphon can pick up BTN in a main. Raga in the back corner of the site is going to get overwhelmed with the numbers and sound a high HP with a 1 versus 4. Can't do much on the retake. This will be a pistol for the Sashi count.
Sound trying to make the Julies as impactful as possible, but only gets away with 1. We're talking about 24 wins and 14 losses for Sashi in this map in the last 3 months versus 10 wins and 13 losses for Nexus. However, highest picked map in the pool for both of these teams.
Yeah, both sides love to play it.
Even Nexus looked comfortable against Cybershock when they picked it, last round of the Swiss. They started T-side, got themselves an 8-4, went into that second half and basically closed it out really quickly, getting themselves a 13-5 score in the end there.
Even thinking about that match against Gun5, where it went to 22-20 to the favor of the Russians, and that was also on this map. A lot of good and decent close results at the very least for the Nexus side. Just thinking about some of those matches that Sashi have been able to lose out in recent times, in the last handful of days, and earlier this morning as well, we did see them lose out to Navi Jr. in a 0-2 fashion. One of those maps was Nuke. Cyberstroke beat them as well. Seen the Rebels from Poland beat them, Ecstatic 13-2'd them as well, so it's not the most infallible map in recent history.
What has excited me about Sashi moving forward, though, is the most recent change that came in 3 days ago, and that's picking up Alex Sumfan as their new assistant coach, help out with some of the analyst work. He was just the assistant coach on Astralis. Now, I'll take that for a moment, because it looks like a quick topside lane.
Pistol out here for Raga's going to take down 2 alongside Longs. 5-7 at the back of the bomb site is going to derail Sashi's momentum here. 2-man advantage reduced to 1 with Cabby's kill back. Looking to the rafters for the second player. U2 in hand. A 5-7 fights again for Longs to drop the bomb. Has seen the last man as well. Won't get away alive with that one. But that's where backup rotates in from Nexus. Player up in heaven. Zello Scout going to lean in. Get a quick headshot back. And Nexus respond in an instant.
So to go back to that conversation, Alex Sumfan, this is a guy that's worked with tier 1 players recently. He has also coached young and upcoming players on Astralis Talon. And of course, he used to be an ex-pro in the lower divisions of the Danish scene. He played on teams like Arbe. He was even on Sashi not that long ago when he was working with Nixon and Leaks and those kind of players. So I think for Sashi, they just needed something, didn't they? The team's struggling, the results look really tough. Maybe just a different point of view, a different eye on the project might try and boost this team out of this slump that they're in.
Extra pair of eyes to figure out where those difficulties are coming from, where those misperformances are happening and why they're happening, and figure out ways to improve them. The Hunden's the kind of man who can do a lot of great scouting and find some sick talents. Need that little bit extra in terms of boosting the talents he's got at the moment. Maybe that's the solution that Sashi require.
Lucky is desperate for an opener towards the outside, and so is Iceberg. A flash around the corner, it's an aggressive peek from BTN at the back of Credit, but he doesn't quite get a kill with it.
Iceberg's going to take that space instead. HE's to clear up the angle. Zyphon struck first to Raga. Iceberg now being spotted as BTN turns back onto his counteraction from the top of AC. Zello gets domed in by Cabby. Knows that BTN's closest USP can take down 1, but now he's low HP. Zyphon trying to pressure the second player. The SMG of Lawrence can turn it back around, but Becky strikes back from Squeakdoor, makes it a 2 versus 2. It's getting an expensive round here for the Nexus side. The bomb has dropped in towards Secret, down from the vents for a second man. B site will be taken. The plant will be secured. secured.
Looks promising from Sashi. Now, Cabby's hoping for that top site rotation, but Sound, unfortunately, has caught the other player out in the open towards the double doors. The AK is struggling, and now it's a 1v1 versus the in-game leader. Cabby somehow gets a shot off with the dig. BTN on the other side, it's another missed shot. Surely he's got to think about planting now.
25 seconds to it. Repeaks on BTN's now lost the HP. Down to 17 for him. Cabby counter-rotating right back up through the vents. BTN heard the door closing. He won't be able to deny a bomb plant from here. It's gone way too far for it. Retake up to the upper side. No kits in play for him either.
BTN's going to have to make Sound on this rotation. He's going to have to come up heaven quickly, and that's where Cabby's going to hear him.
No qualms made of the M4 in his hands. Cabby going to hide. Check, burst through, and win the fight, and win the clutch for Sashi. Could have come down to one individual fight on the bomb site. It works out well for the Danes.
Well, Sound is going to be furious because I don't know how he's lost that fight. He's in a little bit of an off angle. The fight presents. He should be winning that fight 9 times out of 10, and it's just whiffed. It's just bullets not connecting. The spray is messy. It's individual mistakes, and it's both teams winning back-to-back anti-force buy rounds.
And good positionings on Sashi just to respond to all the advantages and the trades that Nexus were getting. They started with a man advantage. They kept it right the way through to the end. An early tactical called in by Nexus as well. Might have frustrations brewing already, which may not be a very good sign for this map, but one that you are looking at them as being able to perform on in some capacity. On CT side especially, their statistically best half, and the half in which they stomped out the likes of Cybershock and Sangl earlier on. Kills found 2 for 1. Zello will start on the M4, but the MAC-10s and AKs get 2 better, 3 better in fact. And so I think we'll get traded back by Raga in the back of the bomb site. And he's that support from that secondary player though, but he's watching out towards Lobby! And Raga's Deagle just gets heads rolling on the bomb site. Nexus doing all they can to keep pace.
Oh my, what is going on? Raga showing that he can frag like a teenager. That was impeccable. I can't believe he's hit that shot. He is isolated from the back of default with no help whatsoever. You're thinking, maybe he's going to waste some time. Maybe he gets a tag off. I cannot believe he's hit that last shot with the dig.
To watch it again from his perspective, bomb. Wow.
Oh,
get down, boys.
Now we're talking.
Well, Sashi is still talking themselves, forcing back into the 5th round. One main rifle, the Galil of Lucky. Upgrade pistols for everyone else, and Sashi have done well with these upgrades. Trying to keep pace with Nexus, but these swing rounds will keep posting up. We're in the force buy wars here, the war of attrition. Neither side truly getting an advantage over the other until finally BTN gets Iceberg here and needs to cripple this T-side economy state here with this round win. Now, that bomb crossed though, that's information to get gained.
Sashi are hoping that Lucky can catch a timing against this MP9. And the moment's unfortunately gone. And that Galil does not present anything. The bomb's crossed out to Secret, but they need a returning kill, and it comes from main. Cabby, he's been exceptional so far in this first half.
Indeed he has. 8 kills deep and only in the 5th round of the half.
And when we casted them, the other week against the likes of 9, that best of 1 on Inferno, I think the only reason it was won was because of Cabby, that individual impact that he brought to the table.
Putting up some great work in the last few weeks. He'll try to lead them down into that B bomb site where Sound is lying in wait for that M4. Nothing to receive yet on Sashi, just the 2 players of the bomb. Maybe an upper play from Becky or BTN can come through, dive down the fence perhaps. No, flank in from BTN, gets the kill. Denies Zyphon, at least Lawrence can trade a man advantage stays, but now they know that B is the target. They're entering out from the double doors. They have found Sound in the interim, 2 versus 2. Damage done to both sides as Cabby takes a duel in from Vent. Yellow moves up, Launch checks that corner. Deagle, Cabby strikes back, trying to do a ragger. Zello takes him. And now he needs to find Lucky, but where is Lucky? He's got no info. He's got an idea that he might be over at dark. Back turn, engagement found. Galil wins it out for Sashi again.
Now, when I look at Nexus from a CT fundamental point of view, it's very strange that BTN is the outside player. You just don't see that in Tier 2, even at the Tier 1 level. The in-game leaders play outside. Then when I look at the stats, you want your outside player to basically be the sharpest individual, someone that's going to be generating a lot of impact, someone that's always going to be putting up big numbers. Here's the lowest rated player for the team on Nuke, and he plays outside. That's a 0.88 rating in the last 3 months. And that's why I get really nervous on Nexus on the CT side, just because BTN in the position that he plays.
The man in question to bring another rifle out. Scout with Zello as well towards outside, tapping away, hoping he can find a cheeky kill while blinded, but nothing presents, just tag damage done towards Lucky. And they'll quickly take some secret access and control. Bomb should join them in a second. Another broken buy up from the Nexus camp because they don't really have a choice. They're trying to force the economy game to work in their favor. They're trying to get Sashi reset. They need to win this round to achieve that.
But Lungs needs to take contact after the Deagle has. All about this close range angle for the pistols.
Swing in, sees 3. Lungs ain't escaping with his life there. At least Raga caught a tag on 1 man, but now he's going to get pressured by the 3 that were downstairs. Decon door open. Backup arrives as well. Raga picks 1 more headshot up. 4 on 4. And nothing more presents.
There might be a rotation back towards the top site. You've got 2 lurkers from Zyphon and the likes of Becky. They're just searching. They're just scaling on the outside. And if they can get into main, they should start rotating that bomb back to upper.
Oh, what a shot for Zello. Didn't see where Becky was, though. Dives down to the bomb side. Becky's going to hear that. As quiet as possible. 30 seconds on the clock. Meanwhile, Lucky's still opening the double doors. But that bomb looking to rotate back up through the vents. They've got to isolate that scout player, though. He's going to be the main concern. He's seen, he's dealt with Becky. His flank continues. The 3-on-3 is locked in, and the site will be taken for Sashi.
The rotations are slow. All the CTs are down here towards lower. This is where BTN's going to have to start generating some impact with this FAMAS if they want to work this retake at all.
Especially as Raga's gone down. Man advantage has been taken up by Sashi. Lucky, the latest to add some frags to the feed. There are no defuse kits and no utility for the CT side. Nexus are playing out to yard. Grabbing a Galil from a dead player. M4 fight of Becky goes well for him. At this point, Sound's just going to go ahead and save his weapon. It makes the most amount of sense. As soon as they lost that man advantage, felt like Nexus were out of the round. They didn't have their hearts set in it. And indeed, that's what comes to pass. Sashi's lead can finally extend with a couple in a row on the T side.
Well, it was only going to be a matter of time until we see that force of the reset. We've had both teams be quite gimmicky in this first half, probably winning rounds that they shouldn't be winning. There's been quite a few clutches. You look at the 1v2 that Cabby was able to win, the 1v2 or the 1v1 out in Dark that Lucky was able to win, and now we've got themselves a situation where there's a bit of separation. You've got a 4-2, Nexus is going to be on a very light eco, Sashi can get up to 4, and all of that pressure that was building in which Nexus could have got away with a good lead, now it's just been deplenished. I don't think Sashi are going to have too many threats in this first half. I think they're going to give themselves probably 6, maybe 7 T-side rounds, and then at that point try and set yourself up for the second half nicely.
Sashi start to look for some main control over this map. They're down in Secret once again. Secret's been a very hot point of contention for them. Nexus have been focused on the general defensive line. Becky gets the pistols, get pressured by a number of them, but still up with 2 picks. Birdman of Zello looks for his Deagle trade back, so an M4 that can get picked up, probably saved into the next round, though. You really haven't got a lot to play with.
No, not at all. You've got another heavy stack down here towards lower. Sashi just scaling on the outside again. Now, they had a good timing previously where they put, pressure down that lower portion. They opened up the doors, and that allowed Becky to get up towards Heaven. This time around, there's no distraction. They're just all packing into main, and Zello might be able to get 1 from Heaven, but I doubt he gets any more.
Does find a player with U2 in hand. See the second man over at Mini gets quite a lot of damage for that as well. Smoke down, reface. Spots player, doesn't quite get Iceberg. He got quite greedy in that one and lost his life in the end. Sounds Galil make his way up as BTN goes falling. They have all the info they require on Sashi. And Nexus were harsh ecoing around the Galil, so just cash to build into another decent buy. They'll try and continue to make it expensive, target the economy state of Sashi, try and reset them with their rifle win, and then try and bring the scoreline back off the back of that.
It's a shame that Zello tried to go for too much there. I would have liked to have seen what the 3v3 would have made. I mean, you've got BTN that can come from main, Sound that can double up from heaven. They've at least got armor on the Galil player. There's something to work with there. Instead, it's attempting some X Factor. It's maybe attempting the inevitable of, I need to make a hero play. And maybe that comes back to bite them.
And 3 rounds for the good now for the Sashi camp. And I'm in agreement with you. I'd have liked to have seen how they would have handled things if they all went together. Zello gave himself up. The pistol was to follow suit. It was that Galil was still rotating in from heaven, so Sound will stay up. The rest of the buy will come in around him. Zello on the AWP is glass cannon in this round. Sashi, weak in economy state means that they can't afford the big green gun, but they can afford all the AKs, of which they will make good use of. Raga is first man down on outside.
Diag smokes come in, and they've got no one at secret, so BTN can break the smoke and try and catch some vision. Now, when I think back to that Gun 5 matchup, I remember how much Lonks was struggling as the A-site anchor. At the back of Hut, out there at default, he was just not finding impact. Now, we haven't seen many top-site leans. It's been mainly taking secret, working main. I do wonder whether Lonks is going to have a better showing today than previously.
He's posting no star numbers at this moment. Not many opportunities for Nexus players to do that. Iceberg shot, but another Cabbage picked up Launch, so he's not getting anything done, and Zyphon just domes Sound, so a dismantling round coming in from Sashi. The minimum 6 on the T side as well. And certainly not the rifle that Nexus wanted to buy into, not the kind of rifle they would have wanted to try and concede. Very little Valma to CT side there.
And Sashi will look at this first half and say, as soon as we've come away from the resets, we've actually started putting our foot down. We're starting to get ourselves a good round streak. We're making it really uncomfortable. The Romanians just aren't showing anything on their CT basis. You had Zello that invested into the hero AWP, and just from the start of the round, you're talking about, what, 18 seconds? And then Raga just gets spammed out there from door. Everything just collapses after that opening kill. And this is looking comfortable for the Danes. A good sign moving forward.
A tactical pause is called in for Nexus, their second one in this matchup, and by extension this half. The one in the third round when they got responded to on their own force buy, or the opponent's force buy rather. In the follow-up where Raga got that 6-deal sequence, but nothing of any major star potential been seen from Nexus since. Sashi have finally pulled away the decent streak, a decent lead. And probably should gain the half here as well. Do not see Launch on his lonesome getting much with his M4.
He is at least getting himself in a position where he can strike, and that's to get it on the outside towards Secret. We know that Sashi have been loving pressurizing that area of the map, so put it somewhere where you know there's been a lot of activity in the past. You can get a flash from a teammate, try and see if you can get a peek up towards the back of T-Red. Fortunately, this time around, there's not even really heavy outside. There's more players inner than there is outside.
And just small prods here and there. Nexus trying to find when and where Sashi will start peeking into angles. And as you mentioned, inside is their key concern. They've done well to get lobby access and picks down Squeaky. Player at ramp is watching for any ramp takes, which I haven't seen much from Sashi in this half.
We haven't seen a single ramp take. And maybe that's a bit of anti-strat. Sound is a very strong player. Maybe they're thinking that there's more weaknesses on outside and A.
Well, it's certainly true if you want to take a look at the way that the outside controls work for Sashi. The inner bomb site take's going to go swimmingly because of the weapon advantage. USP of Zello shouldn't be able to do much. Should do its best trying to get some Gooshes in, try to take Cabby down with a dink. Just the damage against him. Teammate comes up and both go fall into Becky's hands. Longs to save the M4, no other choice.
And it was mentioned by Longs in the interview that you've got some ex-teammates going up against one another. Zello played 111 maps on HLT with Zyphon in early to mid-2023 under Sprout. They even attended IM Katowice and the Paris Blast EU RMR together. And that's just one of the relations between Nexus and Sashi. And I think you're always going to get that in Tier 2, aren't you? Sort of national players going for international stints and then always coming back home. Always coming back to the national team.
Look, some did rather impressively. Really would have thought that Launch would have done some significant stuff on his international, affair. A lot of faith with him when he broke out, but not been quite as special since Sprout, unfortunately.
He's still 19, though. I think it's probably a good thing that he's back here with native players. Sort of get familiar with, like, growing up as a person before maybe going for another international stint in a couple of years' time. Because you broke out when you, what, 17? Man, that's got to be tough. Playing LAN tournaments, playing Tier 1 at that sort of age.
Yeah, not everyone's donk, unfortunately. You are right, Launch still has time. The time might be kinder to him if he just continues to work at it. Look at Becky just seen at the edge of that smoke. Raga gonna follow him down and take the fight to frag down. The Nexus starts.
But they were desperate for an opener, and Raga towards door has normally been the one that's receiving the opening death. So finally being able to get that 5v4 in their favor. Re-smoke off, try and see if he can catch anyone trying to walk through. Nexus are desperate for this round. I mean, if they don't convert here, I don't think they've got a chance of redeeming themselves on Nuke. I mean, 2-7, it feels so quick that it was back and forth, and now we're here.
BTN is getting some decency together for Nexus on this push up towards lobby, but unsupported by his teammate who had gone up towards the roof. He's going to lose his life to Lucky. It's one advantage. Not negative to Sashi's side. Iceberg walks right into Raga. Didn't think he was going to be there in that corner, and Lorx also found the angle of Lucky. Knows there's Zyphon somewhere on the outside. Bombs in his sights and in his control. Zyphon can frag back, but now needs to win 3 more individual engagements to take the round together for Sashi. Nexus try and charge back up to this third. And unfortunately for them, they can't really make more than 5 happen in the CT side. But they might need to make 5 if they want to have a chance at making this map work. Overall, Sashi showing signs that a team that love to win this map.
And I'm even looking at Sashi with the idea that this veto is a little bit more of a punish for Nexus, that they've come in with the Anubis pick that doesn't normally get offered for them, in the idea that we're going to try and get another 2-0, we're going to try and put on another good showing. We've won 2 games in a row, they've lost 2 games in a row. Anubis was still very competitive in the series that they played this morning against Z10. It still went to all rounds in regulation. So if we do get a one-sided nuke, if we do get a comfortable showing for Sashi, perhaps there's a little bit more threat against Nexus than for them.
Molotov against Ragas. Forcing him out of the open here. Secondary Molly is going to ensure that he can't really make his way in. Zello on the outside instead. The strikes first was trying to look for his opening picks on those respective 2 players. It's the AWP that gets there. Iceberg sneaking right in to frag down 1 player. Saw another man on the rafters. Gets out of the way as Lungs tries to defend, but he can't do much. Zello now has to pick players up with the AWP. Fantastic shot of the second player, but now he's got to defend on his lonesome. A 3rd frag. A 4th for the no-scope. Looks for the ace, but BTN steals it. Nexus, individual moments making this half as they charge up to the last round of the half.
Oh, mate, this is a game. This is a proper game. Some of the X factor that we are seeing from Nexus is through the roof right now. I'm expecting that AWP to get a good fight on the outside, rotate up towards heaven, play defensively. Bro, he just drops into the bomb site. He just gets down there from default and continues to hit. My concern, though, Jay, is how consistent is this X Factor going to be? We've seen Sashi be so much more disciplined, so much more protocol heavy in the first half, whereas for Nexus, it feels like they need a miracle to win a round.
It's true. Seen Raga have a great Deagle set. You had this AWP sequence, which I'm never going to forget. Watch it again. All Zello, all day. Single-handedly turning over a Sashi attack into Nexus's round, and well, there's still rifles to deal with. The T's are going to reinvest. A couple of AKs picked up for them.
He's always been an AWPer like that too. High X factor, really explosive, and when he's confident, he just wants to take fights everywhere.
11 deep on this map. Top fragger in server, trying to reveal angles against the T side. The Diags are set and ready. BTN blind firing can only do so much with the drive-bys. I believe actually it was a stray shot there from Iceberg. Lonks backed up to Decon to receive. Molly is coming his direction, will force him away.
Just being peppered further and further back, and it's a lack of info because Iceberg is just faking this lower take, and it's driving rotate. Sound has now left ramp completely.
Noise being made of that window opening. AK one player revealed. Lungs walking in with his knife out. Iceberg can get two, only the one kill's found though. The T's are going to charge up, however, is the B site take. And Zello's up, he's striking back again. Deagle pull towards Decon as he takes down Cabby. Becky can deal with BTN. Sound is still not been found as Becky gets another kill. Raga has just lost his AWP, now needs to provide something to Sound, but only on half. Sees Lucky next take cheese to his position. We're removing from play, and Raga can swing to a fight, but that's 1 out of 3 required here. And tagged with the next man, the bomb is not going to need to get planted because Sashi have 8-4 at the turn of the half, and a wonderful half at that.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
KFC patří ke hře.
Největší komunita sázkařů je tu i pro tebe, Jirko z Poděbrad, který si jako jediný z vaší hospody vsadil proti našim a myslíš si, že tvůj tiket nikdo neviděl. Ale my tě máme rádi i tak, že jo, pasto? Přidejte se k nám a získejte 500 jen za registraci. Tipsport, oficiální sponzor mistrovství světa IIHF v ledním hokeji.
And despite Nexus becoming human highlight reels, it's Sashi the ones that lead at the moment on Nuke. 8-4 is the scoreline for the Danes, and their T side at that as well. Do Nexus have a chance to bounce back on anything in the second half?
Sashi looked as if they proper locked in that first half, Jay. I was really impressed by some of the spacings of the trades. Just overall the game plan on how they were exploiting outside and A. I don't think Nexus have a chance. I think we're going to get wrapped up pretty quickly in this second half.
It's a 4-round lead, and T-side stats do not really look good for Nexus. Only things that really give me hope is how good the T-sides were in Cyber Shows with the last round of competition and an earlier match against Sangle, but Launch was going to try and channel that energy as well. Fantastic double out of him through 2-for-1 trades. The Iceberg going to hold down the back of the bomb site, but ultimately overwhelmed with the numbers here. Longs is still picked up by Lucky. Zello able to trade him. Zyphon alone now. Need to get that bomb and plant it for BTN. Smokes to the center of the bomb site. And Zyphon's going all the way back up to heaven. He thinks this is A. He's thought wrong.
He's expecting a lower fake on that vent rotation. This is such a tough 1v2. BTN's even got another molly. It's just the time. I think that's going to hurt him the most out of anything.
He's rotated quick and just runs right into BTN, who domes him. Perfect stuff. Launches a triple into that round as well, making the ultimate difference in the pistol. Once again, it's individual impact across the Nexus side.
Yeah, Longs has the least amount of maps played out of anyone in the lineup of Nexus. That feels really odd. For how long he's had a pro career for some of the top organizations that he's played under in Tier 2, you'd kind of expect him to be farming up there. But I guess sometimes it's just the vets, isn't it? It's just the long period of careers that everybody else has had on this team.
And knowing that BTN has been here with the longest tenure of any one player in the Tier 2 space at the very least. A lot of tenure with this organization and with these players.
He was in the top 5 on HLTV of all time. And I think, who else was up there? Elige was up there with Liquid. That's now ended, so BTN's got to be in the top 4. I think Rain is up there. I can't quite remember who the other 3 players were. I might have to look that one up. But I imagine by now he's probably got to at least top 3.
I know that he was in 2016, and Rain also joined FaZe in 2016, so I wonder which one's gone longer.
Oh, Rain's definitely gone longer, I know that one.
Okay. Regardless, we are talking about a very long time. And that cornerstone able to build Nexus back across its many iterations. Between old vets and new guard, Nexus are going to try and make this a game still. Won the pistol and the conversion. Need to win the rifle by. They got away pretty nicely against the eco. This whole hog in from Sashi with their M4s for Mars, AKs and a Galil. Jump face of Iceberg, seeing players coming through the corridors. Deacon maybe his target. Zello just evades all the spray that Iceberg had to offer towards him, trying to evade towards double doors where Raga wins that fight. Cabby in the rafters goes unchecked. He only gets one kill out of it. Sound called lucky before he went down. And Zyphon and Becky here, 2 versus 4, making it 3 with 1 decent trade. And that bomb's been left isolated to the backside here. No one's supporting Zello. You know, he's got to try and win a fight. Flashbanging his way out. Zyphon makes his way away from the bomb site into BTN's clutches, perhaps. Oh, what a fight that is for the vet. Now Becky alone.
There's no point even attempting to go for this. Well done from Zello to slow the round down, because if he ends up planning and then falls, the round's just over. At least that way he can allow BTN to search on the outside. He can allow Longs to try and come in a bit passively in from secret. And the AK doesn't finally win out that final blow, but Becky can hold on to the rifle anyway. And I just had a look now, Jay. There was a tweet about over a year ago from HLTV, and it had Rain as #1, Elige as 2, BTN as 3, Crims as 4, and Forest as 5 for most days under a single organization. So because of Elige now leaving Liquid, it means that BTN is 2nd in the world.
Wow, wow, wow. Not bad. You know, that when that tenure does come to an end, it's going to be the end of an era for Nexus and for BTN.
I don't think you can think about Nexus without thinking of him. He literally is the brand of this org.
I mean, hell, when that tenure ends, honestly, it might even be the end of an era for Romanian Counter-Strike in general.
Well, I imagine the day that he retires is the day that he starts coaching Nexus. There's no way he leaves. That's it. As soon as he's done, he's going right back into coaching.
Every time I think I'm out, they pull me back in.
100%.
Well, Sashi have to pull themselves out of what has turned into a bit more of a contest for Nexus here. The individual impact that they found has gone from just being highlight moments in the first half to something a bit more tangible on the T side here.
I want to see them prove it in majority of gun rounds, because we've only seen 1 in this second half so far.
A disciplined play of Sashi, not doing so hot on the pistols here. Iceberg first to fall, and probably the only man to really hold any contest in the round itself is Exit Frag City. These players that remain, the pistol upgrades, the SMG of Cabby tried to get up through the vents and did nothing. It's a 5-on-3 now.
Now, I'm convinced if Sashi somehow find a way to lose Nuke, they're just finished in what is going to be map 2 of Anubis because of the tilt factor. That will be 0-5 in maps today. That's just unacceptable. Doesn't matter the level of competition that you're playing against. It doesn't matter what maps there are. You can't just keep losing maps. You can't, especially your own map picks. It's unthinkable.
It's like I said earlier, from Nexus' perspective, you're looking at a map that you yourselves like to play, and then you have a map that you yourselves like to play as your opponent's map pick, and then you have a punish, which Sashi do not like to play. Like that, from their perspective, looks right for a 2-0. All they have to do is win this hard point of the series, and it's going to be an early evening for them. And you are right that even forgetting about that, the tilt factor for the Danes must be feeling extremely rife if they do lose this map. I mean, I know that obviously I'm no body language expert, but I did feel a little bit of dejection from that pre-match interview from Cabby.
Oh, understandable. I'd probably be the exact same. I mean, there's no way that you can feel positive or even act it when, mate, you're just on a downward spiral. I mean, things are just getting worse and worse by the month for Sashi.
And they're down 9 places from their VRS ranking from the start of last month. We're waiting on that ranking update that should be out later today. So you wonder if that's going to stick. 81 in the world if that stays the same for Sashi. Maybe a victory or 2 here. Might give him a little bit more assistance to keep that up. Cabby has struck first, so that's a positive sign for this individual round. Ragger down, bomb dropped. And no chase from Nexus.
They're going to keep putting pressure of util towards Cabby, but you're right about them not committing down here at lower. You've got BTN that's lurking up there towards heaven. Longs has dropped the bomb. They're in a bit of separation. They probably need a pick, and unfortunately, Sound tries to work something, and it just doesn't come off. Lucky with the AWP drops, and this round is just crumbling apart completely.
Yeah, Launk's next victim, 2 in BTN and Zello. Not sure when Sound fell, but Bomb will have to pack with the Mac 10 of BTN. Didn't have to ping this weapon, but bonus weapon for $6,000. There will be an investment. Zyphon will win that fight. See the second. Zello can take one trade out of the fold, but that's 1 out of 5 in a 1 versus 5. And there's no way he's going to win the second or the third. Sashi reclaim the lead, but can they keep it that way here? There's going to be a much stronger buy now for the Nexus side.
And if we are going to compare the two AWPers, you've got Zello that's going to be a lot more individually impactful. He's going to be generating a lot more clutch success and also just overall multi-frags, whereas Lucky is going to be a lot more consistent, and he's going to be an AWPer that wins a lot of good duels throughout the best of 3. So I don't know which one I would rate to be stronger in this sort of matchup. I think at the moment it feels as if Zello has had the one-up, but I'd like to see for the majority of the second half of Nuke if that starts to change.
Zello starts off lucky. Zyphon trades him back with a HE. The outside control contested by respective big greens and utilities. For a man like Zello to fall this early in the round, I mean, just think about 17 kills in this map up. A lot of them coming from just great individual impact. Sound will be next victim as well, so they'll lose the man advantage as well as one of their top players. As I'm going to get back towards this locker room to try and fight a hell running out of ammo. We'll concede it to a 3-on-3 once again. Sashi now wary of the heaven wrap. Still a player downstairs though. Cabby ready for the B commit if they decide to go there.
Nexus are being really fakey. Notice how they all ran on the def cam towards heaven and then sort of double back. Cabby could get caught on timing trying to repos back here towards default. He's giving himself a tight little off angle to look in the left-hand side.
And a dry peek from Raga might be presenting. Cabby might get exactly what he wants here. Smokes and flashes go in. Attention will get drawn in by the CT side. They start to consider their actions. Cabby strikes on the first man, sees the next 2. That's all the info they require, and he isolates a fight on Ragger as well. Launks quickly backs up to try and grab that bomb in the rafters as well, but Cabby makes it a triple as Becky was the focus, the distraction. Sacrificing his life for the greater good. Sashi starting to pull ahead again.
And there's more leadership qualities that Cabby can offer in the state that the team is finding it really difficult to find success. It's definitely a low period for the organization. He's meant to be a star player, and I think he's certainly not only played his role perfectly, but he's stepped up. I think his individual form as of late has been better than what some of the previous iterations of Sashi have looked like.
Still see one final rifle investment from Sashi against Nexus, who have the broken investments, but also rifles of their own. Lost Ragga first. Zello trying to find the trade, but nothing received. They'll gain some ramp control and access, but you need to find these opening picks. They were getting them quite consistently recently, and up until now.
It's come to a state that the further that the gun rounds have gone on for, the lack of depth we're seeing from this T-side playbook. Lucky on the outside, should have got an easy pick, but even in this 5v3, there's just nothing to work with. Zello might get 1 kill towards ramp, but they've never been able to do anything with ramp when they get to lower.
Spotted Iceberg at least into an open fight. Zello will take some damage. Zyphon's fought a fight as well towards the upper ramp, and with the man's back being covered, eventually Iceberg will take Zello down. Sound alone. Lost to an AK as Sashi start to walk away with this game in hand. Nexus is 3 in a row to start the half. Felt like it was going to build into something more, but you're right about the nature in which this second half has gone down. There's been a very little demonstrated by the Nexus side outside of that individual impact, outside of that small round streak. They're playing from the back foot, but that back foot will remain. Money lacking, it's upgrade pistols to concede the map point towards Sashi, so Nexus trying to play for overtime.
And perhaps something too with now an assistant coach coming in is it helps you get ready for these massive days. I mean, you can say in tier 2, oh yeah, you don't see 3 best of 3s all that frequently. Haha, that's not true. We see it all the time. And Sashi know that being pretty much playing every single day on HLTV. 3 best of 3s probably happens for them about once a week at this point. So if you want to sort of get some anti-strat, if you want to get prepared for the majority of teams, you need more background stuff. I think one coach just isn't enough in the current day.
Again, we'll see how his impact will play towards the team's favor as time rolls on. 1 versus 2 for now for BTN, who is isolating these fights individually well enough, but unable to finish the job, unable to hold the 1v2 clutch. And a decent effort with 3 players falling, but that's not a round for Nexus. It's map point instead for Sashi, 4 of them to play with. It's a 4-round streak. And Nexus need to get to OT. They've done it once before in this half. The circumstances are much more difficult. They need to apply themselves now.
A decent eco there from Nexus overall. But this gun round is going to give us a bit more of a statement. You've got the AWP going for an opening door pick.
And against Long, Snades are open, Molotov's sent, smokes are down, and the CT actually have an M4 charging forward instead. That actually catches Longs completely off guard. He thought he was safe, and then he thought wrong. Now Sound makes his way up, trying to lead them in the outer yard, flashed forward by a teammate. Checking Mini, checking the Heaven entrance, did not see CT contact, have kept themselves hidden on Sashi.
Sound is the highest rated player for Nexus on this map in the last 3 months, and he's 7-12. Now on CT side he is the Ramp player, but where's the impact? Where's the X factor? Ramp wasn't being hit in the first half, but you can't make an excuse for the T side.
Yeah, maybe part of the reason why Nexus are losing control here. Some individuals are really popping off, but if your basement is that low, then it's going to drag everybody else down.
Well, Ragger's an anchor. He's meant to be the supportive piece. He's never a star player, and he's probably generated the most amount of impact alongside Zello than anyone has.
It's true. Flanks of Sound trying to come in to support this Heaven wrap, but Zello and Ragger get those first couple of kills in. Now Sound can strike because Becky has looked out the gate. He's got a kill on BTN into the closed vent corner. One player's going to try and hold, but Becky falls quick. Lucky's AWP spotted by Zello, who taps his head off his shoulders, grabs an AWP of his own, and keeps Nexus in the game.
And Nexus would have felt in that round that they were being completely outread. There were players everywhere from the CT side. They had some off angles. They were pre-aiming up there from Heaven. It was only pretty much direct entries and good trades that got them out of trouble, but they probably shouldn't have won that round. There were so many CTs stacked up on that top bomb site.
Indeed there were. Damaging still for the T side. 3 players ended up falling. Imagine with 4 rounds in a row, the Sashi will also have the funds to also reinvest. We'll see what the buy looks like in a moment's time. Shouldn't go quietly out of this next follow-up. It's one of their 4 chances burned. And depending on how much was saved in the previous few rounds, might be a swing opportunity for Nexus here. They just need to continue winning all of these.
Well, we know that Iceberg is an aggressive caller in terms of the playbook of economy. Anytime the money's low, likes to buy it up. One aspect that I don't normally mention, Jay, is that he's also an aggressive caller with some of the strategies in those sort of buys. And I'm just thinking about the scenario of them having a pretty cautious CT line. They haven't been too gimmicky. These are the kind of rounds that I'd almost anticipate a lobby crunch or just something a bit wacky. Maybe at a heavy outside, you try and get in towards Africa, you try and swing to the back of T-Red. He does have that inkling in the playbook to be quite gimmicky at times.
Just full send CT side. At this point, it would catch Nexus off guard. So far, they've been the ones that have been delivering with the individual moments. Ragger's dealing with 2K, Zello's AWP Quadra. An individual brilliance that have kept Nexus so far in this matchup. As per usual, they are playing from the back foot. 3 to OT. 1 to win. The Orps hope to duel on outside. Zello has been seen. Lucky didn't get a chance to pull the trigger on either him or his backup.
Zyphon and the MP9 close towards the door. You've got Sound just scaling on the outside and Lucky retreating. Might have to be Zyphon from main to strike, because Zyphon, or I should say Zello, that gets up there on the boost, has been able to catch Lucky. So that's an Orp v Orp duel that consistently he's been winning in this second half.
22 deep for it. Lorks, meanwhile, caught off by Cabby. BTN with the bomb on his back is able to combine with Ragger and win that fight. Recover the AK, and now look towards that B bomb site. There's also been a push forward from one man. Iceberg here in the squeaky corridor. Zello not going to find him just yet. Zyphon starts to make his move. He's considering the lobby access. BTN going to check this corner. Wonderfully done, even with the tag shot of the MP9. The AK goes one better. Sashi reduced to 2 players. Zyphon will fight valiantly in the back lines, take 1 kill, tagged up. Sound trades it. Zyphon's alone now, 2 picks to his name. Becky didn't do much there. HE sent, don't actually land on it. It was a little bit too deep. One closer towards BTN's part of things. The orb shot baited. BTN's close, sprays through, does damage, but doesn't connect his kills. And now money is limited for Sashi.
This is back-to-back rounds in which Zello has got a multi-frag, and he's been a difference maker. And that was not an easy one. That was a pretty good hold, actually, from the back of default. I thought with that HE placement, with potentially baiting the AWP, there might be a chance of the round. Not to be. Zello, good work from him.
Valiant effort from Zyphon, reducing to 2 players. Nexus' rebuy still want to be perfect, rocking a Mach 10 to BTN. Unfortunately, Sashi just do not have the funds to truly invest here. They're going to take this as a harsh eco, go strong rifles in the next. Bring it down to the 24th round and still can try and beat Nexus and regulations, can still take this map, the Danish pick, away. A formality at this stage with Longs and Zello picking up some very easy frags on outside.
BTN just clearing out all these cubby corners. Did well in that last round to clear out sort of the back squeaky angle. There's so many of those positions on Nuke, and when you're up against lighter buys, it can just be the one that catches you out and gives them a free rifle. Overall, they're dealing with this anti-eco easily. There's no threat at all.
Very little potential behind a 5 set of USPs. Zyphon in the rafters. Checked by a Mach 10. BTN will deal with him. Invest into the rifle for the next round. So it is the last round of the half time. Nexus. Final push to OT. Sashi. Final chance to close.
It's been a very competitive game between the two from the scoreline, but it hasn't felt like that. I think both teams have been able to have fairly long and extended round streaks where they're just overpowering the opposition in terms of the economy game, in terms of the momentum. Sashi had a few times that they were in positions to close, but hasn't quite happened. Now, no AWP for Lucky means that he's going to be on an M4. Cabby to re-smoke off ramp in case of a rush. You've got 2 players that are trying to peek out towards the outside very aggressively.
Lucky fights and Sound goes down. Start for the Sashi camp as Nexus, as you mentioned, getting aggressive, but failing to find the impact, failing to find a start. Sound still on single-digit frags and will stay there for regulation, maybe for the map itself.
Well, they've done the Diag, Jay, and they've got 2 players at Africa, so the CTs know that outside's not being taken.
M4 to fight from Cabby to take down Zello next up. The AWP overwhelmed, and very little damage done in exchange as well to that rifler right behind him. 5 on 3, Sashi. Slow but sure, dictating the pace of this round, controlling kills, and when they arrive, until Lucky finally finds a spanner in the works and Launch sneaking through with Hell entrance, Heaven angle, M4 to fight, but Launch takes him down. That's a trade at last, but low HP for him. Bomb on the back of Rag, gonna move up towards Heaven. CT side, got a couple of angles of defensive line, Iceberg in particular. the center of the bomb site, out towards the default plant positions, know who to aim for. They've walked right past him. Kill can get found by Ragger on the trade, but now he's all alone. Time for another massive sequence from him. Did it well with the Deagles. No silent drop. Taps that bomb once. Trying to force a fight from Becky. The HG's coming in against him. Will tag him now. It's post-plant time, 1v3.
Ragger needs to isolate this hut player first. That's the way that he wins this 1v3.
Doesn't even get past that much. Calby extends towards the other side of the site, gets his home fight, and Sashi will claim it at the very last hurdle. At 13-11, it will be nuke stolen by the Danes.
And for the Danes, they can be satisfied with that sort of performance. I thought that the scoreline was misleading into how well they played. They had a really good first half. I thought they demonstrated quite a lot in gun rounds in the second half. The only reason that game got as close as it did was we had some really good clutch X-Factor rounds from Nexus, and also they came off nicely from the pistol start in the second half. I think if a few of those moments go differently, this is probably a 13-6, 13-7 scoreline, and Sashi can clap their hands and go straight into map 2.
I do have to say, I think you are right, unfortunately. The pistol going a bit awry for Nexus, and it probably would have been a Sashi to walk away with a 13-4. I mean, you think about the fact that in that first half, the only reason why it ended up being a 4-8 for Nexus was because Ragger got a Deagle clutch, and then Zello had that AWP sequence. Like, that was pretty insane stuff on individuals, and great moments as a unit, as far as the team match goes. But in terms of actually winning a game, as I've said multiple times in other tier 2 matches and competitions, you need something more sustainable. You need something more substantial to try and make a best of 3 work.
And for Sashi, they'll probably look at this series and say, we can get a 2-0. It's not going to be likely, and it's going to be quite difficult, but our Anubis, it's okay. It's certainly not our worst map in the pool. It's probably our second worst. So let's use this as Nexus as a boundary. We've had a real crap day. It's been a disaster start to the morning and the afternoon. Now we've got some positivity. Now we've finally got a map under our belt. We're going up against an opponent that's at a similar level to us. So let's really strike. Let's cap off this day with a big high. Let's try and get a 2-0.
Well, that's a question of can they really do it. However, as you mentioned, and it was one of those bans that Sashi love to try and take as much as possible. So is that going to really apply, or will the punish get in from Nexus? Have they got some anti-strats of their own? We're going to find out after this very short break, so do not go anywhere.
Would you let me go? No, you never come back. I'ma kick back when you fake like that. Head out of the game, I don't play that fact. Would you let me go? No, you never come back. I'ma be the best that you never had. I don't flex, I'm success. If it lifts, yeah. I'ma kick back when you fat. Would you let me come back. Got it.
Hraj svoji hru. S neomezenými tarify pro mladé je to v tobě od Vodafonu. Teď s Apple AirTagem za jedinou korunu.
Největší komunita sázkařů je tu i pro tebe, Jirko z Poděbrad, který si jako jediný z vaší hospody vsadil proti našim a myslíš si, že tvůj tiket nikdo neviděl. Ale my tě máme rádi i tak, že jo, pasto? Přidejte se k nám a získejte 500 jen za registraci. Tipsport, oficiální sponzor mistrovství světa IIHF v ledním hokeji.
was a close fought battle, but in the end, Sashi are the ones to edge out the first map at 13-11, taking Nuke their own map pick. Unfortunately for Nexus, their 2-0 chances have been lost to them. They really relied on Nuke to go over the finish line and make that happen, but that doesn't mean the series is over for them. Their pick of Anubis is up next, and certainly a punish pick for the boys on Nexus side here. Dwayne, not a very good map for Sashi in the last 3 months.
No, but it's maybe looked better as of late. I mean, look, this morning they were able to go all rounds in regulation versus Z10. A few days ago, they were able to beat the Portuguese family side. They were able to at least hold weight on this map versus Na'Vi Jr., who are a very good Anubis team. So it's definitely a weakened map, but you can see the vision. I mean, look at Nexus's last 2 results. Yeah, you could look at the last 5 and say they're on a bit of a hot streak, but against Cybershock, all rounds in regulation. Against Sangle, overtime. And I look at today, especially when you got 2 teams that are struggling, and I just think anything can happen in overall maps and overall series. We saw that even out on Nuke.
Indeed we did, and I think that really how to categorize how Nuke went down for Nexus was just individual impact made their matchup, whereas Sashi had a bit more discipline, a bit more of the better protocols, and that's what ultimately pushed it past the finish line for them. And as I said earlier, they need more substance on Nexus to continue to allow that impact to generate more potential in terms of this matchup. Now, obviously, they are hoping to punish into a Sashi weakness, and they're hoping they can get something past the defensive in that respect. So is Anubis the right call for them? Is there going to be a new chance for Nexus to provide some life for them in this series?
Well, there should be. This is definitely a best-of-3 series that they need to win, and knowing that they haven't had the same amount of load of officials that Sashi have had today, you have to be able to really cap off what should be a good Anubis victory and get yourself in towards Inferno. Now, I do look at a BTN and the boys over at Nexus, and I say, okay, you've been winning this map a lot recently. That also means that there's quite a bit to look at from Sashi, from both a coaching perspective of Hunden and the assistant coach of Alex Umfan. They would have known that Anubis would have been picked in this isolated best-of-3 series. So when you've got a team that's winning as much as they have, there's a lot of tape, and I wonder what they're being able to exploit and where the weaknesses can be found.
A 5-map win streak is what we're seeing from Nexus coming into this Anubis. But prior to that point, very patchy, a number of red streaks of their own where they were losing to teams like Betboom and Amcal and Fireflux and Partizan as well. But there are also some very good victories. The 13-7 over ENG is the one that stands out the most for me. And even though ENG are not exactly the greatest team in the world, they certainly are one of our front runners in this particular competition, and as well as that far superior to what Nexus should be in terms of their place in World Counter-Strike right now. So there are some good results on this map that I think you can pull from in terms of the threat they'll generate against Sashi, but also, like you mentioned as well, for the Sashi side, a lot of negative that they can pull from, that they can try and exploit right here and now. The question is, did they prepare for Anubis to come out in this series?
I think you have to, because for Nexus, again, you always pick Nuke in the majority of series, and then if not, you pick quite a bit of Dust too, but it's sort of permabans and picks and vice versa. So I think it was quite obvious from the get-go that Anubis was a good option. For Sashi, it's now about being able to kind of bounce back with what is legitimate results. I think only a handful of days ago, they started getting a few best-of-3s won in a row. I know it was against weakened opposition. They had the GTZ Bulls in there. They had the Imperial Valkyries, but it would have just helped the confidence a little bit. And now it's like, we're back again to 2 best-of-3s in a row where we haven't taken a map. Now that we've got a first, they just need to keep striking. They need to keep allowing that spark to come through, because being close towards the 100 ranking on VRS, that's unacceptable for a team at this caliber. I would say Sashi should be around 50 or so, and Nexus are probably similar in that sort of conversation. So I think both teams are going to be really disappointed with how the forms have looked recently and how the tournament runs have gone.
Especially with Sashi, who have actually managed to make it to the top 30 on VRS at certain points in their history. So they want to do a lot better than where they're at the moment. They know that they can do better. They know they've got the chops to do so. They just need to apply it. On the Nexus side, I mean, look, we talked about substance and a bit more to generate off the back of those, a bit more to sort of sustain the star potential of guys like Zella and Raga. So where does that substance come from? Where do they find that little bit extra to do things like getting a 13-11 or an overtime on Nuke, for example?
Well, I would say for Lonks, it's got to be his individual showing. Now, his sample size is going to be limited because even though he's been signed with the team for nearly 2 months, he hasn't played a huge amount of officials with them because they were using Adron. He is the highest rated player on Anubis in the last 3 months. He's also the highest rated on this map out of any other map in the pool, that being a 1.35 in the last 6 officials that he played. So it's an astronomical number while the sample size of maps is being small. So I do look at maybe Lonks as being that third player involved in the majority of the core that should make a bit of a difference. I think he's a bit more active on Anubis too, rather than being like an A-site anchor that you've got on Nuke where you can't really do a lot.
Yeah, I mean, look, he was rather disappointing, I have to say, by comparison to those star individuals. And I think that he's had some moments of excellence during that first map, but you need to see more of it, and a lot more of it, for them to actually get the necessary impact out of him. So I think you are right in terms of his, as an individual position, trying to play up towards this next map up in this series. I think that's one of the key isolated sort of examples. But Sound was the guy that bottom fragged in the server, though. 9 kills on his board. Is that a concern also for Nexus?
Yeah, it is, because he's a very stable rifler. Now, he plays, again, more of those supportive anchor roles. I mean, he's playing ramp on nuke. I think Anubis, he's playing towards A. It's not an excuse, though. He's meant to be a top rifler. He's meant to be one of the strongest pieces that Nexus have, and that showing is unacceptable. Because while you might look at certain maps and say, oh, but I'm not in active positions on CT side, we've still got a T side, and he didn't show anything for me.
Well, let's put it this way. CT side was 5 frags, T side was 4 frags. So just to highlight exactly what you're on about right there, you can say what you want about how the defensive halves can play out, how your role plays into that sort of respect. You did expect a lot more out of that second half from him, and maybe again in case of raising that basement to allow them to truly thrive on the Nexus side. But that basement's got to get raised here and now. Sashi are a map ahead, and if they take down Anubis, as unlikely as that might seem, then they'll be moving forward to round 5, and Nexus will be eliminated. Pistols alive for our second map.
Sashi, starting out on the T side, have a round win percentage in the last 3 months of 56.4. Would like to get it started with a pistol because it's pacey, it's fast, it's into camera, and with a late alert that can come from Becky in A main.
Sashi looking to take no prisoners. Smokes down from Longs will try and suppress. Iceberg will get picked up. Cabby quickly responds, and Zyphon follows it up. BTN down. A site is open for business.
And now even for the retakes, they're going to struggle to get into Beach because they don't know if Heaven's been compromised. They don't know if it's being held by the T side line.
They'll quickly search for it and see nobody out there. They'll also dive away instead from Sashi, who did hear those footsteps, and just hide away from contact, except for the Heaven angle, which Zello's going to peek into. Ragga's going to get that kill. Zello from range gets Zyphon back to the man advantage, and quickly Sound and Ragga pick up the rest of the pieces. Nexus, a stellarly quick retake that gets started in the pistol round.
Unfortunately for Sashi, that Cake player did not have anyone to play on the contact with. They're a little bit delayed, both on the pillar angle and towards A main. That first fight comes in, and there's just no one there to get the refrag. Sashi might think about forcing up because they got the bomb plant and a couple of casualties, but when you do have a 4v3 post plant, you're expecting to win the pistol. You're not expecting from that point onwards to not win a single kill.
Yeah. See how that kill feed just went all blue all of a sudden. Nexus sharp on their adjustments, very quick towards the kills of respecting Sashi. Try and force the issue back into round 2, as they're not going to be happy with how the pistol that should have gone their way didn't go their way. Ragga, first contact has established a little bit of information. Iceberg would have been seen. Lucky with the burst fire of the Galil's going to confirm as well. Iceberg from range getting very little, in fact nothing, out of that round and out of that engagement. So first man down, a site attack coming in real quick as well. Bomb carrier out first and down first on the execution. At least Cabby can trade it, but backstab of Zello close in real quick, very fast at that angle. SMG and BTN can now deal with the last couple of players. A little bit of cash to gain out of the SMG. And also that M4 to recover and all. So Nexus with 2-0 on the start.
Well handled that once they get that opening kill against Iceberg, they don't just give respect towards the T side, you get an instant backstab. Zello's trying to walk down into the canal. He's getting behind them, and that just gives them the readability of the round. They know it's going to be an A exec. All Longs needs to do is kind of waste time, stay alive for as long as possible because rotations are coming in quickly. Ragga, BTN in from camera, Zello on the backstab. It's an easy round. Sashi can lightly invest into an eco, but you won't expect much damage in round number 3.
Longs and Ragga just go charging in. SMG for Longs especially. All about the money. Getting 3 picks out of this one of the jump face as well against the bomb carrier. Formality in the basic eco though. Sashi only invested upgrades. We get pushed into a 3-0 start on Nexus's part. Sashi's buy-up will be available in the next. All looking very solid, very clean for this opening on the Romanian team. Can they keep it that way, though?
Well, they might still look at doing something a bit more aggressive. Flash play B main early round, canal crunch with T-Con smoke, because they're still rocking a couple of these bonus weapons. You want to get as much out of them as possible rather than just upgrading them straight away, just leaving them by spawn and getting M4s out. Let's have a look. Yeah, they've got the Galil for sound and they've got the MP9 for long. So expect something on the front foot.
A quick in for BTN, though, smokes down. Here's a couple of players in from mid. Becky going to try time well towards Rogs. BTN and Iceberg have gone back and forth. Ragger's ready for another player out there. Cabby runs into sound in the back lines of the bomb site, so advantage is found by Nexus. They have conceded mid-access, though. The backstab coming in from one B-main player might become a concern. Longs is dealt with, however, by Becky. So 3-on-3 ensues for now. How is Ragger going to change the complexion of this round?
Well, he should just clear top mid here. He should go all the way down towards the doors and get a freebie against Iceberg. Timing against the bomb carrier is a bit awkward, and Ragger just about gets the kill. 19 HP for him. That's bomb dropped. Backup's going to need to get here if they want to protect him. He's also wary of that mid stance because it wasn't fully controlled by the Nexus cap. And Iceberg will take him. Bomb's going to get picked up and recommitted towards that A bomb site, it seems, though. Becky, first man forwards. O's going to check for him, and Becky's reaction timing slow as a snail as Iceberg can't adjust either. Quick double from Zello and a 4-0 as the streak continues. The Nexus have been creating a lot of movement in that last round. You have an aggro play to get Longs out of A main, get that MP9 into the canal up there towards the stairs. You then have Ragger doing kind of the same thing on the opposite side of the map. He then walks forward in B main. He's trying to clear out the majority of mid. It's just Sashi getting caught on timings. There was a good kill there from Becky, but this was the one that was a necessity, wasn't it? Make sure that Ragger falls. They could have accelerated, they could have packed together. 4-0, Nexus will be thrilled with the start they've been offered.
Nice burst on Iceberg as well, 42 HP. Starting's working well for Nexus once again. The upgrade pistols and the half-buy. It's all that Sashi have to play with right here. Seeing whether they can get up close and personal to the CT side. Be a fast play into a bomb site, get a cash injection with the bomb plant bonus. Overwhelming the round itself. Might be a little bit too much to ask for here.
We know that both Longs and Becky are the newer players to both of these respected sides. And in fact, both of them have the same amount of officials being played on Anubis, being 6 since joining the squads.
And also having to show himself to be the better. Talked him up as being a guy that could really make a difference for Nexus if he can improve upon his nuke performance. Be the glue that keeps those stars held and the substance to the impact that Nexus can generate. Zello's up. Stands to attention. Ragger's caught Becky. Frag down over the canal. Sounds next up to task. Cabby goes falling. Dropping that third player. Not quite lucky trading, but 25 seconds to the clock. A backstab from the temple angle might provide a little bit of potential, but as they run into sound, now Iceberg is left with nothing. Sprayed back the AK. Doesn't quite find all the casualties. Longs instead to close. All 4 players alive, however, so all's good for Nexus. Streak is still alive. 5 on the trot. Rebuy for Sashi. Needs to end it now.
The Iceberg's got to come up with an idea on what he can do against this CT line, because players are confident. You've got AKs being safe, which is never a good sign. And you haven't caused much of a threat ever since that pistol round. And when you're on the T side of Anubis and you're a map up in the series, you kind of want to go, I would say from this point onwards, 6-6. I think that would be an okay scoreline to work the second half. You really need to put your foot down now. You need to start working some good success.
First tacticals called in by the Sashi side. And a lot of them from Nexus in the first map. I think they called 2 in the first half, and then actually maybe all 3 of them, in fact. Now it's Sashi playing from an unfamiliar back foot. Even when Nexus were doing well on that first map, they were still always either even or behind Sashi's lead. That is no longer the case here. Could Mental get crippled so easily off the back of winning your first map of the day for Sashi? Can Nexus keep this pressure up? Because if they can, you're getting at least 6, maybe more than likely 7 by the turn of the half. Very little impact being found by Sashi at the moment. They're trying to flash their way in towards that B bomb side. The AWP of Zello instead boosted, and Cabby did not see it coming.
It was Complexity that used to run quite a lot of that, and were sort of the pioneers of getting Hulzerk up on that boost at B main, where you can walk out. It's just an off angle that is very rarely pre-aimed for. And Nexus starting to get a bit creative on this city side now.
Indeed they are. Sashi are just playing careful, trying to take various angles of attack, but just aren't finding anything with it. Becky prodded out A main, hoping to see a player aggressive in the front corner. But instead, that boost was set towards Smokes, and he didn't see him. Iceberg starting to back away. That bomb still outside of B main. This has to be a B split.
And unfortunately, without a proper star player, when you get matches like this, Jay, where you're struggling fundamentally to create openers, work chances, I feel like you're missing that player that's going to get you out of trouble, that's just going to work a 2K, work a hero sequence. And Lonks has got a good timing and an easy pick, and now he just knows it's a B lane.
Iceberg tossed the utility, leaving him continuously exposed. 16 seconds, the utility coming down. HG's a Molotov. Sounders get shot in the back of the head. Zello's going to burn here. Can't get a kill out of it. Are Sashi really going to make their way into the bomb site regardless here? Almost damage done. 5 seconds. 2 to line up for Raga. Takes 2 of them out. Can't transition towards the bomb planter. And jump face to the P2K is going to see what's happening. That's information for BTN to finish off the last. And even though it was an unlikely bomb plant for Sashi, it will not convert into a round anyway. 6 on the trot for Nexus. They have minimums of the CT side.
Well, Lonks making that info play in mid just tells you that they've got a lot of confidence from BTN to allow his players to use their intuition to make solo info maneuvers. That is a play that just sets up the round entirely. You've got, what, 20 seconds on the clock, and you see that there's util being thrown outside of the canals towards B. You just know that it's going to be a B lane. Everyone gets themselves in good poses. Yeah, you might say the anchors struggled. That's certainly true. The player out there from Sound gets caught. The NWP at the back of Glyph only gets 1. But look at how quick the rotates are. And look at how much damage was being done by all of those players coming in from Temple.
Shut down the round in the end. And I've also got plenty of cash built up from the confidence they've had up until this point. So money's going to be fine. Sashi, we got a slightly bolstered buy, but still just the same regular set of AKs. Some round wins on the board. That's not good for Lonks. Still finds an angle to attack from, but Iceberg quickly domes him with the walk-up. He's the only player on the A side offensive, so once again the anchors fell. This time it might lead to a bit more threat, however. Nexus, she's coming in. Shot missed from Zello. Zyphin can take down Raga. Zello's fallen next up, so it looks like this round is finally going to get picked up by the Danes. Yeah, mistakes made on the Nexus side, and the streak is over.
Well, that looked like one of those clipping bugs. One aspect that has a lot of talk about it on Anubis is when you throw util in quite a few areas on the map, Jay, you're sort of not aiming at the wall, but the, what do they call it? The clipping is just further out, and they've just not fixed it. And I look at that moment with the smoke, and I think he just got caught on the clipping that wasn't actually the wall.
Costing him the casualty and costing him the round as well.
Good punishment from Sashi, it has to be noted.
Yeah.
I mean, as soon as that mistake comes in, whether you call it a forced mistake or not, it's an instant kill against the anchor. And then look at how much util is going down against the rotators. They're trying to come in from camera, bro, they're just so blind. They're trying to go through that smoke, and they're just being hit by HEs, flashes. There's just zero chance. There's no way you're getting through that successfully.
You can see how Iceberg started off the round, how it all started to fall apart from Nexus, how the rest of the kills poured in from Zyphin in the back, waiting for the rotation of Raga. These Nexus keep a couple of rifles, and they still have the money to reinvest with as well. The AWP in for Zello. Still got decent cash amounts even now for Sound and BTN, so... what kind of weapons carry over from Nexus if they do lose this one, or if they can just get the win outright. The AWP is posted towards A main this time, so no need for smokes to get in the way. Swing in, flashbang down, BTN takes Iceberg, had no support from his teammates, dismantling that boost to the AWP, leaving him high and dry.
Re-smoking and getting the molly down from house and doors. Zyphin can HE and try and take this space, go on the front foot, make it awkward for the CTs. A resmoke goes down from Zello just to try and stall them out towards A main. And BTN doesn't have too much more util. He's only got one more smoke, so might have to put that down and play defensively into camera.
A flashbang there to try and catch Cabby, turning away from it.
They're pushing B main. You got Raga and Sound that have got on the front foot.
There's plenty of information to gain here. The player on the back of the the B-bomb site is going to set up the mid-access they have. There's all sorts of information gained here by the Nexus side. Raga goes in for the kill against the first, transitioning to the second, doesn't quite work out. Cabby still got his back turned towards Sound, who domes him. Lucky a fight with the bomb on his back, but completely surrounded by the CT forces. No support from Becky, who's going to split in from A main. Good idea if it had worked out, but with this mid-attack crumbling to pieces to the backside of Nexus, it's 7-1 on the board. Half advantage and a 6-round lead for the Romanians.
So you've got Raga and Sound that went aggressively into B main, took the space and backstab, but when they got to top mid, they separated, didn't they? You have Raga that takes first contact, Cabby turns around. You wouldn't think there's a secondary player. That's a hard bait situation. And that is Nexus really outcalling now. And Cabby's just thinking, why have they not fought together? Why have we not turned around? There's two CTs there, instead there's one, and then there's a delayed fuse, there's about another 5 seconds, and then Sound comes.
Sashi struggling for answers here. 2 tacticals been taken.
Well, there's just too many info plays. I think that's the problem in their default, is that when they start grouping, the CTs are always taking space elsewhere, aren't they? They're always getting into the canal or retaking A main or pushing mid like Lonks did previously or just outside of B. They're just getting caught on so many of these timings, and maybe they need to be a bit quicker. Maybe that's Iceberg taking too long on these defaults and execs.
And try and speed things up a little bit more into the mid control. Access of BTN goes down towards Cabby. Long's going to Molotov and HE off whatever he can at camera. Get back towards Heaven. Iceberg's Mac 10's found Sound, and Sashi will just storm their way forward. So yes, something quicker is called out. One player on this B bomb site to hold against an AK in for Iceberg. Fight on Raga goes well, and this round will go well with him.
Good response there from Iceberg. Good utility usage from Sashi. They just send it. And I guess normally when you take mid, especially if you're taking it quickly, you want to always smoke off or molly towards Temple and then get yourself into camera. They do the opposite. They start pummeling util into the camera smoke and then start executing themselves through Temple, trying to get that CT line open. Need more consistency, though. They need to start getting rounds in a row in this first half.
Well, that's the fastest round we've seen out of Sashi in this map, so perhaps this is the answer. This is how you break Nexus's default set on the CT side.
You're just not getting close to breaking the money. That's the problem. Every time they've won a round, there's still just so much cash in the bank.
The open AK will stay in. BTN's got 10 grand free bonus, $11,800 for the man, so he'll be buying. Right can get dropped. Longs and Zella will also have money to buy in the next round as well, so we're looking at least 2 more buys here. Beaten by pace, though. Sashi need to use that as a key point. Maybe a key stratagem. And we'll find these Nexus lads on the receiving end of some punishment here. Sashi have been looking for that all game long. Orb set in Vizello, smoke in from mid, missed the window of timing. So Iceberg can start walking in towards main of A. A smoke down from Launch to try to block, but they're going to push forward of it. Headshot game with no flash support. Easy kill. Backing away with 2 more CTs worth of defensive and all. And those flashbangs will force Sashi to apply the brakes.
Sashi tried to work pace, and they go straight into an anchor that's got an AK. BTN could now set up a bit of a crossfire here. Lonks can start facilitating Zello. Now they should start walking aggressively into mid, start clearing out this area.
Flashing Lonks in here, check positions, Iphen's blind spray, hopes for the best and got absolutely nothing, revealing himself. Becky goes down with an awkward engagement as well on BTN. None of those bullets land. Lucky just tag damage onto Lonks and Cabby. A 1-on-5, he's also flash blinded, now revealed towards the CT side, got backstab closing in as well, so only a matter of time, and Raga finds that time. 8 to the Nexus side, Sashi second, still unconverted, still yet to lead into any sort of streaks. The money continues to get worse. They can buy for what remains in the half now for Nexus, no matter what happens.
Well, fundamentally, this is some of the best CS that I've seen from Nexus in quite some time. That's a 5v4 where they're confident in the ability to keep working space. The flash play, the clearance of mid, they're tactically looking really sound on this map, and it's a good sign moving forward for the team overall, considering that this isn't even one of their strongest maps in the pool.
Once again, a couple of very early strikes from Iceberg, and Lucky could combine with his AWP to take 3 players out in the mid-fights. Meaning that, again, Sashi will beat Nexus with pace. Fast into canals, fast to the kill counts. Zelo's AWP is going to catch a player of Iceberg, but Lucky's got long, so now they know where that AWP is. They can commit towards that A site with no contention. I would like to see Zelo try his hand at getting something here. Unfortunately, he's shut down to the first hurdle. They will have the rebuy regardless. Plenty of money still available for Nexus in the last round of the half.
Just had a moment where Iceberg delivers some excellent fragging, both in the canal towards Electric and then up there towards the mid-bridge. The in-game leader is top fragging, and for Sashi, it's been, what, 3 out of the past 5 rounds being won, but it's always back and forth. And this has been a tough scoreline for a T-side of Anubis.
Agreed. I think Sashi would agree with you as well if they could speak to us. But the forward play of Lonks tries to get right back up in their faces, expecting there to be more aggression of Sashi, and he's right to assume so. The utility has stopped them in their tracks.
Lunks is just playing anti-flash, and they brought the AWP over towards A. Now, this is something that we have not seen previously. The AWP has been mainly starting B, working in the canal, maybe rotating back to mid. Sashi probably not ready for it, I say that, but flash around the corner is good for Lucky to peek into the angle.
Zelo is down. Sashi. Opening pickup has been secured, but when will they make their move?
Well, I don't really like Lunks on the AWP. I would have preferred him to just leave that in A main and rock a rifle. I'm not convinced on his AWPing at all.
Get ahead of that smoke there at Heaven. Elevated angle still, they might not even check it. Shot doesn't connect though, flashed off blindly, disappears away. Araga is caught back. Up in mid, Longs with a decent frag, eventually comes together, but nothing more found of the CT side. BTN, and a 1-on-3 is overwhelmed by Sashi, who will make 4 rounds happen at the turn of the half. Exact same scoreline in reverse. Is that a sign of things to come?
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
KFC patří ke hře.
Největší komunita sázkařů je tu i pro tebe, Jirko z Poděbrad, který si jako jediný z vaší hospody vsadil proti našim a myslíš si, že tvůj tiket nikdo neviděl. Ale my tě máme rádi i tak, že jo, pasto? Přidejte se k nám a získejte 500 jen za registraci. Tipsport, oficiální sponzor mistrovství světa IIHF v ledním hokeji.
4 rounds for the good. The lead that Nexus has had has been slightly reduced. 6 rounds over Sashi at their best case, and a very, very good CT side will translate over towards the T halfway. And you were saying that you weren't impressed with the T side basis of Sashi. The stats don't lie as well. This might end up being a very rough second half for them.
You would certainly expect that, but from 0-6 down, it's a good recovery. Sashi have got at least something to work with, and if they can get off to a positive start, then they've got something seriously to go on their side. I mean, look at Lucky striking out with Cabby aggressively. They're making a statement here in mid.
2 versus 4 immediately for BTN and Longs. 2 players facing in from mid of Sashi. Going to try and look for the 1 player. Boosts up, 2 players to lean in. Lucky getting another kill with Zyphon support. At least Longs can train it, but now he needs a 1v4 to remain, and the bomb, I think, dropped in Canals. It's also got to get recovered from the man, so he leans up, and it's Becky to shut him down. So Sashi with a pistol win. I have to say, the parallels are looking rather similar to how Nexus started to bring things back. Pistol conversion, 8-8, and suddenly that's when Sashi went back into the game. And again, I wonder if that's a sign of things to come.
It did make me laugh in the interviews from both of these teams, where the kind of sentiment we're getting is it's an easy 2-0. And it sort of makes me think, why are we both thinking that? Yeah, you got to be having confidence in yourself, and you've got to be feeling positive. But all of the head-to-heads recently, and just sort of the matchups that we've seen from both of these teams, mate, we're just not ever getting easy 2-0s against decent names in Tier 2.
I'm no psychoanalyst, but for my personal theory is that Sashi looked at this map and said, yeah, we've beaten Nexus handily before, we can do it again. Okay. And Nexus have looked at it saying, like, we're on a hell of a roll and they suck, so maybe we can make it 2-0. So that's what I think's going on there. Especially as Zello, with only a basic deagle, takes down Zyphon to start things off. It's an eco because there is no Kevlar across the T-side line, but still, they're getting away with a lot. Zello's deagle again steps up. 11 kills in this game, 3 of them out of this round. There's M4s, SMGs to play with, and a whole lot of potential for the steal right here. Wouldn't even be a forced by steal. Smoke down towards A main's got a hell of a gap in it. Not well placed from BTN at all. Iceberg picks up the casualty on the man as his head's turned away. Flashbang forward for Cabby, and Sound plays inside of the smoke. The Deagle of Zello needs attention drawn towards him as Cabby gets picked up. Iceberg at range, goes down, and Nexus respond in kind. That's why they said it could be a 2-0.
Oh, man, that's a tough watch, because there's not even that many upgrades. You've even got an awful A-main smoke too for Nexus. Comical round. Look at some of the shots that Zello is able to land. I mean, he gets the opener towards camera and then just double entries into A.
The shot at Fountain is the sick one in my eyes. Oh, Raga, I can deagle too. Both men at 11. Launch at 13, leading the charge for Nexus. He's turned up his own impact performances, and all that rounds out to is a lot of work for Sashi to do to bring this back, and a whole lot more work in the future as well, because the scoreline's going to extend back. You've only got pistols and SMG, and this is a forced buy round for Sashi, so we're looking at no money for the next round and all. Nexus know they've got the game in their palm of their hands.
And Cabby's hoping that his teammate can take first contact, play anti-flash and get that MP9 in for damage, and it is an opening kill at least against the in-game leader.
Zello trades him on Zyphon. And Becky responds with a 5-7 elsewhere. Launch down towards main. Iceberg gets involved on Raga towards Electric. While Sashi may be on for an even better response right here. Zello and Sound grouping together, going to move out of mid. Keep that bomb away from contact, but Becky's extension should be known about, or at least thought about here for Nexus. Going in from stairs, no one watching from Electric. Players can peek in from mid to support the trade. Becky's back might be turned at the wrong moment. Seeing the gun barrel, seeing his man, Sound to fall next, and Zello is alone.
I can't quite remember the last best of 3 that I've seen in which the anti-force bites have been so successful, and perhaps that tells you why both of these teams are struggling so much in the recent day, is they just allow scrappy rounds to present, don't they? They just allow weakened weapons to do way too much damage. They don't have strong enough protocols to cancel or adapt. The start of Nuke, I mean, it was just all over the place. We were just seeing so much force by wins.
Maybe force bites might start this second half off a bit more back and forth as well. First tactical called in by Nexus because they prefer not to let that happen. Although they will have to force back into this next round with the lack of loss bonus on their side, with the fact that it's a round that just got won by the opposition. In terms of the long-term game, make the rifle success work for you. Still got a couple of weapons here, the AWP and the AK. Zello and Launch with the rifles, but 3 pistols for the other men.
Well, if we're going to look at it from Nexus's point of view, since that 6-0 start, they have not won a single round in a row.
Or in, shot back for Zello, missed. BTN's Deagle can trade, shot again, missed for Zello. His Deagle might be sick, his Orb less so in this map up. 7 points of health for him, man advantage for Sashi. Electric presence. Bradgo's got so many players to find, he's just faced in by the entire squad there. Cabby deals with him, and it's a very rickety rest of the round for these last couple of individuals. BTN been led in by Zello, the bomb's on the back of BTN. This round feels extremely difficult to Nexus here.
Zyphon's taking all of this space outside of A because of how much pressure there was towards B main and canals. They just know that there were so many T-side bodies that you can kind of get up here, you can press A main, get yourself into rugs, probably get yourself a good timing against the York. Nexus will feel after this round that things are potentially starting to collapse. As Sashi are going to have quite a few AKs, their economy is going to be in a really good state, and the momentum has been sucked away. This feels, to me, like a 2-0 from Sashi. Just with what I've seen in the second half, that the only real presence in terms of a threat has been a Zello 3K on a Deagle. I don't have a good feeling for the Romanians right now.
Well, small sample size. Round's been stolen by both teams. Not seeing a true rifle. BTN's goal here in this 1 versus 4 is to hold on to the AWP, save it into the next. One of 2 weapons that were force brought into this round. He probably doesn't survive off the time here, though. I suppose closing in. Flashbang's over. Back turned, easy frag. And he dies after time as well, so that impacts the money even more so for Nexus.
Didn't even pick up the big green, and the reason for that is they know they're up against an eco. It probably makes the most amount of sense that Nexus bring in something with pace, bring in something really quickly. Let's just hold on to the triple AKs. Let's not think about dropping one of those for a big AWP for Lucky. We'll just get it in the next gun round.
Unfortunate for Zello, he got nothing out of that AWP as well. Just missed shots. And a couple of opportunities to pick up frags and try and make it manageable against Sashi, but push in towards B main. And he got nothing for his trouble. Nexus will have nothing for their trouble as well in round 17. Basic Glocks, no investment at all for the T sign. Zyphon make short work dealing with them here up in mid.
Doing well to hold off. I mean, he's got, what, no teammate inside and no util to block, and he's got 3 kills. That's everything that you want from a mid player against anti-eco.
Indeed it is. Zello, frag out. Sound should fall next up. They're going to look for that AK as well as soon as the M4 gets here for Iceberg. That's why he's pushed in first. Eventually will fall. Only 1 casualty sustained by the CT side. As Nexus will get to their next gun buy round. I'm trying to look at how deficited it will be with $600 on 1 player coming out of that previous round. Sashi's main thing is that they've brought this back to a deficit of 1 now. And yeah, BTN and Mac 10 is all he can afford for this. So weakened element alongside the 4 AKs.
The mid is being rushed here from BTN, but Zyphon is holding the smoke. This will be a free kill.
BTN walks through it and goes down in an instant. An advantage for Sashi by default. I'm leaning in towards this B main entrance though. The smokes are in the way to stop him. Long's got caught on a separate fight, aggressing in towards A main for Becky. Drops another man. Nexus down by 2 players. And there's been no chances, no opportunities to return fire and trades. They've cleared out the water. They haven't cleared out canals, but they're going to group towards mid. Start walking on Sashi.
I'm not sure
the
why.
AWP of Lucky is the only player defending this B bomb site, and now he's going to get smoked off. So Nexus execution is going to at least get a bomb plant out of it. Unless he sticks around in the open, which Lucky's going to connect upon. So Raga goes falling next, and well, even if they do get a bomb plant out here, it's unlikely they hold up against the retake.
I really don't know why it took so long to execute there. They've lost, what, the first player in mid that was being held in Temple. They lose the A-lurk. Bro, you need to get a move on, because look at where the CTs are. The bomb goes down. You've got a double main backstab. Players in Temple and players in spawn. Nexus will be lucky to get a single or even a couple of kills.
Sound's got 1. Swing up does damage to Zyphon, but loses his life. Zello training at the back of the bomb site, can only get one. And yeah, I do agree, way too slow for Nexus. And that's going to allow Sashi back into the game. 9-all. And 2-0 does feel like it is more likely here. Rifle buy was weakened, bomb plant bonus. I don't think the loss bonus is going to stack up with it to afford another true investment for Nexus here. They want that war of attrition again. No, they'll take this one as a lighter investment, but they will get Sashi in the lead.
And for Iceberg and the boys, they know that this is on. They know that this is going to be a 2-0. They can feel it coming. 0-6 to 9-9. It's been an incredible fight from Sashi, but this second half, you are right, sample size is small, but I'm not seeing the same level of cohesion that I was seeing in the first half. I'm not seeing that same quality. So because of that, I was sold a few rounds ago that this is going to be a 2-0, but this just made it even more evidence for me to back it up.
Nexus played such good CS in the first half as well. As you mentioned earlier, that CT side was the best level of gameplay you've seen from them in a very long time, and I have to agree. Less so in the second half, though. Sashi managed to lose a couple of players, a little bit of damage done towards Becky. 4-on-4. Alert back towards main. Not going to convert towards an A commitment, though. B is the target.
Now, what Sashi have done quite consistently in the second half, now that the AWP is up, is they've played very light on B. They've allowed the AWP to backtrack, hold default, held out here from Cave, and they've had more players pressing A main and pressing mid. So this is the setup that Iceberg wants to work.
Incendiary's on. Becky's going to start walking. That's mid all cleared. B site is known to be the take. The site will get plants down against it. Half investment's now going to be bolstered for a 4-buy in the next. See what else they can do, if they can get any damage. Zello's Deagle get nothing in that one. Sound and BTN also fell within 3 very quick kills of Sashi. Lawrence can take one back. Not sure where the rest of them are coming in from. All from main, in fact. Kill found of the second player. Tech9 pulling out. Not able to deal with Zyphon. And therefore not able to hold the defensive. 10 on the board of Sashi. Lead has been taken for the first time on Anubis.
Now, if you're BTN, you would have been able to rectify once that bomb goes down and recognize they were very heavy outside B, which tells us that they were very heavy in mid or A. He should be able to formulate what could be a quicker B exec, where you maybe put your lurk smoke down, you maybe get your molly out towards Glyph and you just get flashes, maybe a CT smoke as well. Because B is being held so lightly from Sashi, I think that could be where the punishment is from Nexus. A quicker move into B.
It took Sashi a fair while to start calling some aggressive fights, but is it going to be the same case here for Nexus? Will they also want to slow things down? They're going back into the slow passive default, so there are no quick B takes.
I mean, one player on B is so unorthodox, especially for that guy to be an AWPer.
Exactly. All you have to do is run at him, and you're probably going to get away with at least a site take and a 1-for-1.
Perhaps they're just not recognizing the setup.
Evidently, they're still searching for that opening frag. The defaults will eventually start to wrap back over towards the B defense on Sashi's part. Zyphon and Cabby going to go ahead and join Lucky. And the T's will formulate, move in towards split play. Smokes down over at mid, but the AWP and the M4 checking those entryways. They're still formulating towards main, however. And they're just going to start swinging to the CT side. Ragger, good to get those 2 kills out of it, so that might turn the complexion back of the round. Was once again left all on the AWP to defend. Shot rings out from the backside. Incendiary lands right inside that smoke. Backstab's closing in from Canals real quick. The Ragger's in danger. He doesn't even know about it. Becky going to pick up the casualty. BTN has got to fight, and Sound will take down Iceberg. Becky continues to hold a backline angle. The HE gets sent from Lucky. It doesn't take down Sound despite being low HP. Becky can finish off the job against him. 2v2. Zello's AWP is seen. Lucky converts. Looks for BTN, but doesn't connect him. He knows exactly where he is, though, and his USP can close it. Nexus caught in the source, losing yet another round that they shouldn't have.
And that's a moment for Raggar where he does excellent work, okay? The CT start re-aggressing into Canals, they take the electric space, they go 1-for-1, and then he gets 2 kills. They're starting to pressurize. The AWPer, why aren't they ready for the quick rotation? Why aren't they in a position to be at least anticipating players to come in from the backstab on Canals quickly? They could have got that bomb down with ease with a good crossfire. I'd also say the utility usage was superb. I mean, notice how those HGs are just plonking so much damage from the CD line.
Oh, Nexus in trouble. Have been for a while now. 1 round in the second half. Stella 8-4 advantage. Finally, they go quick into that B bomb set. But look how Sashi adjusts here. Held up in canals and electric instead. HE attempting to get towards that smoke, attempting to open up a gap, and they almost caught the bomb carrier. Sound is going to get forced away by the Molotov. Nexus still got players outside of the extremities of the bomb site. Camby can get that first pick, but BTN can trade it. Iceberg wins a fight on logs back over at spawn. Advantage for Sashi here. And they've still got potential to lose individuals. Sound just fell to the AWP, the Deagle of Zello, getting nothing but damage. BTN also caught back by Lucky. Sashi on the warpath through to the victory. 12-9, it's match point for the Danes.
I can't believe that this was 8-2, and now this is 9-12 down. How does that happen? Only BTN could let that happen. This has been a shocker from Nexus. I thought the scoreline was misleading out there on map 1, and now I'm looking at the second one, and I'm thinking, how? They had such a big lead. That's a 5-on-5 post plant where they've got a single kill. Mental scenes. Great performance and great comeback from the Danes.
I guess Anubis is CT-sided now, Blake.
Yeah, well, maybe so. Nexus will just be looking at this one saying, man, they lost 2 best-of-3s in a row today without even taking a map, and now we can't even take a map.
Yeah, they had a lot of confidence walking into this game, maybe for that reason. But this is certainly not the confident Nexus that we saw in the first half. Disastrous T-side. Disastrous map pick, punish pick against the Sashi camp, who by all accounts have not had a very good time on this map. One of the reasons why it's one of their main bans, and just look at the confidence they got instead. Iceberg taking down Zello. Unable to deal with Sound, unfortunately. He turned away from the man. It's a 4-on-4 as a result.
One of the few times that Sashi have taken B main. Now Becky's hearing them run out A, and it's a bait and switch. They might not expect him at Cake.
Trying to engage first. Needs the second player to come forward. Zyphon, who doubles up. And there's nothing left for Nexus now. Sound and BTN, a 2 versus 4. Going to go back for the bomb back at the Rugs entrance for BTN's part. 25 HP for him, though. And realistically, he has to rotate to support Sound on the B attack. And they're not doing that. They're continuing to stay split. They're going to walk in towards B. Cabby lies in wait on a defensive. Sound may smoke close to the site. Hope that Cabby goes falling, or hopes that Cabby goes for an engagement that he can't win. It draws the attention of Zyphon. The bomb carrier finally starts making his way up. Cabby's back returns, so a kill can get found. Instead, he finds Sound, just because 15 seconds now for BTN to go falling, because he's not getting into the A bomb site. Becky's got a massive HP advantage over him, and it will just cap off what has been a disastrous end to this series for Nexus here. Going to go down 0-2 at 13-9. Sashi will take their spot in round 5. Nexus are eliminated from the Conquest of Prague.
And unfortunately, it is just classic Nexus. I mean, losing 11 out of the last 12 rounds, that's unacceptable. And this team on paper is the best iteration from Nexus that we may have ever seen. And yet, even against a struggling Sashi, even against a team that's not even, I would say at the moment, middle of the pack in Tier 2, they can't even take a map, or at least convert a map when they've got a massive lead. Something's missing, and maybe that is just the hierarchy at Tier 2 right now. There are just so many teams underperforming. I don't know what it is at the moment, but there's so many of these household names that we know and love, but yet sometimes they can just go from extreme highs to just extreme lows, and it happens daily at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know what the reason is for it, but you are right in that assessment. And in this particular case, like even across this matchup, Nexus went from the highest highs to the lowest lows and back to the highest highs and back to the lowest lows once again. It's just like, geez, you know, like what's this all about? Like this could have been a good series. I think we had them down as a 2-1 here, Dwayne. I had them down as a potential 2-0 with the way that nuke could have played out. But that Anubis, that's not what I was expecting. I thought there'd be a lot more out of Nexus with this punish pick.
Well, now I've got to look at it from a counterpoint and say, is it worth punish picking Anubis against Sashi right now? Because they had that all rounds in regulation game against Z10. They've now been down by a big deficit and they've brought it back. Teams might look at Anubis and say it's weak in theory, But I think play to your strengths. I mean, you can't in this isolated series. I've got to be honest. I mean, you'd want to pick Nuke. You can't pick Nuke. You want to pick Dust 2. It's an insta-ban. So in this matchup, I understand why you're picking Anubis. But I think in future, teams need to be wary about punish picking Anubis against Sashi and probably just play to your strengths instead.
Quite possibly. I do look at some of the other results over the course of April and March and think to myself, there's still a lot of exploitation because they have been dispatched out on this map at the exact same time. Maybe there is improvement over the last few months because we haven't seen it all that much over the course of the start of May, obviously, and of course, only I think about 3 or 4 maps played during April as well. So maybe there has been some improvement behind the scenes. Maybe you should be wary. Certainly, you have to think twice the next time you're Nexus playing against this side because that was clearly an absolute disaster for them. I'm just a little bit shell-shocked, honestly, Dwayne. I thought there would be a lot more out of that T side. I thought that they played some excellent CS in the first half, and they just couldn't follow it up. So they're going to have to bow out and look at that one thinking we probably should have claimed a lot more than we did, and now we've got to try and improve for the next one because Conquest of Prague will not be their LAN appearance there.
And it just makes you wonder. I know ISF was definitely a much lower scale because of the nationalities, but you've won that LAN at the end of the year. You've come into 2025, and what have you really achieved for Nexus? Subpar online results. You've missed LAN qualifications. You've come into a tournament as maybe not the favorite, right, to make it to the LAN, but a team that could at least make the deciders, a team that could make top 4. And you go out getting 1 win. It feels light for the team that they've got. I think the expectations has to be a lot higher than what the results have been for these boys recently.
Yeah, no, I do agree. And they came into this matchup with a bit of a hot streak of their own that should have been converted, but it didn't happen. So, but Sashi, it's a positive because they had 0 and 4 in terms of their map wins today. 2 best of 3s lost pretty handily, and now they come into this one, they get a bit more success, and they survive, most importantly, here in Conquest of Prague. They move forward towards tomorrow's round of 5 matches. They get a second chance of life, opportunity to present here. But how this series, with the way it went down, does that restore faith in you that Sashi can still make it to the play-ins?
Depends on the draw. I mean, look, I know that they're struggling, but we have seen some bright sparks from them. You just need to take the last week or so of officials. They have had some good 2-0s. They have had some good wins. So I would just say it depends on the draw for me.
Well, for this next matchup, there's not going to be much depending on any draws here. We've got 9 versus Maestro that will round out our day and round out round 4 in our second elimination game of the day, our final match of this particular round of Swiss. And there's certainly a lot of favoritism towards one team coming into our final matchup. So do stay with us after this rather short break, because when we return, we will close out round 4 of the Conquest of Prague Swiss.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
Seš ready na další level?
Hackni realitu. Urči si vlastní pravidla a staň se tím, kým chceš. Game. Nová vůně od Straight.
KFC patří ke hře.
Největší komunita sáskařů je tu i pro tebe, Jirko z Poděbrad, který si jako jediný z vaší hospody vsadil proti našim a myslíš si, že tvůj tiket nikdo neviděl. Ale my tě máme rádi i tak, že jo, pasto? Přidejte se k nám a získejte 500 jen za registraci. Tipsport, oficiální sponzor mistrovství světa IIHF v ledním hokeji.
Well, Ralph, thank you so much for coming to the interview. So far, you were struggling at this tournament against all odds. But do you feel like in BO3s, there is maybe a fresh start for you, maybe a new tournament ahead of you?
Yeah, I think we've always been stronger in the BO3s for sure. We have a history of being a bit slow starters in general, and the BO3s also. So playing these BO1s, yeah, has been a bit rough, I would say. But for sure, we are way better in the BO3. So this is a new start for us, or whatever you want to call it. So let's say that like the BO1s was a bit rough, but yeah, for now it's been good in the BO3. So let's just continue this. Yeah.
Yeah. What do you feel like is the main reason that you are slow starters in BO3s as well in the first maps?
It's hard to say a specific reason, I would say. Maybe we need to shake off the nerves sometimes. We need to realize how we want to play the games. There's just been a little bit of a mental block in these starters of the games, but we really are trying to figure this out, and I think it's also getting better and better. So yeah, this is what we're working with right now. Yeah.
Is it maybe better for you if you are playing more competitives before the key match of the day? And what does your schedule look like right now? Because many teams are playing multiple BO3s, even BO5s in a day.
Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of tournaments right now, and I think in general it's kind of the same every time. That the first game is a bit shaky, but like I said, we are trying to address why it's so. And yeah, I don't know if it's better if we play like more games in a day, but yeah, we just need to get this in our habits, and we just need to be ready from start. That's it.
Yeah, you beat Valkyries pretty easily. What was the match about for you? Was it only about completing a task, only checking the boxes?
Against Imperial, you said?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it was just to complete the task, right? We knew we needed to win this game, and when we get rolling, we could also feel like we had it in our hands. So there was not much of problems in this game. So it was yeah, we completed the task, and now we just need to move on to the next.
Yeah. In these matches where you are great favorites, is there anything you are doing to keep your focus solely on the game and not to start having maybe a bit of fun or maybe more fun to complicate the match?
Yeah, we always try to focus on just playing one round at a time, and we don't really focus on who we're playing against, but just that, yeah, we want to do our stuff correctly, and we want to play to win the rounds. So that's just what we focus on when we're playing basically every game, right? It's not because we want to actually play different because we are favorites or we are playing underdogs. It's just we keep playing how we want to do, and it doesn't matter if we are underdogs or favorites.
Yeah, because against Maestro you will be favorites. So once again, do you feel like there is anything that can make the match complicated for you, or are you fully prepared to make a clean 2-0?
I mean, it will. Of course, we're always prepared, but against the teams that are not real teams or whatever you want to say it, it's always been a bit weird to play sometimes because yeah, they're playing this. Solo style, face-it style, whatever you want to call it, and of course we need to be ready from start, and we need to be ready to actually them going into our crosshairs because they probably don't have the biggest structure. And if they keep going, keep rolling on and getting rounds, of course it will be difficult because they will get more confidence. But for sure, I believe that we have, yeah, we have everything it takes to actually be ready from start against these players.
Great to hear that. Thank you so much for the interview and good luck for the match.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello, Nodis. Thank you so much for coming to the interview. Tough match against 500. What was the main problem in your eyes that made the match so complicated for you?
Against 500, just we were not controlling the map properly. They were taking the banana like we had some plans in this match to take banana in the second tempo because we knew that they will take it in first tempo, but we just had some problems to take control after it. And sometimes you were getting the control or trying to find the fights, but Rainwaker was just Rainwaker on mid and trying to find good looks. He had some good timings, and they found the solutions to destroy us in some rounds, you know. Sometimes we pushed ups, they found the timing to push mid, stuff like this. Yeah, it's just a tough opponent to play against.
Yeah. What was the schedule like for you that day? Because many teams are struggling right now with their schedules, playing multiple competitives per day and then being tired. Was that maybe your same problem?
Wait a second. I'm back. I mean, with the schedule, it all depends, because right now we have some tournaments we have to play, but it's not like we are not having so many tournaments like other teams. This is like only one VRS tournament we are playing right now. We are trying to qualify to playoffs in ECA Advanced. We are playing Ace League and some tournaments. Yeah, but at the end of the day, we don't have them so much, so we have time to practice. But our schedule right now is mostly looking like we are just practicing our 7-8 hours per day. And we are playing the officials when, of course, we have the officials up to date. But the schedule right now is not that crazy, you know.
Yeah, maybe you're the only team who's not struggling with the schedule at this tournament right now. But you are playing very strong opponents. So when it comes to this tournament, are you happy with your draws? Because you are getting competitives against one of the top teams amongst the Tier 2 scene.
I mean, it's like just by the fact that we qualified to this tournament, we understood we are going to play against opponents from the better tier and against the players that, you know, they are already in this level. So we are expecting every match to be hard. Like, we are not expecting any match to be easy. If I could say, maybe there was 2 matches that I could say that could be, like, from all the opponents, that maybe they would be easier than the rest, of course. But for the rest, we were expecting every match to be hard. It's good that we won against Cybershock, you know. They are one of the best teams in here, in my opinion. So it was a good win. Against ENG, of course, we showed up... in my opinion, decent. If we didn't lose crazy 1v3 against Glaive, the match could go in the other way around. Yeah, and against 500, as I say, 500 is 500, so it's, yeah, what can I say? But for the rest, I think it's like, I'm happy that we are going to play 9. It's good opponent, but we are somehow prepared against them, and we know, in my opinion, what they are going to do on maps we are going to play, because we are ready for any maps. Out of 5 maps, we know which we will play, so I'm kind of happy to play them.
Yeah, that's great to hear, actually. What do you feel like is the main thing you need to prepare to play against 9 today? What is the maybe one most important thing?
I think we just need to play our game. Like, normally, you know, we are, like, let's say, new team. Some of the players are not having so much experience on playing HLT tournaments and some bigger tournaments. So when it's coming to play these tournaments, people are a little bit scared and not doing the stuff that we normally do. Like, it's coming from the pressure and from less experience, and I just think we need to play our game, and that's gonna be enough. But it all comes to mental state of the match, you know. If my teammates and I will just feel good in the match, we will not be scared to do any moves, we will, let's say, have balls to do some stuff, we will just do everything what we can do in the match.
Yeah, of course. Good luck with doing so then. Thank you so much for the interview, and good luck for today's match as well.
Thank you very much.
And welcome back to the Conquest of Prague. It's time to get into our final match of the day and the final match of round 4 here in the Swiss stage. One more elimination to find. And I don't think we're asking many questions of who is going to be at this moment. 9 will take on Maestro. And whilst we have had some doubts about 9 in terms of them being underwhelming in the grand scale of Tier 2, this is the kind of match that should be for them a layup.
I'm surprised that Noda seems so chippy out in that interview, because he's about to get farmed, mate. He's about to get absolutely destroyed in this best of 3. Mate, it's going to be tough to hold weight. You're a brand new squad to this level of competition, and you're facing off against a legitimate name in Tier 2 in a BO3 on HLTV for an elimination game.
Yeah, and that's the main reason why we're coming into this matchup saying that just off the bat, 9 are the heavy favourites here and now. It wouldn't be as shocking for me if they got a comfortable 2-0 over the likes of their Maestro side here, and just to join the likes of Sashi in that round 5 position feels like it's the most likely outcome for them right here. It's not like the last game where we could have said, well, Nexus have got some opportunities and they can look good at times, and Sashi have been on this weird sort of like shaky streak, and no, it's nothing like that at all. Maestro are nowhere near the level of competition that 9 typically play in. They are only here because of the open qualifier. They are still unranked, even with the ranking update that came out about 20 odd minutes ago. For Maestro, look, they are not really in any sort of position to take a victory right here and now. Maybe they could look at this as motivation. It's like, right, let's see if we can get our 5th match over towards round 5 so we can actually get on VRS for next month. But I'm doubtful that's even something that's going to happen.
Yeah, I am as well, but you are right in that mindset. If you can at least win today, you guarantee you get on VRS for the next round. And because of that, you might start getting some CCT closed qualifiers. I think this is the kind of team that needs that lower level competition to at least get more officials under their belt. I mean, look at who their losses have been so far in this comp. Ensign 500. You're just being thrown into the deep end. You guys haven't even been able to develop a playbook. You haven't even been able to get Prague against the top teams in Tier 2. And you're going up against some proper demons. It's a level of competition that they have not seen since coming together.
Yeah, and that really is what I was going to work out for all the teams that make their way into competitions like this. And Maestro are just one example of many teams that actually rather working their way into main staple Tier 2 competitions via those open qualifier systems. So for them, it's great that they've made it this far, but you are right in terms of the tournament. The matches they've been losing have been so staunch. Their victory against Cybershock was even close at a 16-14, so it could have very easily gone the other direction in that respect. So here against 9, again, I'm ye of little faith. The picks and bans are coming up on screen. Anubis will be played out first as picked in by the Maestro side. Although, I'll be honest, no matter what we get to see out of this veto process, I don't think it's going to make a huge difference to the best of 3 overall.
Well, it might. I mean, I'm looking at Anubis being a little bit of a punish pick for the side of Maestro. Now, when you look at their map pool, they've been picking Nuke quite consistently in best of 3s. Now, you're going up against 9's Nuke, so that's never going to be easy. But yeah, quite a lot of best of 3s that they played in main playoffs, they were picking Nuke. Look at their open qualifier game they had against Betra to get them to this event, and they picked Anubis. They got destroyed on it, though. And that's why I'm worried about picking into Anubis today, because even though it's a weak map for 9, even though they've got a bit of a losing streak on it as of late, I don't know. I don't have a huge amount of faith of Anubis for Maestro.
I don't have a lot of faith in any of the maps for Maestro personally. I haven't seen enough from them here, and I know what they want to say about. And he was, you know, as you mentioned a moment ago, he was saying on the interviews like, oh, if Glaive hadn't got this one clutch, then maybe we would have made it closer against Ents. I don't really buy that personally. Like, just the level is just so much more different. And I know that rounds can sometimes spiral off the back of one good loss. You lose the economy control and whatever have you. I doubt that's the truth of the matter when it comes to that particular Ents matchup. Like, Ents are the front runners of the tournament, and Maestro are at the back. So like, I'm not really convinced that that's even a true statement. I think they're playing with a lot of optimism, which I like to see, because if you're playing with negatives, then you're probably not going to come into the match with a lot of success at all to begin with. But I am also just looking at it from a realistic perspective, and unfortunately, I can't find much to give Maestro a lot of credit here.
No, and even for 9, I mean, look at how their run's been in this tournament. They had a really competitive best-of-1 against Cubics, but lost. Had a really competitive best-of-1 versus Sashi, but lost. How did they respond? They destroyed Imperial Valkyries. And I would say that Maestro are stronger than the girls are, but not by a massive amount, not by a clear distance like the majority of Tier 2 teams that we have in this group. So I would be surprised if Maestro can hold weight. I would be surprised if they could even push for a single map in this series. It's going to be a tough battle for them. Individually, they're going to have to be sharp. And I'm looking at Richie, and I'm looking at these odds from Tipsport, and I'm saying, if you're nearly at 5-1, Richie's going to have a masterclass. And I think he had a really good showing with the rifle in that Cybershock series. We also saw Fleeve looking quite good with the big green. I want X Factor, and I want it in almost every single gun round for Maestro if I want to have any chance of a belief.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It has to be sharpness, excellence in every single round, pretty much. Like, otherwise, And that's just to get a chance, right? That's not even to, like, to establish yourself above the 9 side in this series. Like, this is a very, very dominant little affair that I'm looking at right now for the 9 camp, just off the basis of just where these two teams sit. And, you know, the Imperial FE result, that obviously is always going to be a layup as well for 9, so I don't put too much stock in that. But you are right in that assessment you make, in that maybe you can say that Maestro are the better squad. I certainly would agree in terms of the individuals in that sense, but not by a huge amount here. Like, I can still see this going rather comfortably for 9.
And I look at 9 with the back-to-back losses they took yesterday against Ecstatic, against ENG. They're on boot camp. They've got to be pushing on and qualifying to this LAN. And if that means that we have to beat Imperial Valkyries, that we have to beat Maestro, it doesn't matter, mate. You play the teams that are in front of you, and you do everything that's required to get you to that LAN setting again. Because, what, the last LAN they went to, Level Up Lund, mate, they got to a grand final. They'd love to be able to back that up by another LAN placement.
Especially because in this LAN, to take up all the points you need here in the VRS, I mean, the ranking update came out, as I mentioned, about half an hour ago. They actually dropped 8 places in the world from last month. So 9 needs some points made up, and this will be a layup opportunity to get to round 5 and then to make it to that LAN opportunity, because they were only one off of qualifying from the MRQ, and they know that they want to try to do that again for the next major cycle. So new beginnings for 9. I'm going to go 2-0 in their favor.
I'm going to join you on that one. I'd be surprised if Maestro can even take double digits on this first map.
Set themselves into the CT defensive. The Julies look to try and strike first, and 7-Kit can draw out the first couple of kills alongside Fleeve in the back to get Mantu. 9 were not ready for the Julie spam. It comes together for the Maestro sign, and Farvan will also feel the same. It all rolls now to 1-on-5.
And there's going to be a lot of players on this 9 organization that probably haven't even heard of the Maestro individuals. I kind of think of the majority of the guys, Kragen, Bobek, they've all been quite new to the scene, haven't they? They've only been here for the last couple of years. Mate, when I think about Fleeve and I think about Richie and Notice, we're talking about 4, 5 years ago. It's been a while since they were household names in Tier 2.
You might call them their histories in respect of what they've done in their previous teams, but you are right. And even then, some of those players have not really had a lot of big moments. I mean, we're talking about the likes of EC Bruges being one of the key tournaments, one of the key teams, I should say, that Notice and Richie played for, and that wasn't exactly the highest level of competition. Similar story for Fleeve on BP5.
Oh, man, I miss BP5 because that was always a team that had the Hungarian roots. They had the international mixers. Used to see them all the time. And now, what, they just don't even really exist anymore. It is a shame.
And when they went international, they went from the BP5 to the BP3. We should be seeing 2 on the board of the CT side here. 9, block basics. Tries to overwhelm 7-Kick, and they struggle to do that much. Their time was stalled to Fleeve in position. Drop 2 kills. Look for a third that's come together in the end. And no bomb plant bonuses for 9. That's all fine. It's all an eco. 2-0 for Maestro as they get started on the right foot, but can they keep it when the gun buys come in?
And we saw Anubis being played in the round of 128 of the Open Qualifier to qualify here. We also saw it being played in the round of 16 versus Fireflux. So that's the Paz, Soulfly, Skrunk Badger team. That was a 13-6. And that's a team that plays fairly consistently on Tier 2. They're an okay name, so that's a bit surprising of how one-sided that one official was.
If you're Maestro, you're hoping that at the very least they try and avoid being one-sidedly dealt with here in this match. This kind of context you're looking as an expectation from our perspective. To try and look to make it competitive. Make that a goal. See where you can go from with that. Maestro are on the right start. 9 are playing slowly to ensure that they do not continue along that path.
And even though the results haven't been ideal for 9, this is a team that's built to be a top-end Tier 2 squad. This is a team that should be at the heights qualifying to LAN tournaments. So if you're struggling against Maestro like you're struggling in a lot of other Tier 2 cups, it is not a good sign for the future.
Fight well from 7kick has done damage onto Bobek, so that's a start. Second player's also been seen with the bomb on his back. Spray through the smoke, trying to get information and vision and a kill, hopefully, but Farvan takes him down. Rules hold up in mid, finds Fleeve next. They're going to continue to split onto the A bomb site because only Notice is here on defense, and Rules going to flank him. Richie will now be faced next. M4 to get recovered by the SMG. Back up and save alongside Draw Ranger. And 9 will get on the board.
One of the weaker maps in the pool for 9. I'm looking at their history in the last 3 months. They've played 42 best of 3s. They've picked Anubis 5 times. Ancient comes in at 5, Inferno at 9, Nuke at 10. They love Train up at 13. And Train is slowly becoming one of their #1 maps in the pool, and they've actually floated it towards the tail end of this veto. So definitely the right option for Maestro to go in with Anubis. I mean, I would have loved to have seen them have a chance at Mirage to kind of brawl it out, right? We saw a really good Mirage showing from them against Cybershock, but it always depends on your opponent. As soon as you do your research on 9, you'll realize that Mirage has always been their insta-ban. So the one little pocket map that you might have, you might only get it in the series in round 5, and that's even if you can cause an upset today.
Remember as well, even that map against Cybershock was still produced to a 16-14, so not like Maestro got away with the cleanest little map up. Had to really work for even that pocket pick to come and become a pocket pick, really.
They got tested massively there.
Yeah. Ended up with a 7-5. They got pushed into that OT and then dragged it out on the T side in the second half of that overtime. Had to work for their results. And they gain a result here, at least in the scoreline perspective. 9, of course, on the weapon state. Maestro going to invest. And the 2 saved M4s of the previous 5 are in play.
You got to expect on the City side, against a strong squad like 9, you got to be on the front foot. You got to constantly be searching for info. Instead, they're just blocking out here on B. You've got Richie and Drow Ranger playing defensively. They haven't been able to retake B main. They haven't been able to put any pressure towards the canals. They have brought a 3rd player over, which should, in theory, start allowing a little bit more movement, but they're being really defensive, and I think it's fundamentally the wrong way to be playing against the favorites. This actually could be a 5-on-5 save. They are stacked up so heavily towards A.
Unless Draw Ranger gets a kill out of this, then probably likely, although I say that, Notice is starting to rotate into the bomb side defense. So let's see what he can get. Beyond this smoke, not a lot of vision. Incendiaries come out. Tempted fight, trying to come forward. 25 seconds on the clock. Bomb's been passed off towards the side, so should get picked up and planted by Farvan here. I'm going to try and set something up. The HGs will land towards that plant to keep Farvan low. Not dead yet. Rules and Kragen combine the crossfire. Rules will get picked up. Kragen falls quickly after the fact. Farvan can trade it on the center of the bomb site. Needs another kill out of it. No, he's not going to get it. Richie and 7kick. You're all on man to a 1 versus 3. Flash in, fight missed, and Fleeve can take the trade. And, well, Maestro will have a 3rd round.
It's just starting to get quite gimmicky. Very rarely do you see a setup like that. Flash around the corner. The double peek against Jail's quite good from the CTs. And 9 just couldn't stabilize. There's just so many players all running in at the same time, and no one's putting up enough frags. They're not slowing that round down enough. Mantu gets caught in a 1v3 where he's just outside of the bomb site. So Maestro answer back relatively quickly after losing their first.
And 9 will keep buying, however. The AWPs, the AKs are in. The slow default continues to set in. Maestro, a couple of angles away they could get struck from in mid. Got 1 player acting, 2 men over at main. Draw Ranger here, the player at Electric, watching for T-side presence. There's a smoke in the way of contact though, so Molotov sent HEs to just immediately back away. They don't really connect any damage though.
Farvan's just taken that space, and I expect Farvan to have a proper classing performance. Against this kind of opponent, I expect him to be the best player on the server.
You can do it against better. See him do it here and now. Dry Ranger swings in, Farley caught. Bobek breaks around the corner, wins the fight to return. Fleeve trades it. The backstab not expected. Rules can close out now. It's all the Hungarian told the defensive and actually lines up 2 kills for it. Rules trades, got to go right back to main for the bomb, however. Oh, that could be a disaster sequence for 9 right here. Inbound from Canals, bomb plant opened for Electric. Notice the swing. Rules hears him coming, gets right out of the way. Notice the 7 kick moving together. Headshot on the first, just with the second does not connect. And 7 kick holds the round, the advantage up for Maestro.
Well, fair play to Fleeve. That's an incredible hold. He is alone on B and has just the swarm against him. He's got 2 players outside of B main, Rules on that backstab, and he's been able to multi-frag. That is sick. That is a very uncomfortable position. It's just the timing for Mantu, who's posted on the angle. 9 will be kicking themselves, because that backstab from Rules should just be the round ender. That should just be the ticket.
Finding a lot of difficulty getting started here.
This is a slow start, for sure.
We did say in the interview, Rules was mentioning, we do have a lot of slow starts in these best of 3s. Even against a team like Maestro, though, I'm looking at that as a concerning sign. HG's down, flashes are not quite connecting against 7 kick. Bobek just takes the straight up jewel. Dry, Tech 9 headshot. On shot from Fleeve, can take Rules back. Got an M4 picked up a Prague in close range. Fleeve missing that flick, does lose his life with it as well. The HG of Nose is going to lead straight back, but Mantu and Bobek get right back on the man advantage. Dry Ranger revealed in the 1 versus 3. They're going for knife kills on Bobek. Kragen get the sensible frag, and 9 have their second round. And I'll say what you want about the start, that Maestro again, the damage output was still significant from 9, so it's not a lot of money for the next follow-up, and probably a force buy around them. Tactical pause called in.
Well, you've always got to adapt your game plan depending on your opponents. You get some teams that are very slow, some teams that are very gimmicky, and some teams that are very aggressive. I'm looking at Maestro, and they like the chaos, don't they? Look back to that 5-on-5 retake on B. They're just sending it in with a single flashbang. I'm then looking at this round. Bro, they're just playing around the heaven smoke. They're in camera. They're everywhere. And for 9, they've got to try and stabilize the chaos. Once they can start working out how to deal with that, that's when they're just out of options. And that's probably the right way that Maestro have to play. If you're a team that aren't really experienced, not really playing at this level frequently, then you've got to try and find somehow an edge against the opposition. And I think their chaotic nature is what they're going to gun for, not only in map number 1 of Anubis, but try and translate that over to Nuke as well.
Oh, Fleeve, what is that? Kragen taking out first. Mantu got tagged by the scout. The AWP at least returned fire. Fleeve unable to reclaim a man advantage here. Dry Ranger's going to go ahead and join him. Grab that scout. But the teams are acting to a split play.
Farfen, we saw previously, getting walked upon into the Electric by that M4. A rotation starts turning into a gamble, and with this being a force buy, you would expect a full save towards A, because it is going to be a B split.
Not much can be said for this round now. Maestro can save their weapons into the next one, which will be a full eco if they don't take anything over, so 2 force buys for the price of 1, basically. No exits present past the smoke. No lucky shots for Fleeve. He's already had 1 in this round. The pistols will stay close, but they will not be charging into the bomb side. They will start to fall back. And 9 should be able to get away with 4 players alive as well. I'm doubly sure with that flashbang over. And good shots again. Going to keep players low. I don't think enough to actually get the casualties that they even with the bomb blast. Indeed, that is the case. No investment from Maestro either, so there should be 4 apiece.
And for 9, you just want that long and extended round streak where you can just start tilting some of the opposition. I kind of just want to keep watching Fleeve on this B-bomb site, because he's 11-3. I want to see when the AWP comes out, because some of the AWP shots he was hitting on that Mirage official versus Cybershock, it was looking on. He was certainly rolling back the ears.
That was some silliness, that Deagle. Fleeve won't be able to have the AWP just yet. Scouts in for him. Picked up off of his teammate from the previous round, and Maestro. Have to play out a pretty standardized defensive. Only real aggressive player is 7kick here. I say that, and notice is pushed up towards the mid doors, but doesn't go so far as to walk through said doors. Utility of 9 going to try and force him into discombobulation, but nothing major in the early minute.
9 have been really passive with a lot of these T-line defaults. They've not accelerated at all. Jewel out there towards camera. Fleeve needs to give it up. And slowly, it is turning into a heavy stack towards A. Richie needs to swing on a good contact from Fleeve, though, if they want to work a bit of a bait and switch.
Smokes on Richie. Try and swing in, try. Blind fire. Got a lot of damage on rules, but not able to get the kill for him. B-side defenders now reduced to 2 men. Fleeve scout shot still not connecting. They've just seen 7kick as well. Information called out, but still, notice and Fleeve got a couple of picks out of it. 7kick can finally strike 3 versus 2, making it 1. As Rules goes down next, and 9 have been swamped by this eco round. AWP and AK in the hands of Drow Ranger and Fleeve. Both players seen. Fleeve goes falling. Drow Ranger missing an AWP shot. Bobek still picks up the clutch, and what should have been a steal is denied.
Well, you can see Barry can't just be satisfied with this at all. How are we getting into a 1v3 there? We're clotheslining the kill on Temple. We're coming into camera. There's 4 of us here. We've got a late lurk A main. These rounds are way too close. And that's where you just start feeling the pressure as favorites to say, mate, they're giving us a fight. They are giving us a run for our money right now. They probably should have won that. I mean, they'll be on the counter. They'll be fuming that they can't close a 3v1 there.
Well, tactical pause was called in by Maestro. You saw one of the players getting very proactive in discussions.
But they've all given 1v1 duels, and unfortunately, the AWP's been baited out there in camera, and it got picked up by Drow Ranger, who's not an AWPer. So, uncomfortable circumstance.
At least for this round, Maestro will bring the AWP in on its rightful player, Fleeve. Mantu on the other side of the board for 9. And Fleeve especially, you mentioned him having some really sick AWP shots in recent times and has had some sick shots over the course of this map alone. Only 8 rounds deep into it. Set towards the split play, in towards B. HE's against the smokes at Electric. There's 3 players to find here, by the way, so it's not going to be an easiest task. They do find those forward couple of players. Richie and Drow Ranger, no one had their eye set to Electric. Mantu and Farwan just get those picks. The AWP of Fleeve is out of there. Has to be a safe call for Maestro.
Yeah, Richie, meant to be the star player, or at least the guy that I would look at from Maestro to say, okay, big game. He's the guy that I expect is going to perform the best out of anyone. And he's been struggling out on this B-bomb site. He's just not quite been getting that impact. He's only got 1 kill. We're transitioning into what is going to be round 9, moving into round 10. I want to see more from Richie. I want him to be a takeover player.
Oh, Bobek. That's lightning fast. Taps can't quite the second man, though, but they are hunting for these last couple of rifles. Notice should fall down to the cake player here. Yep, Farman picks him. Fleeve probably does stay alive. I don't think they're going to extend towards Heaven or Beach. I think they're going to get there. Maybe the Beach play actually might end up being received. Yeah, the AWP does stay, so small consolation. A lot more like it for 9, though. Need to see that confidence out for the rest of the rounds here. Need to see them apply a one-sided little affair as they take the lead for now. And Maestro don't have enough to respond with.
I've seen quite frequently in tournaments that 9 have been boot camping. So they've been putting a lot of resources and a lot of funds into this project. I know even Rules is getting quite big on TikTok, actually, Jay. He's been doing a lot of smoke light-ups and util placement. I want to see it in the results, though. I want to see it in the tournament runs.
Maestro's found a start on 7kick. Bobek and Farvan quickly trade back. They can't hold on forever, though. 3-on-3. Low HP duel out here to Canals, and Richie was not ready to respond. Marvin gets the man advantage in for the T side. Maestro have Notice and Fleeve all up on only one.
This is a winnable round if they can time it right. They know that 9 is being really passive, so I think in this 2v3 you need to go searching. You need Notice to maybe walk mid, maybe get the AWP to constantly be facing between the Canals and B main. If they stagnant in this 2v3, then there's just no chance you win the round.
$50 seconds. Nine are slow and quiet as ever until Fleeve just got found, I believe, by the walk out of Prague and into that B-bomb site. The Eagle of Notice has missed his timing as well. The bomb's going to cross quickly in towards Canals. Into Electric, bomb to be secured. I wasn't noticed about his position, however, so this could be an opportunity to take one more player out, but actually grab the AWP as well, so potential in a couple of fights, or maybe just to save the weapon. He's committing towards some attemptive attack on the B bomb site. In the end, loses life to Farven in the back, and 9 will have minimum 6.
And Maestro, it feels that they're losing their edge from the scoreline, but not with how they're playing. And it's a strange paradox to be in, because I felt that they've created a lot of chances. There's been some competitive rounds, some good mid to late positions that they've been in. It's just the struggle of converting those moments into round victories, and that's what's hurt them the most.
And 9. Lean forward, and Maestro will try to get towards them again. Kragen. HE's on Richie and Fleeve down instantly. They're starting to really pick up the pace on these opening fights, and they are winning them quickly, concisely, and consistently. 7 kick, Molotov smokes down to the heaven entrance. There's a slight gap to the right-hand side of that smoke that 7 kick can exploit, but the Seeds are going to try and take space away from Maestro, get right up close and personal. Farven's got 7 kick on a spray back. Secondary player also at point blank. Notice burns and goes down to Mantu. Bit messy, but 9 come up with a 3 versus 1. Richie, impossible retake. He's going to save again.
Good mindset, though. Rather than being defensive in the T-line, they're sort of giving the fight back, aren't they? You've got an aggressive duel being presented from Farfen. Trades are getting really chaotic. And this game is starting to run away into 9's favour. You would expect this to be an 8-4 half with where the economy sits, even with the saved in M4. And then even to the start of the second half, I mean, all it's going to take is what? First pistol being won, first gun round, and 9 start knocking on the door of closing map 1. And that's probably the worst case situation that Maestro can be after.
A half advantage now for 9, looking for an 8-4 half, which we've seen plenty of today. Would leave them in good stead to close. Rather quickly at that.
Maybe Canal crunch this round? Thinking about where the money is, and well, they haven't really found success with the opening kills, because you're right, they're making a lot of opening deaths now.
What would be the call? A bit of time to think about that. First tactical call in by 9 of all teams. One more round in the half. Currently a 3-round lead that can extend to 4, and Maestro, they've got one thing going for them here, is that this map has not got any like HLTV history on it, so we don't know exactly what to expect out of their T side. way the 9 are playing right now, you expect this to be an 8-4 half. You expect them to also look rather decent on the second half as well. Bobek struck first, Fleeve down, 7K can't trade it.
Drow Ranger out here towards Electric, just being forced back with the timing. Mantu forces the fight with the AWP scaling into mid, and Farfan should catch the MP9 getting aggressive for a refrag, because the cities are getting desperate now. You've got, what, over a minute on the clock. 7Kick is basically useless because of the HP that he's taken.
And they've split that second player away from the B site and in towards mid. So the split play being set up, there's potential in terms of a quick play in from 9, although they've lost the man advantage here. Manti flagged out by that AWP, so 7K getting a little bit more out of the round. Kill against Rules, finds Drow Ranger. Richie back at Glyph, seeing several players not know who to focus on, and that transition gives Prague in the window he needs to get the kill. Plant to be secured, and now 7K's got nothing left that he can do. He's the ace clutch with 3 players now centered on the bomb site. And 9 HP needs to be the most perfect shots in the world, and it's far from it in the first engagement. 8-4 at the turn, 9 looking good on Anubis.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
KFC patří ke hře.
Největší komunita sáskařů je tu i pro tebe, Jirko z Poděbrad, který si jako jediný z vaší hospody vsadil proti našim a myslíš si, že tvůj tiket nikdo neviděl. Ale my tě máme rádi i tak, že jo, pasto? Přidejte se k nám a získejte 500 jen za registraci. Tipsport, oficiální sponzor mistrovství světa IIHF v ledním hokeji.
Four rounds up for 9, all looking good on T side. A bit slow to start, yes, but Maestro, as they had their little licks in, it still turned over towards the favour of the favourites, and now they look towards that CT side. And again, the one thing that they have in their back pocket for Maestro is that we don't know what they have to play with on T side of Anubis. They've not seen this map on HLTV. Pistol round going live, where they probably do need to win it to hold contest still.
Going to be the Rush Rugs. You should get a Cape Molly and a Heaven Molly in with a camera smoke and just try and put a lot of pressure onto Bobek. Make it tough for those rotations out in camera.
Shots on 7K, going to find Bobek first up. Execution inbound, Kragen out towards Heaven, sees several players looking to focus on Fountain Man first up. Mantu goes down, Farvan's eventually traded. He did take Drow Ranger with him. Low HP for Kragen, 1 HP for Kragen, in fact, and now dead to Fleeve next. It's Rules alone, the veteran, 1-on-4. Might be a pistol win for Maestro. Set things back a little bit for 9, who have 2 for 2 in pistols at least for the underdogs. Indeed, that's the case.
You just have to look at the overarching statement of that first half and say it was, what, 4-1 up? And then it was 4-8 down. We can expect, off of pistols, early round success and early half success from the underdogs. But once we get deeper into those gun rounds, when we actually start getting deeper into the matchup, that's where they lose their edge. So they need to make sure that, first off, they're not being anti-forceport on the reset. If there is a buy, if it is going to be MP9s, Deagles, whatever from the city side, you don't lose it, and even if it is an eco, you need to be converting that first gun round.
You know, you make great assessments there with the nature of how the gun rounds played out. 7 in a row for any team is pretty significant. For 9, it obviously is a demonstration as to how they are the heavy favourites. And Stack in towards A here is hoping that they gamble correctly into the bomb site.
Nice weapons. I was just going to say, it's nice to hear on the interview that they're pracking 7-8 hours a day. Do you know how frequently, Jay, we get these open qualified teams that literally come in, play their officials, and then just bugger off? Like they're just there for the one tournament. This seems to me, at least from the interview, that these guys are taking it proper seriously. and that they will eventually be a name that we start recognizing in Tier 2.
Well, they'll be hoping for that outcome. And look, to their credit, whilst they're not the most known players and haven't been at the highest ends of the Tier 2 space, they are experienced. And EC Bruges are the team that Notice and Richie played for many years.
Even 7kick. I mean, he'd love a chance to be able to play against Nexus again.
A little stint against his former teammates. Bobek striking with the USPs. Eventually, the rifles will take handle. Only 2 picks will be found. It's still decent damage for the early half. 2 players to reinvest potential and harming them with a rifle win. Like you said, they need to win this rifle. Start by the half for 9.
And 9 are going to be one of these squads that are always pressurizing weaker teams. And I'm thinking about their City side. What they're going to do that Maestro really struggled to is just constantly be on the move. They're always going to be searching for space. They're always going to be retaking areas of the map. It's just not going to be easy. Even opening kill from Mantu, I mean, that's just a freebie, isn't it? They haven't smoked off out there towards Electric. There's not a secondary player that's even holding the angle. That's just an opening death carelessly.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. That's it just feels a little bit nonsensical, doesn't it? Like, almost as if he was expecting there to be utility there and someone had missed it or something. Seven-kick, easy victim. Eventually they will smoke out Electric, but it's coming way too late. Lost the advantage, no opportunity to get it back. Draw Ranger turns away from mid. Just as 9 start walking up there, bomb carrier could get seen, and he's dead. Once again, back's turned to the wrong place at the wrong time. This time by timing virtue, 9 are going to get a kill and a 5-on-3 advantage.
And now for Maestro, you've come into the first gun round. You haven't even had a contact, have you? Both of those kills have been looking the other direction. Bobek out here on the fountain, Heaven player. I'll be surprised if the plant comes in. There's hardly anything for Maestro to work with.
HE on the smoke, does not see an active piece of presence. A re-smoke from Bobek is at the ready.
They got to go B. They got to cancel. They can't go A.
Yeah, they know it. They just sent the smoke out as well. PCU still sent. They will draw a 3rd player, at least into the bomb site. No, they're actually going to recommit towards the A play. And with that smoke in the way, Bobek's going to line up 2. HE to reveal enough information for 9. And Fleeve knows that he's out of the round here. Fight back from Canals, at least takes Farthen with him. But bomb plant will not be allowed. Site will not be taken. Certainly not a round victory for Maestro either. They might even get hunted after time. It just goes down. Rules. Leaves Fleeve with $800 to rebuy with.
And the problem that Anubis has in terms of the layout, it's just not really a brawly map, is it? It's not like a Mirage or an Ancient where you can give yourself a lot of individual fights, you can work map control solo. It's all about team play, and we just notice it's a careless opening death. It's then a timing where they're not even holding the mid-bridge, they're not holding the canal, and it's small rookie errors that are just making that round feel so easy, so free for 9.
Maestro out of tacticals, last one called in because been left on a very, very difficult prospect here. No real confident buy. They'll have to buy it up with the single stage loss bonus. But you can see what they're going to be left with. Galil for 7-kick. No time to build cash, and cash was taken away even in the eco round. And of course, no money for the last player. Meaning that 9 are in a very good position just to absolutely dominate their way through the rest of these rounds right here. Better weapon sets, CT side. Charging up mid is Maestro. Potential in terms of the main fight for the likes of Bobek. He's going to counter flash them and leave it all onto Rules now. He's going to be left alone with the entire side to defend. Both entryways being attacked from scene. First pillar does go down in the numbers game. 3 teammates backed up here at camera. HG to open a smoke. Notice sees what's coming. Draw Ranger catches Farthen on the transition away. And well, Maestro going to beat them by pace here.
Indeed. 9 just got flat-footed out there on A. You got Rules that was struggling to transition before fighting at camera, fighting back towards A main. At least the economy is okay on Mantu and the likes of Bobek. So the rebuy is going to come in. It's not going to look like the worst. It's certainly not going to be the best, though. That was a key swing round for Maestro.
It's a broken investment, and despite that, they come away with a win. The money was going to continue looking bad for them if they had lost this round. Now we're going to make sure of that instead. A returning opportunity for Maestro, punching through a pretty big gap in the defensive. No one in mid, allowed them to charge right up. The kill got found quick on main. And Rules just didn't know where to look, didn't know where to go. Was basically in a 1-on-5 there on the site.
And nice to see Drow Ranger having some individual impact, because he's the guy that we probably know the least about in the entire server. This is his 5th map ever played on HLTV, and he's just come away with a 3K.
And was bottom of the board. Or near the bottom of the board, more specifically. Now trying to get it back up to some decent numbers, but it's a far cry from 7Kick and Flea have been the two main impact men of Maestro thus far. 9 impact on the riflers here. Kragen flash banged off, doesn't know where to look again, get caught in between players. Farman can take P50 picks against one player, not quite the second. Manto actually getting a couple AK kills in, so it's a 3-on-2 for 9. Problem is Bobek back here at Electric, going to burn. Be known towards the T side, should get overwhelmed by the rifle here. Notice takes a ton of damage. This might set Mantu up. Bomb tap, flashed in, checks sight, kill found, player closer, Fleeve! Gets traded, 1-on-1, 39 HP, quick charge up, the AK is now back in Rules' hands. The M4 of the T side is forced to fight. Rules, the picker's moments, he's making no crimes by his position though. He's going to bait him in closer to take damage. Tech 9's recovered, AK just about evades his own death. Fleeve cannot win, as 9 still a true eco.
Oh, that hurts. That really hurts if you're Maestro. They are not up against much at all, and the round didn't feel like it had much backing, did it? I mean, Kragen is the only one on a rifle. He's out there on B. He's getting caught, looking behind, looking in front. He gets nothing. Mantu picks up one of those AKs. Even the dink off. I mean, that was the helping hand from the USP out there in the Electric.
They set it up so much because Flea was low.
Full tilt. I mean, they've not even taken a tactical. Feel like right there, you've just got to just relax, because that's probably just lost you the map and potentially just lost you the entire series.
And they just took the final attack a round or two ago.
I see.
Had no choice but to just suffer with it. And look at the charge up towards mid. Rules is going to win against Drow Ranger. Molotov ahead of the smoke, meaning the teams can't push it. I don't know if they've done any damage towards Rules. All they can do is guess and hope. They know that he's still alive, that much is sure.
And it's basically what Notice was saying in the interview against that Glaive Clutch, right, on the end series. Sometimes you do get maps that rely on one round making the difference. And, I mean, I'm looking at it now. The rebuy back, you got Drow Ranger down. What have we got to work with? A couple of AKs that could maybe smoke off Temple, work into camera. But it depends on what util that you're up against. I mean, the CTs have still got quite a lot to block and make it very uncomfortable for the exec.
45 seconds on the clock, and Maestro need to decide a move here.
They're running into the trap. I say that. The cities are starting to separate on B.
Oh, what's caused that to happen? Farther alone, seeing the utility come down. He sees them popping out the smoke as well. They do not check this main CT entryway. He gets 2 kills out of it, and Mantu quick to respond as well. His AWP knows exactly where the T-side players were. They gave themselves up with the traces of the blind sprays. That is another round now, up for 9. Maestro had the right timing, but once again, unable to cover all their bases in their fort. Will concede.
And they're just full tilt now, unfortunately. You've lost a big swing round. You've then gone into the next, and there's just no success at all. You've just been farmed trying to get into the bomb site, let alone even think about getting the bomb down. And this has been a performance from 9, which has been, I would say, subpar. Like, this is what we're expecting. We're expecting them to go into these kind of matches against the weaker teams, demonstrate the depth of the playbook, demonstrate the overall ability in the mid to late round to show quality, and but give very few opportunities. And I think, what have we really seen from Maestro in this series? We saw a pistol win in the first half, a pistol win in the second half, and that's been kind of it. All of the rounds have come from pistol and anti-eco. We've seen maybe one, potentially two gun rounds being won, and we're going into round 19. That just tells you how much of a disparity there's been between the two.
You're right. And Maestro just forcing into round 19 because they don't really have a choice. They don't have any other options. Don't think they can get towards overtime. They don't think it either. Bobek. First player looking forward. Footsteps heard towards mid. Will at least be called out to Prague and see what he can defend against the two players on the A site. Have one man turning away to try and hold it overall. Great flash in. Dro Ranger is blinded. 7 kick is picked up by Bobek as the backstab once again closes into Canals. Prague gets his kill rules on site. What a transfer. What a transfer from him. And those pistols just can't do anything to deal with him. Bombs dropped. Round's over. Maestro. I mean, map might be over here.
Mate, the counter util was just immense, wasn't it? All the emphasis is there for Maestro is let's bomb it into camera. And you try, you're attempting, there's just so much util against you. And then Rules does that. Now, I would say that Rules has got a pretty good marker for being one of the high fragging in-game leaders. You look at not just stats, but just eye test. He puts himself in a lot of active positions. He gets himself involved in a lot of fights. And this is a guy that's had different roles throughout his career. I mean, he was involved and played at the first ever CSGO major. He took time off to do education, do uni. He's come back. He's been a rifler. He's been an in-game leader. He's worked with some very good pieces in the past. I mean, working with Bird from Sky for a long period of time on Lingby Vikings, I'm sure that that only aided and has helped his in-game leadership to now what is working with some top names in Tier 2.
You can imagine so. Just on him now to produce results with that leadership. And for 9, they must be looking more so at the play-ins, potentially even a spot at LAN. One of their key goals to make happen here. Farben, side defensive, play up quick from Maestro. 2 players go in towards Glyph. 1 will fall. Pragan is traded. Advantage taken for Maestro. Not reduced by Mantu here. His HEs are going to try to throw their positions off. Incendiary is close towards the plant position. I don't think it's going to land in time, however. Doesn't even land on the position itself, so notice doesn't have to move. No one has to move right now for Maestro.
Well, they might as well look for exits and see if something presents. The money's really good for the CTs, but they can also just destroy the economy of the T side.
The blind fire will get close, but T's will actually get the kill on Bobek next, so he's down out towards Canals. They've got cash available for 9, but they don't want to lose too much. The AK is still valuable, the AWP is still valuable. And above all else, they don't want to give that AWP over towards Maestro as well. How quickly they make the way towards the A bomb site to hunt, and how Rolls is playing right into their hands. But is he going to be on front of the sequence here? No. Notice finds him. Mantu sticks around towards CT. Will keep the AWP. At least they have that much. And Maestro will keep a lifeline, but it's going to have to be one hell of a lifeline that drags all the way forward to 5 rounds in a row if they want to keep a hold of Anubis.
One of the very few times in which the anchors have looked uncomfortable there for 9. We've seen out of Maestro's success, especially in the second half, it has just been pace, hasn't it? I think any time they've slowed the round down and they've been a little bit more cautious of the execs, that's where they've struggled. When they've been that bit quicker, a little bit fiery in the tempo. So I guess you just need to keep doing that. You need to find different options, quicker A execs, B splits through canals and through main, quick mid pops, then falling back. You've got to try and work around this playbook of what has worked and what's been uncomfortable for you.
It's 1 out of 5 for Maestro. 9 still have a buy. Still have money to buy as well. Well, there. 7 kick right around a corner, caught on timing, looking away. AK in CT hands. The Swede will back off, put a smoke a little bit too deep on main, but it will cover off the angle nonetheless.
Yeah, Bobek is still holding the space, and that's just making it awkward for Maestro that they can't take it back for free. Nine have come into this first gun round with an instant statement. Drow Ranger is passively taking a bit more of an advanced angle towards B main, but he needs to be activated for his other teammates elsewhere. They've got to work a mid pick, maybe a canal pick, something. It can't be Drow Ranger. He can't be the guy to work an entry.
Richie instead leads them. Bomb on his back into Electric Kragen. Fight to win. That's the bomb drop. Secondary not so much secure, but Kragen's still alive. 3 versus 1 as Rules chimes in. And this game is over. Map 1 will go the way of 9. Maestro. They tried to punish into some sort of weakness. They tried to catch one of these fringe maps from 9's pool. But unfortunately for them, it hasn't worked. 9 are just too good. These players are just too strong. Maestro, I mean, Flea's going to try his hand at something, get a kill on Rules. Low beat the Prague as well, but Mansu's AWP, he does get forced away for it. Secondary kill doesn't connect. And there it is, 9 have closed it down. 13-8, you might look at that scoreline and say that it was a little bit closer than they would have wanted, but take a look at those pistols and how those converted into round streaks for the opposing force. And I think 9 actually got away with a rather decent effort.
I think that was pretty clean from 9. Maestro didn't show a huge amount of threat. It probably comes to some of their star players just not showing up. I look at the frags. Flea ended nearly with 20. I didn't think Flea was that impactful. I didn't think he had a good showing in that map. And then you've got Richie, who was like 2 and 12. And then on one of those rush Bs, he got a double kill with a Mac 10. And then he finished the map with 4. It's like, this is meant to be your proper star player. A few years ago, he was being talked about as like a rising talent at the top end of tier 2. You can't, in an elimination game on your map pick, just show us nothing. That was uncalled for. And for Maestro, yeah, I think you're right. It was a bit of a misleading scoreline for me.
Yeah, most certainly. And it's very similar to what we were talking about in the last series as well with Nexus, where they had some very flashy moments, some great individual plays like Flea, for example, Deagle through smoke and things like that. And they look cool on paper, but there's not enough substance around that to formulate into an actual map. And that really is the case. That really is the ultimate issue of what Maestro have to deal with in these contexts. Unfortunately, they are a very low-ranked team in the tournament itself. They're unranked on VRS, and they're not a team that you're looking at giving them any level of favoritism just because of the nature of the fact that they are not really a set of players that have that substance. They do not have that potential, at least in the moment, to work in any of their stars or any of their frags into actual rounds and victories.
The problem is we've only seen them take on decent teams in best of ones, like your BC games, your Cubics, right? They're all sort of like best of one results, ENG's 500. The only best of threes that we've seen are what, main playoffs? And it's like, come on, I don't even, like, no one is good in main playoffs until you get to literally the last round of the bracket, and then an open qualifier to get themselves here. It's one best of 3. And I think that's the problem, is the testing of the map pool when you get into best of 3s rather than best of 1s.
And as well as that, just the testing of the team in general, unfortunately, they were outclassed by how 9 performed. And as a result, they're going to lose their own map pick in this series. Again, they tried to punish, it didn't work. Now it's off to Nuke, where 9 love to play and they love to have some fun. As we're going to have some fun after this very short break, see whether Maestro can bounce back and do anything in what's set to be an impossible task when we return.
Největší komunita sáskařů je tu i pro tebe, Jirko z Poděbrad, který si jako jediný z vaší hospody vsadil proti našim a myslíš si, že tvůj tiket nikdo neviděl. Ale my tě máme rádi i tak, že jo, pasto? Přidejte se k nám a získejte 500 jen za registraci. Tipsport, oficiální sponzor mistrovství světa IIHF v ledním hokeji.
Na portále PLAYzone.cz jsme společně s Vodafonem spustili podporu komunitních turnajů ve hrách League of Legends, Wild Rift a Counter-Strike. Můžete si tak užít spoustu zábavy a zahrát si turnaje o peněžní výhry. Tak na co čekáš? Dojdi na portál PLAYzone.cz a vyhrávej parádní ceny.
On this day, I am ye of little faith because there's not really much to chew on here for Maestro going in towards Nuke. It is our second map of the best of three as picked by 9. And look, from what you saw from Anubis, we didn't see much of the substance. And that really is the thing we're looking for if you're going to take on a team of players that have potential to be the one of the top end teams in the tier 2 space. They might not have reached that yet, but that's what Maestro need to try and aim to try and beat. And unfortunately, they haven't quite done that on Anubis. And Nuke is the pick of the 9 side. They love to play it, love to win it. I think it's over in 2.
Yeah, I think it is too. I mean, for 9, even look at the track record on Nuke in the last month. They've taken wins against Alliance on LAN, against Sashi on LAN, Iberian Soul, Portuguese Family, Passion UA. The only loss that they've taken recently is against ENG, and that was in yesterday's official. Outside of that, they're beating basically everyone that's in front of them. Now, I will say, as a positive for Maestro, their Nuke has looked okay. They picked it for the majority of series in ESEA main playoffs, and only a few days ago, Jade, they were able to beat the Artist roster. That's basically him, Vacancy, I can't remember who, because obviously Dobbo's in there as well. They got a couple of new players, and they've always historically been quite a good Nuke team. Now, that was in ESEA Advanced. They got a 13-9. So at least for Maestro, they've got some tangible results on this map. The problem is the opposition are also very good on Nuke.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Like, you're comparing, if you're going to call it a good map for Maestro and a good map for 9, okay, fine, sure. What's the level of competition we're playing at? ESEA Advanced versus, you know, high-end Tier 2 cups quite frequently, and certainly a team that are looking to go to, or at least try and make a run towards the LAN here in the Conquest of Prague. So it's like, yeah, I'm just not really that convinced at all. The stats might show some indications of positivity. Fleeve, obviously, top fragger of Maestro in that last map, but I think that those 20 kills were 20 kills of lacking impact overall, and you compare that to the other side of the board where everyone was firing up for the 9 side. Kill spread was fantastic, and just generally they looked far, far superior to what Flea was able to offer in just the impact for terms.
And notice how quickly 9 closed that game out. It was, what, 12-7? And then they gave 1 point over, or 1 round over to the opposition, and then they closed instantly. And I think that's going to be the struggles out on Nuke, because you're going to get very few chances to come back into the game. You're going to get very few rounds where you can legitimately look at it and say, okay, we can press for a lead, we can hold on to it. I mean, starting on the city side of Nuke is going to help them, and knowing that you've gone 2 for 2 in pistols already in this best of 3 series, you've got to look at that and say, we might be able to go 4 from 4. I just want to see more conversions on actual gun rounds, in rounds that are going to have more importance throughout the map.
A lot of things to think about, a lot of things to do if you are Maestro, and I'm just not certain that there's going to be enough time in the day, enough potential in the map up for them to try and pull everything off. Again, looking at 9 as having a comfortable series. They've done so far. All they need just is one last good map to really put the final nail in the coffin of them in the tournament.
And it would be a very good bounce back from 9. Yes, you still have to play the teams in front of you, but you've gone from basically being upset in your opening couple of best of 1s in really close fashion to then getting back-to-back 2-0s. Now, the competition's only going to get tougher in the Swiss round 5 and in those play-in decider games. However, for 9, if you're peaking at the right time, if you're getting the adequate wins against decent level of competition, then you might look at those last few best of 3s and say it's quite possible for us to get to LAN. I know that 9 have had some okay results. They haven't had anything that satisfied them, and this could very much be the tournament in which they go on a run and qualify to a LAN.
Just to give it a little bit of a litmus test to how 9's performance in terms of recency has been for them. I mean, their last best of 3 was against ENG, where they actually lost it. It was a 2-1 affair, so obviously they still took it to 3 maps. But like obviously with ENG being in this competition as well, you're kind of looking at that, thinking that being like a litmus test, a benchmark to where 9 should try and look to aim to compete at if they want to make it to the LAN. Because it's not impossible as well that if they make it out of round 5, they'd see it against a team like ENG who made it in 3-0 fashion. So I look at that as being their sort of like key point of, like, again, argument of where they want to be in this competition, but that's a story for later on in round 5. For here, it's about defeating Maestro and doing it pretty handily, and I think that they can do that. Pistols are set there on the T-side start. Maestro, let's see what you got.
Needs to show that you're exploding door, but it's a ramp rush from 9.
Tap to the USP is kind of good for Notice and 7 kick with a double on the dual sets. The bomb has been dropped once again. 9 unable to gain a pistol. Maestro going 3 out of 3 in the pistols here in the series. There's of course on this rolls close to 1 versus 4, but it's a 1 versus 4 with a Glock alone and not even any Kevlar for that matter.
Doesn't even know about the player that's been able to scale towards the top of T roof. And that has got to be frustrating for Rules as a caller to say, how are we not winning a pistol? How are we constantly getting off to these slow starts against Maestro?
Because, like, obviously 13-8, people are going to look at that and go like, man, how have 9 lost that many rounds towards Maestro? And it's like, it's because of the pistols, right? If you got even one of those, that could be like a 13-5, 4-3 or so. Like, they could really dominate from the numbers perspective, but the fact that they're letting these pistols go means that it's going to be an early start for Maestro once again. They're going to have the weapon buys. 9 are like, you know what, let's just take it as an eco. No major investments, except for Rules' Deagle. And buy the guns the next.
And watch out for 7kick on some of his CT defenses. I thought his defending of A looked fairly good out there on Anubis, and I'm now looking back at him being a ramp player on Nuke. I'm kind of expecting him as an anchor to hold his weight, put up good numbers, lock down defenses, make it uncomfortable for any sort of aggro moves. And we saw it on the pistol of just those Julies ripping.
And Rules first to fall. And 7kick, obviously Quadra in that round. Right, one of the 2 M4s on his hands, but not required initially. It's Richie that struck from us on outside. And 9, looking at just try and pick some of these players off, maybe get a rifle out of CT hands, force them to reinvest it. But this is not really a standable position to win the round itself, to sneak in even a bomb plant for 9. A bomb carrier is going to drop. Bobek, Mantu, Kragan, all falling. Last player outside should fall as well.
And 9 will be focusing up on that first gun round. That's a decent little exit there from Farven, just to try and get something. Let's see if that MP9 gets one more.
Play around the corner at range of fight to take. Oh, he peeks right into him. All right, then, well, a little bit lost. The M4 stay in, though. We saw how quickly the economy got crippled with just 2 casualties that 9 took in the second half of the last map, so see how the buy-up looks, how the reserves look in particular for Maestro as 9 get to their first gun round of this map.
Richie being from Belgium, a region that hasn't developed that many CS talent, I guess, over the last few years. I mean, Krapal will probably know. Remember David P playing out there on 3D Max? Existence and Scream are probably the ones that come to everybody's minds first off. And Navira too. Trying to think, Nexus, I suppose, was doing quite well out there on OG most recently before being benched. Stevos that used to play with these boys. And then Twanu, remember him on LDLC.
Quite a little gambit of names right there. Speaking of names, the first names added to the clock tower in this round are CT-sided. Richie and Fleeve down. Even when Rules was beaten to 8 points of health at the initial start, he still gets that kill in. Notice with the only trade of this round for Maestro. And with his casualty, with his counter of Bobek, it means the B site is completely open. No more CT defensives. Both men focused on upper bomb site and outside for 7kick. There should be 9 taking the round, because if they get to the B site, then there's no real reason to rotate. I mean, they don't have time, and they don't have equipment to set up for a retake.
Love the patience here from 9. You've got late lurk outside in T-spawn. You've got a couple of lurks down towards lower. You've got Rules that's playing out from Africa. What they're trying to do here is get every single kill, because what that will mean is that the CT economy is going to be crippled, isn't it? Last thing you want in an opening gun round is to lose everybody. Scale on the outside, player getting out towards heaven. At least there's 2 defenders on A, and there's 30 seconds on the clock, so the T's will lose a couple of bodies here.
Wouldn't it be tragic if they lost this round because they went to the wrong bomb site? Prague in, bomb out. I haven't checked the closed vent corner. They have now. Bobek's been reduced to a 2 versus 2, and now they know they're going to put that bomb back downstairs, but they're going to get isolated and separated. Farven with his pickup. Draw Ranger gets caught. They heard 7kick dropping, though, so he'll just run all the way around towards ramp. Stick around just in case 7kick wants to try something else. In the vent, down the ladder, he'll go silent. Kragan, we're thinking that there might be something else going on here, but he will have his head on the swivel. Now watching from Decon, sees his man coming, and 7kick's going to get caught for it. So 9 are on the board.
And you might look at international teams and saying it's quite rare that Nuke is being played. I think it's one of those maps that you see mainly with the national teams. Think about who's on this roster. You've got Rules that's played mainly at Nuke in local scene. Berry as well as the head coach. Kragan, I remember his team on Gaming Gladiators and Ecstatic. They used to love Nuke. So when you've got that many Danes on the team, even if it is an international project, you expect Nuke to be really well drilled. Everyone to have a really good understanding on the timings, the repauses, and that first gun round, they just simply outclass the opposition.
You can see what that does to Maestro as well. No money in the bank, so eco for the USPs across the board.
And when Richie and Fleeve are double eco, same as 7 kick, that's what makes it so uncomfortable. So they could take this next round as a double eco. I don't know if they'd want to invest all the way down.
We'll see what comes to pass when time arrives.
Problem is, if you buy, there's just limitations.
Yeah.
And you've got to sort of weigh it up. If we want rounds, do we have to do it where we've got the AWP up for Fleet, that we've got good util, that we've got kits? It's when you have limited, I suppose, resources and funds on a CT side of Nuke versus a good team, you're going to have a tough time. It's going to be a difficult battle.
Might be able to isolate one player on the outside in terms of an exit frag of a rifle over towards 9. If they do so, then actually that might be an opportunity to try and buy him with a little bit more. And they have got Bobek. So there's one gun. Second one probably less than likely to gain here. Although I say that, Notice has just struck Mantu down. So the second rifle, if they can recover it, I don't know if it's in that best position. No, it is picked up by Notice. So actually, yeah, 2 safe rifles out of an eco. That does give you buy potential.
Indeed it does. They'll be very happy with that one. 9 wanted to try and have some exit frags and end up giving away a couple of freebies. Even out towards spawn, 7 kick might go down. Long range spam, never easy for a Mac 10 at that sort of distance.
Still got a lot of damage against the man. Of course, Kevlarless, so aim punch might have impacted it somewhat. The 7 kick able to stay alive, and those 2 AKs are carried forward to the next gun buy of the CT side of things. Well placed for Maestro. They had 0 investment. Not only do they boast their own money state, they will actually deficit 9s. So trying to work the longer con. Even though I say longer con, honestly, the money's not great for them now. So in reserve with no cash available, maybe you're looking at a reset here.
Drow Ranger with the anti-rush util, trying to get that MP9 towards the top of hut. Seems to be a topside lean from 9. They've got no one on the outside.
Drow Ranger is checked by Bobek, and a kill gets found. Farvan's blind as a bat in towards the closed vent corner. The Notice is back at open vent instead. Bomb plant secured. Mantu ready to receive the man straight through that smoke. He fades and straight out of the round he goes. 5 on 3. Maestro, no, they've got no chance. They're going to save their guns, because they have been swamped by 9, and what a deflating way to follow up when you have 2 AKs in play.
What a sequence in terms of the pathing. The util usage is on point. It's a good pre-aim towards the top of hut. And it's a bit comical, right, that you've got Farfan just spamming out there towards the closed vent corner, completely blinded. Mate, if there was a CT there, he's gone. That's the idea of those topside rushes, is that there is so much util going on. As long as you've got good pathing and good spams, you should be able to overwhelm the weaker teams. And we saw that very clearly. Notice struggled. Drow Ranger struggled. We don't even have much damage going against the T-side line.
Nine are now in the lead on this map. And the pistols don't extend as far as they did on Anubis. At least for the opening half, it was a 4-1 that Maestro able to gain over 9. This will be looking at 4-2 instead. Or close to Fleeve. Are we on scope to the worst moment? And Rolls can punish him. Take Drow Ranger, as can 7 kick fall in the blink of an eye. 9 have won their 4th round.
Oh man, Fleeve's going to be so fuming. He's going to be full tilt after that one, because it's the right idea. You've brought 3 players towards A. You've got the AWP in. You don't expect them to topside rush 2 rounds in a row. And he's unscoped. It's awkward. And now if you're Rules, mate, you're just going to start having variations of the top lane, aren't you? You're going to start thinking about your top site fakes, your double pumps, your rushes. A is so weak, and 9 are just going to keep exploiting that in the first half.
I don't know if we have replays on the players' cams, but if we do, I'd love to see Fleeves from that moment right there, because like he's like fist through monitor, straight up. honestly, Maestro are just... Yeah, as you say, didn't see that coming at all. Like, no one could have seen that coming.
But they didn't even have anti-rush util towards Hut because they want the AWP in for the pick, don't they? They want to get Fleeve in to sort of walk and scale. So when you've got no anti-rush and they're hitting you, it's so tough to defend. Oh, what a double entry.
Rolls. That is, it's so sick as well. Like, just beautiful stuff from the man. Just continuing to keep the heart up on Maestro, who have a couple of rifles. Rebought in around the AK, saved of Richie. Only weapon that stayed alive in the last round. And just trying to force the issue, desperate to get something out of this CT side, desperate to get anything out of this map in general. Looking at a comfortable time for 9. Maestro. Well, Richie set down in the corridors. They maybe had to receive the T-side forces, but they're all going towards decon, so double doors be his domain to hold instead.
Down at lower, there's just no defense. You've got a single AK, a ramp player that's coming in that's just in the open. Fundamentally, they look lost, and I'm not surprised. Yeah. It is new. You're going up against a decent squad. This is a bit of chaos, though, out from the single door. They're giving themselves a chance in the round.
And they got a man advantage with Fleeve on the outside, taking down Fav and Mantle and Kragen. Now hunker down on B after commit at this stage. We'll pick up the bomb, try and plant it, tap it once, try and force the fight against the SMG, but running out of ammo on that AK. Someone needs to close that double door as well because there's potential of that rotation. Molotov sent, smokes are in the way. Kragen expecting more. Nine are panicked right now as Mantu drops. Kragen fell quickly to Fleeve's hand of things. Maestro get right up in their face and steal a third back because you're right, like, up until the point Drow Ranger struck, you could just see how fundamentally broken they were, how they didn't really know how they were going to combat this defensive, how sloppy some of the sprays looked. And 9 probably should have won that round, but not to be.
A bit of X Factor from Drow Ranger and a good spray control from Fleeve to get a couple of kills to wrap it up. They hold on to 3 AKs, they've got the AWP in play, and Fleeve is trying to go towards lower, so he's going to try and go out to the secret entrance.
Bring that orb up to some impact. Manton's got his playing Overwatch. The HG's out towards trophy of 7 kick will provide defensive lines. You see Bobek walking down into that orb's position, is about to challenge him. And Fleeve wins it. Straight shot, shuts him down.
Re-smoke off towards door. Bobek, good timing against the default player. And that's exactly what you need when you lose a player on the outside. Now, they've got options here, 9, because they've got heavy outside. They can A-split through main and bring that bomb in from door or lobby. And notice, just about gets that timing against rules. He's still going to be wary about Hut, though. Knows that Bobek will be close by.
HGs will just keep them at bay and hope that he can get some damage, but very little is done to the remaining players of 9. They've got a man advantage for Maestro, so it's not too much of a concern. Boost up to try and get the bomb carrier into the sights. Farven with the kill, and the Molotov sent towards heaven at the perfect timing as well. Richie cannot swing in for the trade. 3 on 3, retakes on.
That's an excellent entry. And now for Richie, he's got to hope to get some distraction. I mean, Fleeve with the AWP on the retake is going to be tough in from lobby. 7 kick falls. You have to just save. There's no point even attempting this now.
Yeah, they're backing up. At least the heaven player is. Lobby player might have to stick around for at least a little bit longer. Fleeve look for some exits. And Richie's still prodding around that heaven position. He's still trying to lean in. Mantu's found the escape route. Teammates will look to try and join him as well, so 1 casualty to take from Krag and make it slightly expensive, but not a round for Maestro. They have some cash to rebuy with as well, so they can try and bring the fight back in the next round as well. But 9 well recovered off the back of the opening, picked that Bobek had to suffer. And Farven just sharp as ever on that AK, swinging a hit. 5-3.
And Maestro are running out of rounds in this first half. They can't afford to let this one slip. Otherwise, you'll be looking down, what, 3-7 as a deficit on the CT side of Newt? There's no chance. There's no recovery. And if Fleeve is creating new openers, then you've got to keep facilitating that from him.
Indeed you do. Top fragger of Maestro is 7kick, hoping that he can put some more up on his board at 8 kills, because whilst it is top fragger, we've got to remember the 4 kills in the pistol round is also part of that.
Well, they're not really going ramp, are they? There's been a lot of topside takes and outside leans. Ramp has been almost completely used.
Well, 9 are forming up towards trophy, so this might be 7kick's chance. Potential of a split play into B with a couple of players over the corridors and the Molotov in at the vents. Now they make their move. 7kick, M4 looks to fight. Jump Face has seen him. Only one player's picked up. Drow Ranger can take Manti back. I think that dropped the bomb, in fact. Yeah, they're going to swamp down Drow Ranger with another charge forward. Does so well with it. And Notice is on notice on the B-bomb site. Well done through his own double. Very clean round for Maestro.
And they'll be happy about that one. 9 looked as if they exploited a good timing. It was a good check out there on the boosted position, but Drow Ranger just destroys it. And then Notice down there at the lower bomb site gets very good position to get to. 9. We'll look at this one and say, oh, we've gone back and forth a little bit now. Money's not ideal for both teams. So reset is starting to loom.
First tactical of the map in for 9. Because there have been some very crushing rounds from Maestro here, probably unexpectedly so. See what it does to the economy state. Mac 10, Tech 9, part of the buy-ups. Swamped so quickly in that ramp control. Richie, HE comes over towards Red, will try and dish out some damage, but damage is all he can get against Bobek, who just dives down into Secret. Flashes over against Richie. And Notice down into the vents. We're going to try and fight on Bobek. Loses his life.
Good timing there from Bobek, and now he can just start selling the fake down to lower, just start running it. Force over rotations. Might even get a kill and an opportunity against Fleeve. This would be the round breaker.
Seen him. Fleeve was scoped into Decon. Kill found quicker. The AK going to wrap even further. I mean, look at how the CTs are already backing up towards spawn. Outside control. Drow Ranger trying to get ahead of the curb here at the open vent corner. Richie's actually repositioned in towards Garage as he tries to challenge his outside presence alongside Drow.
Watch out for Bobek. He's going to win this round by himself.
Yeah, he's back to backstab and all. Gets the kill on Richie. 7kick and Drow Ranger get a couple of kills out of this one. The main T-side force still tries to strike back, and still Drow's doing everything he can to try and get this round together, try and get something back for Maestro. Now the bomb's picked up by Prague. I'm going to rotate and pack with Farben, who's already found presence on the A-bomb site. 7kick in a 1v2.
Now, if 7kick gets mollied from heaven, he should just drop instantly. He should disrespect that molly and go into the bomb site.
Smoke up, spray through, catches his bomb planter. Can't get the second man, though. Down at 21 points of health. Going in for the Mac 10 instead. HE against him. Molotov burns him slightly. Flashbang to the right-hand side. Doesn't know where the man's moving into. Farben just barely evaded. Mac 10 spam! Goes good for 7kick, who clutches the round for Maestro.
I have no idea how he's won that. That should just not have been possible. I mean, what's the strangest thing in that notion is that they've mollied heaven. They've, like, the CT has smoked the molly. Why is Krager just not getting off of the bomb straight away and just instantly getting to reverse default, just knowing that he's got the safety? Just try and get the bomb down. He might have even had his weapon drawn, but he's just in the open. The Farfen that was out there from the single door should have been able to get the trade frag. And then even with the molly, just it's a tilting and a frustrating one, because you just shouldn't be losing rounds like that.
No, you shouldn't. You see frustration building on the faces of the 9 side as well. At least it's Maestro taking this tactical. They're first in this map.
Well, you've got to consider, if they can keep it competitive at the end of the first half, and then Maestro get off with 4 for 4 in pistols, maybe there starts being at least a little bit of a threat. More of a threat at least than map number 1.
Pistols have been their strong suit, so fair assessment to make. No matter how poor the match might look, if you're getting the rounds, then that's all the game really cares about. The Eagle damage of Bobek's caught Richie again. He's going to start things off well, but just the firepower isn't there. The protection isn't there either with the lack of Kevlar. Not a lot of HP across the T-side line either. Kragen's bomb is so close towards mini position. 7kick going to get a couple kills out of it. The M4 of Drow Ranger just charged around that corner. He's been so aggressive with his challenges, and I have to say, some of the impact he's had over the course of this map up, even if it hasn't been the highest frag of the board, made a difference in a number of these rounds.
Well, imagine even being Bobek. You get, what, a triple kill from an AK and you're not being rewarded. I think that's where you start seeing some of the impactful kills that are changing complexions and closing down and making round victories happen. Maestro have got the lead, but I can't imagine that they'll be holding on to it for too long.
The 7-5 is even their best case scenario at the turn of the CT side, which is still a very good T-half on Nuke. One of those fundamental concerns you mentioned earlier. You wonder if the second half is going to have anything for Maestro. Not that far off from finding out. Tags past smokes in at trophy and ramp entrance for 7kick and Farthen. Farthen's got more company though. Turns away, gets out of the way. Lobby will be taken and Maestro will have some information.
And this is a decent work here from Maestro. Now, bodies down at lower aren't rotating en masse. Instead, it's 9 that are scaling the outside, and they're taking a lot of deep map control. They're getting into garage. They're going to start compromising this Hell and Heaven entrance. This is where 7kick needs to retake the space.
Watching above ground, Richie wins a fight on Bobek, starts things off on the kill count. Man advantage for the CT forces, but 7kick, he's been marked by 4 players. Rules credited with the kill. Bro now moving up with the M4. In at Hell, no one's watching the Hell entrance. He's going to extend out into the open. Players to find, quick burst, headshot, bomb, not quite denied. Outside Mantu's going to find it responsive, so it's a factor of 3-on-3. Plant secured, Orp. The Fleeve is close, but not quite around that corner. Can't see Rules yet.
A lot of util on the retake from Maestro, but no frags are presenting at the moment. And Fleeve's got to try and drive this default player out.
Flashing Rules to peek in towards main and mini and out towards the hut. Now finally he's seen, but the shot is missed on the AWP. Richie's low. Mantu can take notice. Close quarters of Fleeve. Can't hit the shots. Kragen goes falling, but Rules and Mantu have traded to a 6-piece half. 9, a dead set even at the turn.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
KFC patří ke hře.
Největší komunita sáskařů je tu i pro tebe, Jirko z Poděbrad, který si jako jediný z vaší hospody vsadil proti našim a myslíš si, že tvůj tiket nikdo neviděl. Ale my tě máme rádi i tak, že jo, pasto? Přidejte se k nám a získejte 500 jen za registraci. Tipsport, oficiální sponzor mistrovství světa IIHF v ledním hokeji.
6-6 is still a great T-side scoreline. 9 now need to turn it into the defensive half. Maestro, have they done enough to contest this game? We talk about the pistols and how much momentum they've gained off the back of it. Wouldn't be impossible to see a 10-6 at this juncture. They might have to come down from that if they want a chance.
Hey, Maestro have definitely upped their game. They've looked a little bit more cohesive on Nuke than they have on map number 1. But it's still going to be a tough ask. This T-side is going to be rough for them.
Pistols set in. Kragen's already caught 2 kills at the USP. Straight down and out of Draw and Fleeve, and Fav with another tap on notice. 2 more to go. Both coming into his crosshairs. But back away as Rules also looks to get his piece of the pie. As licks in against Richie, a good 7kick with him as well. Both players understood and known about. 5-on-2 to work with. Looks like Nine are going to break the pistol curse right here and do it in such fashion that Maestro will left with nothing more in this matchup.
Bobek with the Julies, not even being pressured and already got CT rotates to help him out. That's a round where they're trying to fake a topside lean through door and then explode towards ramp. It never helps when Kraken just gets 2 kills instantly. You can't even fake the topside lean. He's just got the kills before you've even gone ramp. Didn't even look like they were on either.
Yeah.
That's CS doing its best, but it doesn't even look like the kill should have come.
They got magnets in their helmets, draws the bullets right towards them, I think.
That's what the devs say.
New feature that Valve are working on.
Yeah. Are they working? No, they're probably on holiday again. Don't they do that yearly break? Yeah, they've not returned. They're just still by the beach.
Still in Hawaii, yeah.
That's it, yeah. Bloody hell.
At least Maestro have traded back in this follow-up. It's a set of basic pistols plus 1 deagle. No major investments. They're looking towards the rifles in round 15. And again, we're talking about these rounds as like, well, 1 more chance, another chance, and then maybe 1 more chance after that. And Maestro losing their grip on this matchup, unfortunately. That pistol would have been so invaluable to them. It's been invaluable across the series.
You just look at 9 and think, this could be a fairly heavy round streak. This could start turning into something a little bit larger. I mean, we saw a lack of bomb plants from 9 in the rounds that they were losing out in that first half. I now start wondering how many bomb plants realistically are an underdog team going to be able to get on the T side of nuke.
I mean, not many. How quickly they were swapped in the pistol, how quickly they've been dismantled here in the eco. And 1 pick was found. And that's been it. The Maestro side. 2-round lead ahead of 9. Rifles will be bought in now.
Yeah, I bet 9 are probably looking at that Tipsport commercial thinking, mate, frothy beer. Sounds all right now, doesn't it? 5 more rounds? Yeah, come on, boys. Let's have an early 9.
I would look at the KFC commercial just like, oh.
Yeah, a bit of everything. You can have a beer and something to eat. Only if you get the 2-0, though, lads. If you lose them out, you're not allowed.
It's all right. Oh, my plan is, after the deciders are finished, I'm going to get myself some KFC. Just in
Chow it down. Yeah, get the Vodafone in there as well. Get yourself some new data. Let's just have them all. Just plug them all.
Yeah.
Just let's have a feast.
Of course, odds at Tipsport, as we always know. On this matchup, they had 9 as favourites. I imagine those odds are tipping ever closer towards their favour. Because Maestro haven't held contention for much of this matchup. And even when they do, 9 begin to pull ahead once again.
And we need Tipsport to get odds on whether I'm going to say dogs at all on any broadcast. Because so far it hasn't happened.
Oh, that's a 1.0 dog. You always say dogs.
No, I don't know. It depends if they really are. I feel like if they're not dogs and I call them dogs, then it's just not on. It's just uncalled for.
Find a way to fit retro in there somewhere, and you've got all the excuses you need.
Yeah. Well, Maestro are taking a lot of util to the outside, but they haven't gained a lot of space. Now when I look at Fleeve with the only one left with util, the only option to me is split main and take upper. I can't see any other way of what the round can end.
.40 seconds and the teams will cross out towards Secret. A little bit of ramp take coming in as well. Farven is the man to try and receive them all. They check this boost corner. 7 kick took the angle on their CT side. Notice walked in. Back was turned for a moment. It's good enough for a strike and a kill and a half. Not the second man. He's still in play, but at half HP in a 4-on-4. Potential available for 9 as they make their way in. 13 seconds. They're going to tag out that bomb carrier. Richie sticks around for both players. They both peek on that corner. Kraken spray completely whiffs. And the bomb was down to the backside anyway, so Maestro, another one of those swamping rounds, those sweeping rounds. Gets confidence back on their board.
Bit careless there from 9. So they knew that the bomb was sort of entrapped towards the single door. And as soon as they knew and heard the footsteps of Fleeve running away, rather than sort of exposing the angle by jiggles, they just wide swing and no one is pre-aiming that close right-hand side. That's a real cheeky position where Richie just starts doming. Really good double entry and then good capitalization on the whiff spray out from Dark. And that's poor there from 9.
Poor and unfortunate Maestro. Picking up the first pick once again here in this round. The 5-7 of rules being a weakened element of giving his position away and a little bit of damage extra to the Molotov. 3 M4s to play with for the 9 side, and Maestro are looking for a round like this, a break in the economy game. Maestro set themselves up on the smokes to outside.
And 9 might start getting a bit active into taking lobby. Prague and try and see if he can spam, get a connection. Now, he knows that Richie's on the outside, but he's the only one spamming, so it's a lack of info whether it is a pack or whether it is just a lurk.
Ramp control will be taken rather easily. Rotations down towards that B bomb site will be similarly slow. They'll open up decon and watch for it. It's all a bit of a ruse there for Maestro, because 9 have left the bomb site, and now they're going to take A for free.
Should just be an instant save. Unless Farfan can make something happen in heaven, there's nothing in this round.
So on that M4, Fleeve planting open for main. No kills pre-plant, so no further action of 9. Stick around close to bomb site, look for exits. 2 players that are upstairs, of course. This will not be a 9 round. This will not be a retake. Maestro will get this one as a bit of a freebie. See how many players they can pick up as exit frags, if any at all. And it doesn't seem like there is going to be any. Player at heaven backed out. The player at event sees no one going downstairs. So Maestro going to even the board again. 9 working with second stage of loss bonus can have a bit of a hard time buying with the ball back. At least they kept those 3 M4s in play.
They're getting decent readability on some of these rounds, and you can just tell that you've got experienced players, because even when the time is low, the pathing looks quite good and the trades are on point. And right here from Drow Ranger, it's a anti-rush incendiary that goes down, and then Bobek just gets on the front side of it. And then from there, I mean, they've just taken ramp for free. They sort of rotate down, make all the noise, force the CT rotate to go back to A. And fundamentally, they're playing some decent CS, Maestro.
So they stepped up their game for the second map. An overwhelming 9 when they get the chance to do so. Quick kill on rules, fast play into the upper bomb site, and the bomb site's taken with prejudice and ease. Nothing they can do but let it go. No retake on the table, no kits in play, so it doesn't make any sense. Look for exits, but keep those M4s up. Use them a bonus rifle round. We might end up needing, because for the second time, Maestro have a lead.
Bobek should be able to drop this AK from Fleeve. Oh, good reaction.
Jesus.
He's done all right there.
I am so surprised he turned on that. Now these M4s might get hunted down in the last minutes. Kragen picked up Farven, also goes down. So no bonus weapon, but at least they have the funds to sustain the buy in the next. I'm going to blame you for that one, the way you cast us cursed, Bobek.
Yeah, maybe.
2 players maintain their lives on the T side, so at least it becomes expensive for them.
It's getting a bit too close for comfort for 9 too. I'm looking at how Nuke's going down, and I'm thinking, Maestro not only giving a run for the money of 9, they are knocking on the door of upsetting here on Nuke and trying to push it to a 3rd map decider.
Agreed. Maestro. Good round victory here. We're taking all weapons out, would leave 9 with potentially an 8 to 11 to return to. And for a map that we had written off from the start, Richie struck again. Kragen has fallen. I think 9 still have another tactical pause they can use. They might want to call it in the next couple of rounds. Where these are going, Maestro are on the warpath back to the 3rd map.
Well, it seems like a ramp fake into an A site lean, and there is just no one on A for 9. Players are all out of position. They're thinking about rotating down towards lower. Maestro are going to go back towards A.
Well, Bobek has made himself a bit more known as long as the Rafters players of Mantu. You see Notice. Oh, he's just caught his head. A fight to get one by Notice instead. Transfer back to a second. Look for the third man of the burst and tap towards heaven. But Farman's out of there. Got to run. So is Rules. This round just decimating. Individual impact starting to get found by Maestro. And 9 couldn't even get a frag out of that.
And 9 are trolling right now. They are just giving way too many freebies over to the opposition. That's a setup where you've got 3 players towards A, you've got a whiff spam out there towards Mustang, Bobek who peeks in, and there's just too many door players, and then even the Heaven rotate just gets nothing. It's just not good enough. And Maestro are capitalizing, and I'm pretty much sold now. I don't think that this is going to be a 2-0. I think we are going towards train. I think there's just too many T rounds, too much momentum, and the economy is just baffled on this city side. It's just not strong at all.
How did we get here? You mentioned earlier that, like, in this map, 9 were not going to be happy with the way some of these rounds are playing out. And, I mean, the way this map could hold play out was just, it might be a massive concern, honestly. This is Maestro we're talking about. Tacticals are finally called in, so a chance for Berry to speak. What kind of words is he imparting to his team? What kind of things is he saying to get them back on track? Because they should wrap this up. They should have this map. It is their pick. They're up by 1 in the series. And yet Maestro are the ones that are threatening to take it.
And fair play to Maestro. They haven't made fools of themselves in this comp at all for an open qualification team. They've been able to win a game against Cybershock in a best of 1, and they've held weight in map 2, which is an opposition map pick. They have surpassed my expectations completely.
Yeah, 100%. It's one thing to get an overtime victory in a single best of 1. It's another thing to test your opponents on their map pick in the series. A map which they play quite a lot of at a higher level than you and still look to win it. CTs have upgrade pistols and a half bite for Mars, in for Rules, of course. An angle set in towards Secret for Maestro. They look to just work their way out there soon enough. Mantu. At least the damage has been done towards the T-side players in terms of that PT50's output. 7 kick. This was his 20th kill of the game, however, as Bobek falls. First man down in the vent rotation. Barvin. It's close range here at the back of the bomb site. He was focusing on double ammunition. Now he's got 2 teammates with him. 7 kick gets his 21st kill now. PT50 drops the bomb carrier. No more than that. Mantu, the only kill of the round for the CT side.
And 9 individually, you have to just look at the numbers and say, yeah, Mantu hasn't been AWPing, but he's a tier 1 player and he's on 9 kills. Rules the in-game leader, he's on 6. Okay, maybe there's a pass, maybe there's an exception there. Farfan though, single digits. This is meant to be a top tier 2 rifler. This is meant to be your best player out on 9. And they've not made it easy for themselves. They've dropped the ball. And this has been a B tier, C tier performance. This has not been a good showing from 9 at all. It just hasn't been consistent from the first half to the second, and now this round streak it's just getting out of order, isn't it? I mean, 5 rounds in a row on the T side of Nuke.
And one more gun round for Maestro to take it all. Pushes to train our 3rd and final of the best of 3 and the final map of this round. A Swiss, look at this for Draw Ranger again, exiting quick into the bomb site. Mantu and Co can at least trade. Bobek and Farvan have struck back at last. Notice on low HP, 2 points specifically. With only 1 trade back into that round 3, maintain their lives, and 9 finally have a decent round to work with.
Well, considering how clean the entry was from the T side, I think you expected that to go slightly differently. Mantu can't even offer anything. He's being mollied at default, he's being completely flashed. It's only on the riflers to generate impact.
Number 9 for the CT side, and staving off map point as well for Maestro. There's still plenty of cash to buy with, so you can see the buy's going to look good for them now. It will look good in the next round. That much is obvious. At that point, 9 would have earned map point if they can win it. Got to get through this round first, and Maestro are equally as on point to win the map outright, having knocked the lost bonus back a peg, and to win their 12th with this.
They throw the diags, but they're not pushing much with it. They've got, what, Richie, who's been scaling. I tell you, Richie's been pretty cold with some of these outside entries solo. He's made it very uncomfortable for Kragan, who's playing in Garage.
Noise being made. Farben stands alongside Bobek. Top fragger in server for the Swede. Swing and miss. German completely unchecked though. Farben can only get the one. Fleeve trades him, and just like that, Maestro back to our regular scheduled programming. Good shot of Mantle in his AWP though. He saw the second man. He's wary of a secret cross. Backup's rotating in from Ven. And Roll's going to check here towards Deacon. The smoke is in. Can he blind spray? He will, but he will not spray to the right position. Dry Ranger gets it down. A 3-on-3 retake will ensue.
Watch out for Richie. He's late lurking on the top side. He's coming down into the vent and against Mantu.
M4 needs to strike back with a trade, and that's exactly what he does. 2-on-2 now. Kragan gets involved. Damage up and Fleeve, and now he's dead. And 9 make light work of that retake. Quick work of the retake. It's 10 to the CT side. Maestro so close, yet so far.
Oh, Richie knows that he slightly overextended on hindsight. Man, that was the ticket. That was the round. Such a good situation. Post plant down, top site lurk undetected. You couldn't have asked for a better setup. But it's the refrag that the single door player gets. I reckon there for Richie, if he would have just jiggled out, just wasted a bit of time, then he's just got the number. That's inexperience, and that is Maestro realizing just how close they were.
Another tactical called in, have one in their back pocket. Another buy available. Still money in reserve for Maestro. Like, the economy is that well built. Bomb plant bonus definitely aided in that last round as well. Looks like they're setting up for a quicker take at the upper bomb site here. There's got utility at the ready players on the roof. Setting them in. Cindy from Bobby going to try and block. They make their way out anyway. Bomb gets dropped. Flashbang keeps him blinded, so he doesn't get a second kill. That's what Kragan's there for. Richie down. Kragan now centers up on the bomb site itself. And the bomb is no longer in Maestro's possession. Damage from beyond the smoke on 7 kick, keeping him at 20 points of health. Notice and Fleeve. Different angles of attack as well. That incendiary will block access towards Secret, or Squeaky, I should say. And they start backing away outside of lobby. How does Maestro play from here?
Well, unfortunately, Jay, to me that looked a little bit too telegraphed. There's no outside lurk. There's no diag smokes. All there is nade open door, wait, and then commit. 9 was so ready for it. Not only is there 3 on A, but look at Bobek. He's holding, what, the crack angle, the pixel angle with an incendiary. As soon as he hears the util going through the skylights, he drops it instantly. That setup is just perfect. You've got them drawing them in. The bomb being dropped, and Maestro might as well just save here. There's no point attempting this. Your economy will get a little bit lopsided, but it's all right. It's 11-11. Just play on.
Wow, wow. Not such a simple third map anymore, is it?
Well, pressure's starting to get to them, and it's going to test the experienced players to call themselves out of trouble. Because I think that Maestro have probably played the better game out here on Nuke. They've made it really uneasy for the favorites. In the gun rounds, especially in the second half, they've worked decent success in the mid to late round. But it's the pressure of closing, isn't it? When you feel like you're right there on the map victory.
Bolek was ready, Kragan supported. And the last tactical gets burned by Maestro now because they are in a bit of a bad spot. Had all the glory up until a round ago.
And this best of 3 could make or break this team. If they're not getting on the VRS system because of an 0-2 loss, then I don't know when they're going to get on there. You've got to wait for ESEA Advanced, where you're 3-4, but one of those wins was a forfeit. What's the likelihood that you place top 24, that you guarantee yourself at least 2 best of 3s in the playoffs? You can't. You can't always guarantee it.
Yeah, for Maestro, it's less about making it to the LAN. It's more about, like, giving yourself something to play off of in terms of just, like, you know, just the VRS ranking. Like, this matchup here is their 4th out of 5 needed to place on the ranking. To make it to round 5, they get that much at least. That's what it's really about for Maestro. The truth of the matter is that 9, they're going for blood, they're going for gold, they're going for the championship. They're going to try and make a run at the LAN. Not 2 series to get there. They have to punch through Maestro and eliminate them here from the Conquest of Prague.
Well, they know that there was a vent drop and they know that it was heavy secret, so it has to be a lower play. There's just no other option.
Barvin back up in the rafters. And we've got a second man to join in, but it's still light on that B defensive upstairs. CT players are pushing. Richie is going to catch Bobek on top of the silo. Now Kragen, here's them coming in towards the window. Just got to pay attention towards double doors and decon. Double doors open. Farven strike. Second kill not quite allowed. Draw Ranger still going to get traded by Kragen. A jump up from Notice. Gives himself up. 30 seconds. 3 on 2. 9 have info on the bomb. They've lost the 2 picks back. It's all on Kragen now. And he can't get the job done. 7 kick. Drops 25 to get his team to map point.
Good composure, because you could feel that Kragen was taking a lot out of them down there towards Dark. He's pulling in fights unnecessarily. There's still plenty of time on the clock. They've got Util to drive him. Richie on their outside lurk against Bobek. Kragen with 2. And then it's 7 kick to end off the round. Fight against the Orpa, fight against the Dark player. What a round from him.
What a map from him in general. The 20-year-old Romanian only appeared before in significance of Nexus, who we saw eliminated earlier on today. Now wants to go one step than his former team, but Mantle has other plans. He's going to hit the leg shot at the second player, and Draw Ranger in 7 kick again. Chime in with trades. Ramp is being taken by the T side. They're storming the B bomb site. Rules is trying to rotate to get there and resist, but he's concerned about Secret. You have to see a flank from his teammate instead to come forward with that much. Bombs tapped. He doesn't draw the spray in. Kragen gets his kill. Richie is down. It's a 3-on-3 retake. 9 have to win this.
And Bobek needs to take contact first to allow Rules and Kragen to come out.
They weren't looking towards the ramp. They weren't looking towards the entrance. Bobek gets a free kill on 7 kick. They see a second player back there as well. Richie, Notice, I should say, fighting back. Draw Ranger not checked all the way towards hell. It's Rules alone. 1 versus 2. And Notice finds him instead. Maestro have done it. 13-11 on their opponent's map pick. We're off to trade.
Oh, somehow we are. That's an excellent effort to come through from Maestro. The most of unlikely circumstances come that second half. Losing pistol, losing anti-force by getting a streak of 5 in a row, and then closing when it gets to 11-11. The underdogs are showing that there is something in this best of 3.
Clearly, there's something in this team as well. It's like, yes, he has been the cleanest of even that last round got contended by the 9 side because one player was looking the wrong way, but 7 kick, man, what a map that was from him. That T side prowess really up to play for. Draw Ranger, I think, had a lot more impact than his frag counts really give him credit for. Like, there was a lot of potential, I think, in this team of what they found at the moment, in terms of those individuals especially. And that throws things a little bit more for a whack now going into our final map.
Not for me. I mean, I think for 9, it's definitely a wake-up call, and it's one on self-reflection that's just completely embarrassing. They had so many rounds where they should have closed and didn't. And this is meant to be a team striving for the very tops. I mean, their last LAN being a grand final, and yet they can come here online, should be a comfortable 2-0, and they're being tested by players that don't even really have officials on HLTV. I mean, I'm looking at the majority of the guys on this roster. You look on HLTV for the last, what, 6 months, last 12 months? Other than 7kick, mate, they're just not even playing officials. These are old-timers. These are the old guard that we used to have in Tier 2.
And that's why I'm saying it's so, like, I think it throws itself out of whack for me, because you're right, 9 shouldn't have considered this map up. You can say what you want about the first map and how it being close for the punish pick in mind there for the Maestro side, but this was your territory. This was your nuke. This was how you should have taken a 2-0 in fashion, but then you let them get into the lead. You couldn't convert upon that pistol success in the same way that Maestro did, and now you've lost out your own map, and going into train, it's like, how does that affect the mental at the moment? Because, like, Maestro shouldn't even be in this position.
I think the mental shouldn't be too affected. I mean, these guys are experienced pro players, and they need this opportunity of going to a LAN a lot more than Maestro do. So I personally don't think they're going to be too tilted. I think Train is an excellent map for 9. I was even surprised they didn't pick it in this best of 3. So I look at that as a decider. I don't think there's going to be too much of a fight for me.
Well, it shouldn't be. We know that it was the match that they played against ENG in their best of 1 on the Maestro side, and that was a 13-6. But sometimes, some way, pressure can get to teams and players in the most unexpected ways, even if they are the most experienced in the world. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, we'll see whether 9 will crack under said pressure of Train. It's our final map of the best of 3 and our final map of round 4 of Swiss.
KFC patří ke hře.
Nový Straight Wild Beat. Zažij divokou jízdu. Zažij to napětí. Zažij ten beat. Zažij Wild Beat. Novou vůni od Straight.
Největší komunita sáskařů je tu i pro tebe, Jirko z Poděbrad, který si jako jediný z vaší hospody vsadil proti našim a myslíš si, že tvůj tiket nikdo neviděl. Ale my tě máme rádi i tak, že jo, pasto? Přidejte se k nám a získejte 500 jen za registraci. Tipsport, oficiální sponzor mistrovství světa IIHF v ledním hokeji.
Well, one more map to go here in round 4 of the Swiss stage, and only one team will look to win it. Maestro have done extremely well to win out their opponent's map pick, 13-11 on Nuke, and now 9 look to try and bounce back on Train here. And I have to say, disappointing stuff from 9. It should have been their map, it should have been their victory, but it's not. We play on.
Indeed, and I mean, come on, it's Bank Holiday Monday. What time is this, Jay? How is this series not wrapped up? How is it not a 2-0? 9 are tucking into some KFC and the day's over. They will be furious that they have not won Nuke. And I think the mindset has to be coming into Train, showing who's the better team. Come on, we're like proper salaried, aren't we? We're a proper org, and you guys, I mean, who are you? That's how they've got to look at this final map decider.
That's how they should have been looking at the entire series, honestly. It's how we were looking at the entire series for all intents and purposes. We were saying that this is a team that shouldn't be tested by Maestro, and here they are being tested by Maestro, losing out their own map. You can call Anubis what you want to about the way in which the scoreline had perceived itself, but like, look, towards the end of things, they did look a lot more proficient there from the Maestro camp. Now they have to drag that proficiency in towards Train. Now, again, like I said before the break, this is the map that they played against Ents, and they said earlier that they thought it was down to a single clutch is what led towards Ents' victory in their best of 1. I'm not fully convinced by that. I think that there was a lot less shown there by the Maestro side, but is that result a comparison point to use coming into this map now against 9?
Maybe not that result, but they have played Train and won it a couple of times recently. They played it in the best of 3 to get them into this tournament, 13-7 against Betra. That's sort of Vert, Cynics, Height, and those boys. They also beat the benched roster, which is Finnegan, Pulp, Pip W. That was a 13-10 on Train, and then they got a 13-11 on Train versus Whopper in advance. That's Nixon and Slime and Vesta and those Danes over there. So at least they've been able to win Train against some notable players. They just need to now do it on HLTV. Now, 7kick was unbelievable out there on Nuke. I'm looking at him on Train, and I'm saying, mate, I know that you're an anchor player and you're a supportive piece, but I'm backing you. I want to see what you can bring in this decider.
I'm backing him as well, honestly. 1.6 rating on that last map for 7kick. A total of 26 frags gained for the Maestro side. The ultimate difference maker by a country mile at that. Like, truly a wonderful performance, and the reason I want to say why Maestro were able to get as much as they did in that last map up. So he steps up in this one. I think is a serious chance for an upset. I know that you're not quite as convinced. You still think that it should be taken over by the 9 side. I still think it should be, but it also should have been a 2-0 for 9.
And for 9, they play a lot of Train and they pick a lot of Train. And they've picked Train 13 times in best of 3s across the last 3 months. And while it can be a little bit inconsistent, I think we certainly saw that in the Level Up Lund tournament, they have gotten some good scalps. I mean, they've even beaten teams like Heroic on this map. So I'm pretty safe on 9. I'd like to see what sort of fight Maestro can bring.
Let's see what kind of fight is brought to the table by the 9 side as they start on T side of things. Richie falling first to first blood. It's Fleeve back with a return onto Mantu, so the 4-on-4 is locked in for a retake.
And Notice trying to back up Fleeve towards the back of Ivy. Far from cutting the rotation though from Pop. And now for the CTs, they need to clear out this player out here towards Old Hell. This is Bobek getting stuck now.
Trying to fight, trying to return, firing, and 7kick is being flanked towards the back lines as well. Needs to get a shot, can't do so. Fleeve makes it even again. 7kick with a headshot on Krong and back to Old Hell as well. The Julie set in for Farvan at E-Box, picked up, rolls with the trade. It's him alone versus 2 more. Kill found. 7kick's forced into a fight, which he takes and wins. But that distraction from Rules is more than enough without a kit in play to seal in the pistol for 9.
Rules individually has been struggling quite a bit across this best of 3. I mean, you take map 1 and map 2 combined, 21 kills, 28 deaths, 51 ADR, 0.87 rating, and yet he's the guy that is able to pretty calmly win that clutch. As soon as he gets the first kill, he doesn't just sprint out of T-Con. He doesn't just try and get towards the diffuser straight away. He tempts that fight in from Fleeve. He draws the opportunity, and as soon as he wins that, that's it. You've got to get off the bomb. There's no way that 7kick can stick.
Excellently played there. Didn't have to win the fight, just had to force them away. 7kick now. Only set of upgrade pistols and the Julies in towards this E-Box angle. You've got 3 CTs walking out at Ivy, and Rawls is there to receive them, mow them down. Rawls looking good on that respect. Nothing that Drow can really do except for find this pick against this one player, but should get hunted by the AKs coming in real quickly as well. There it is. No rifle stays in for the CT side. 2-0 for 9 starts Here come the guns now. Here comes the chance to start for Maestro.
And it tells you that there's old school players here for the opposition of Maestro, in which the head coach of Berry and the analyst of Ponchek still have more maps on HLTV, and they're not even playing. These are guys that have been retired for years. 9 will look at this entire matchup and say, it doesn't matter how competitive it gets, it doesn't matter if we've lost a map, as long as we don't lose the series, as long as we get to Swiss round 5, that's all that matters.
7Kick has struck first in this occasion. Bobek down. He's waiting for more here. Flash is sent over. And gets caught off of Father, and he does get Richie on the way out of the round. And well, Notice puts down low HP on Krug, and Rules could trade him. Fleeve, 7Kick finishing off the job with the 2 versus 2. And backs turn towards Mantu in from Ivy as 9 catch Maestro rather tunnel vision into their potential angles of flank.
It's just lazy reposition, isn't it? To not even account that there's an Ivy lurk.
And Dro's escaped the ire of the T side, though. That bomb's still going to commit out of B heaven. Is wary of the Z connector wrap, or is there going to be a counter rotation in? I'm not sure they're fully aware. And they're clearing up all the Z angle positions. Drow actually counter flanked the position that I think that Rolls has checked for. Now he's going to check for it here. 47 seconds, got time to rotate into the A bomb site if he wants to as well. Drow not even going to see Mantu on the next phase. He doesn't even bother sticking around. He'll just hold back, hold the bomb site, let the bomb cross safely. It's a 1v2 retake for the CT.
And now the T's could just be anywhere. You've got no idea where Mantu's repositioned to in this post plant.
Good read to check out Ivy. Is he going to check all of Ivy though? No. Back turn, shot back, 3-0 for 9. A slow start for Maestro this time.
Well, they've been beaten by pace out in T-Con. Now, I haven't felt that there's been a huge amount of anti-rush util, and that may just be because of the buy state. But we need to see more anti-rush. HE's incendiaries being lobbed out there. Otherwise, they are just going to consistently be beaten by pace. Good quality of the late lurk out from Ivy. This is Maestro struggling to adapt at the moment.
Maxos bonus will kick in the next round. Farben strikes down Fleeve and doubles up quickly again out the gate in towards T-Con. Maestro don't have the equipment to try and deal with this. Had a couple of hero weapons as Richie and 7Kick brought rather deep into the round. Mantu will take notice next. Unfortunately for their investment, CTs get very little out of the round itself. Raw Rangers caught next. 7Kick, also known to the T, so will get hunted down.
Just players everywhere. And Kragan was disciplined to not extend through camera. He looked as if he wanted to fight against 7Kick when that FAMAS started spamming away. Ends up being passive. 7Kick might have a timing against this one AK, but will get traded pretty quickly after that one. It's stuck behind the back of the bomb train. There is just T-side players everywhere, and no one's even giving him much of a fight.
I'm doing his best to hunt down Bobek. But just about missing that spray against Rules means that he'll maintain his life. The CTs will lose all of theirs. By state will look a little bit weakened with the, again, heavy investments from 2 players. See exactly how weakened in a moment. I'm going to see Farben stepping up with some nice opening frags as well in this map up, but a bit of an underwhelming second one.
I'd say pretty poor, honestly. Like, for his standards, he is a top rifler. He should be demolishing teams like this.
I won't argue with your terminology. Maestro limited on utility, but they have those weapons on all 5 players with the rifles set. Richie just swung upon by Rules. Now he's firing all cylinders. Fleeve gets 1 pick to trade, but Notice has fallen in turn. 9 continue to hold the man advantage here. Bobek's about to swing. Fleeve can be exposed. Kill found, completely dry. Second man, roughly known about as well. 7Kick can take 1 back. Farben trades it. Drow Ranger in a 1-on-3 can down the bomb carrier, almost one with the second. Move to the bomb site and get damage, but no kill on Bobek. And this is a lot more of the 9 that I was expecting to see here in this best of 3 overall. We saw quite a fair amount of confidence when it came to their their streaks over on the first map.
So was I right, Joe?
I mean, you clearly are.
Yep, clip that one. Yes. Maestro having a tough. They're getting farmed right now, aren't they? They are having a super tough time. The problem with Train, especially being a newer map in the pool, is you're playing it against a team that actually play it, that actually pick it in best of threes. I'm not quite sure how they've let it float at the end of the veto.
I mean, in fairness, at this level, Maestro don't have many other options. I don't know if any other map would have been any better for them.
Maybe.
Again, at the start of the series, you looked at the veto and kind of like panned it off. It's just like, it shouldn't make a difference because 9-9 and Maestro are Maestro. Obviously, it's made a stark difference in the outcome of this matchup. Did not expect it to be going to 3 maps. Maestro, not expecting this to be so difficult. CT side is yet to start. Finally, some shots start landing from these downgrades. Then you get a notice landing on Bobek. Scout 7-kick took a tag onto Mantu as well. Out of the way, they look to go back up towards the back of the bomb site here.
Looks promising to the start of the eco. There's certainly some damage being done. It's the late lurking Ivy that can catch a good timing though. Farfan is not going to get cleared at all. So if the T-Con players can at least take attention away, this is where Farfan should close the round down.
Kragen leans in. Farfan catches the kill on 7-kick. Kragen gets Richie as well. Down to 3 players and Maestro, 2 left standing. Draw Ranger going to try and get something in return to the SMG. We've got Fleeve hiding inside that smoke that Rules gets caught off guard for, but Farfan trades him. Drow now known about, takes 1. Isolate pick, caught on the reload. Farfan doesn't finish off the kill for it though. 15 seconds, doesn't matter. Headshot claimed on that 15-second marker, and 9 continue their streak. Yeah, it's not looking good for Maestro.
I'm convinced that Big just destroyed Farfan, and it had to take him joining another team to get back to where he was. The way that he was being used on that system was just so inadequate to the player that he was. Because I remember that sort of 2020 period on Sprout when he was playing with Keto, and he may have been one of the best tier 2 riflers in the whole year. He gets the call up to Big, and then he's just like a supportive piece, isn't he? He's just, it's not really the same player. And there were so many German riflers that just get molded into crap as soon as they get towards Big, because it's just such a system-based team.
Now a chance for him to thrive a little bit better here. Finally something going right for Maestro though, on the contrary. 2 kills down by Richie and Drow. Mantu and Bobek are the 2 casualties of the start of the round. At least they've got still at the bomb here for 9. And Richie and Notice will still continue to contest Pop Dog here. That Molotov will burn away. Dragon. Shadow seen. Kill still gets found for Richie. Another one to add to him. Notice will continue the trades as well, but Rules responds back to that one man. Needs 4 kills in this round to try and clutch it here. He's being watched from all angles. Fleeves AWP trained on Pop Dog, which is where Rules is about to walk into. He goes down. Maestro finally get their start on CT side. It's come extremely late though.
Well, they've adapted into doing something they haven't done before, and that's taking Pop Dog and putting pressure on the Brown Halls. Now, the response might be from 9, okay, well, we just send it out T-Con. If you guys are trying to take space elsewhere on the map, then we'll take it ourselves. Good timing for Richie, just to set up the cross between the 2 of them. I'm not sure how many CT rounds is realistic, though. I mean, 06, win your first. Maybe you can get 3 or 4 at max. I don't see much more than that, though.
Neither do I. And even that's up for question, considering that it started in a 6-0 fashion. Still see a buy together for 9, weakened on the Mac 10 of Rules. Maestro, AWPs, and a couple of AKs saved from the previous, so they've got firepower to play with.
Exactly the same setup for the CTs trying to take Pop.
Bobek, is he ready for it this time? No, not enough. Notice and Fleeve peek in. The AK takes engage. The AWP pops out of heaven. Brown Hall's established, and 9 full with the same tick twice.
And 9 were trying to put a little bit more anti-rush util down to the entrance of Pop, try and see if they can take some damage away before the CTs take it in. Overall, they'll be very disappointed with the outcome, getting nothing. Nice to see the adaptation, though, from the CTs. Not only is it the same setup, but you bring the AWP into play, you bring that X factor of the third player.
Flash over, spray of Farvin wins out that fight despite Notice having to jump on him. Low HP for two T-side players here means that Kragen's got all the work to do. Spray for 7k goes all over the place. Rules is picked up, Farvin's name with a nade. And Kragen, not detected by Fleeve. Kill found, another kill. Oh, surely not. Surely not, Maestro. This is a 3v1. Man advantage as well from the outset, a 5-on-3 stance. Now, Bomb's still back at Brownhorse here. Drow Ranger knows that there's only really one direction in which Kragen can go from and still have time to win the round here, to grab the bomb itself.
Probably the worst player that you want in a clutch, though. The most inexperienced player on the City side.
He's sat in the corner. All he has to do is hold the corner and he will take the round. Kragen checking all aspects here. Picked up the bomb. Incendiary in towards Zed. Looked back the wrong way and got caught on timing. Drow will take it and just win the round for Maestro.
Yeah, expected him to be out there in Z-Con rather than being out there in Pop, especially after making noise to just not fight that straight away. You got to pick one or the other. You either Molotov towards the Pop entrance or you molly Con. You can't do both. You got to hope in that 3v1 that something was presenting, and it was a decent effort. It still makes the round very expensive towards Maestro.
Unfortunately, can't follow that expense up for 9. They're under pistols and basics. Deagle for Farven being the only upgrade in play. Into Brownhalls they look to go. One flash for Farven to get them into the bomb site. They can overwhelm Drow Ranger and then they can sneak a bomb plant in.
That re-smoke goes down. Probably have to cancel now.
Flash the way forward of it. Drow Ranger. Oh, gets domed in by Kragen. Okay, that's decent. Kills from Notice in the back lines. Denies that bomb plant. Farven's looking a little bit too far out to the left. That makes a quadra happen as well, so... No bomb plant bonuses, unfortunate as it might be. But you've got your round on the board of the CT side, and 9 were focusing on the next buy regardless, so... 6-3, something being built back by the CT4s. You said 3 or 4 is probably the best case scenario for Maestro. So they can try and improve on that.
We've seen 9 getting a lot of success with those aggro moves out from T-Con, but instead putting a bit more anti-rush util down here. They're going to try and take Pop early.
Go back in. Orpa tagged. Missing its shot. Fleeve needs back up to get hit. Oh, the adjustment from Rules is fantastic, but he loses his life. Bobek finally trades him and picks up the AWP to go back in towards Zed. Drow Ranger is caught, and Maestro are swamped.
Yeah, Bobek might be the worst AWPer in Tier 2, but he's actually done all right there to pick up the AWP off of Fleeve, get that returning kill in Con. That's 9 realizing that they've loved these Pop setups. So how do we combat about it? We've tried the anti-rush util, that hasn't worked. Let's just send it with pace. I think that's the perfect read on how to adapt in the situation.
He's the worst AWPer in the universe, but he's done all right. Bit of a backhanded compliment.
No, fair play. Bob will like that one, because he is legitimately awful with the AWP.
A half advantage established by 9. Seven on their board. Actually looking for 9 at the turn of the half. That would be their best case. And 9-3. I don't know if that's recoverable for Maestro given the state of affairs here and going into their T half and all.
Well, now Maestro have got to think, if we can't take Pop, what can we do? That's what I'm wondering, because all the rounds they've won has been around this Pop Dog and Brown Hall's aggression.
I'll take T-Con instead. Notice and Richie combining HEs with a quick peek on towards Father and got caught up on geometry or something there. Frag to start. Player at red train's been seen. It's in near and outside the smoke. The HE doesn't do as much damage to the T side. Bobek caught walking out of heaven, still wins the fight against Draw Ranger. And now top of the red train over on the B-bomb site. Ready to try and take fights over at Z. The Orpa is first man up. They're aware of the man being so close. Well, they're going to have an inkling towards it. The footsteps will give away the game. Kragan just found a pick onto Notice. Now the man advantage is here with the T side. Bobek getting real close and personal. Shot rings out. I said the pick and transfers to the second. Here the third man. Fleeve and he's off. Can't hit a shot at point blank. And it's a quadra for Bobek as 9 are all over them now.
Oh, that's it, Big Bob. What a round. He's walked out heaven. And against an anchor, you should maybe be going like a 50-50 fight, right? It's one of those moves that's a bit unorthodox. You've re-smoked off ramp. You're not expecting a walk attempt. But Drow Ranger needs to be putting up damage. You can't lose that fight without taking a single bullet in the opposite direction, especially if it's being pre-aimed. And then right here, I mean, that's just proper quality. That is Bob at his very best.
Yeah, he's having a hell of a game. Everyone is really, to be honest, from 9. Notice at least trying to keep responsives alongside 7 kick. We're taking headshots on both the Scout and the Deagle. In towards T-Con. Notice looks to play. He's grabbed an AK for his trouble. SMG of Fleeve does win a fight in Pop Dog this time. Bobek's caught. The AK of Notice strikes back as well. Rules left alone, a 1 versus 4. So it seems like even though 9 will have the half itself, it will end on a high note for Maestro. 8-4 at the turn, but 9 are still in a commanding lead.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
KFC patří ke hře.
Největší komunita sáskařů je tu i pro tebe, Jirko z Poděbrad, který si jako jediný z vaší hospody vsadil proti našim a myslíš si, že tvůj tiket nikdo neviděl. Ale my tě máme rádi i tak, že jo, Pasto? Přidejte se k nám a získejte 500 jen za registraci. Tipsport, oficiální sponzor mistrovství světa IIHF v ledním hokeji.
Another 8-4 half to round out the day, but now that 9 hold the lead, can Maestro do anything on the T side to turn it back around? They have been outclassed in almost every single regard. They have been able to bring things back. We saw what happened on Nuke. We saw them take it despite the odds against them, despite how 9's own map pick should have gone. They have 4 rounds to make up. A pistol would go a long way, just have to win one.
It seems as if it's going to be a quicker play into B, and Bob's going to spot this straight away.
USP sees 2, where the other 2 players, Kragan's the man that picks the first head up, and Bobek can get 2 of his own. It's another whitewash, it's another swamping. It's a brick wall defense posted by the CT side on the B sites. And Richie being the last man left, as Notice has picked up down that ramp. Means that this round is over, and the pistol is taken by the CT side.
Okay, this isn't even trolling. I'm being legitimately 100% serious now. With how much of a heater Bobek has been on for these last 3 or 4 rounds, I just don't think Maestro should ever hit B in this second half. At least to the start. At least when you start running your defaults, I think your only option is IVT, Con, and Pop. You cannot be running into a player that's putting up as much factor as him. Not when you've got this amount of rounds remaining. Not when the scoreline is like this. You just need to avoid him as long as possible.
At this point, what other choice do they have? Can't beat him, can't join him. Avoid him, try something else. Don't need the pistol win, but it's an important one because with 9 being so far in the lead. Maestro taking eco, rifle in the next. Force buy after that, or another eco maybe if you want to go for the overtime run. 8 rounds in a row, God forbid. 9. They know that the return from the opposition is a long and winding road.
Go on, Bob. Oh my, how have they not got one there? Oh, they came close.
Dear.
There were two of them.
Close,
There
yeah.
were two of them.
They avoided the frags on all the frags going to the SMG. Only 2 of them got picked up by Rules. And no picks found. Eco dealt with 6 to the good on 9. A rifle by setting for Maestro that if they concede, I think this game is over.
How is no one investing in a Galil to get more util? I mean, that's just a joke to me. We're talking about first gun round, and after the first wave of util towards A, they've got, what, 2 smokes and a flash left, and that's it.
And they've already lost 1 man. I think Drow had like 2 flashbangs on him, so one of them's lost. Tries to lean in, made some noise there. Brownhill's incendiary set. Fight doesn't quite engage towards the player at the balcony. Mantu, it's the next pick back on. Bolek is going to get overwhelmed, so finally something going right over on that B bomb site. Kragan was thinking of a press. Sets towards Mantu instead on the defensive line here on B. Sees that bomb carrier. Backup rotates in from Z, but they are wary of a counter rotation, which may be on the table. Kragan's press now have to be turned into a full frontal fight of 7 kick. Who wins it 3-on-3.
Good done. You've now got yourself a position where the wrap into pop towards A is now open, and that's where Farfan's going to have to start thinking about it. And players are all over the place. Mantu defensively. Rules is trying to make an info play Ivy. This is another chance for 7 kick to make it a 2K.
And Rules takes him down instead. Finds the fight and the win. Advantage 9 once again. Now got to get back towards the central A defensive because T-Con's a threat. And Maestro are going there.
I might just play retake A. Looking at the setup of only 1 defender on A that's not even really on the bomb side, just give them the respect of the plant and just retake heavy. You could even go triple CT and lean in towards camera if you wanted to.
Smokes down to Z. Both of them actually, excuse me, I thought they were going to go out towards the Z and the main entrance. Instead, actually, it leaves it rather opened up with both of them in a similar position. Richie in hell corner, fought by Farvan. Gets out of the way, Incendiary just pulls that player into the open, and he wins the fight. Mantu trades. It's all on Fleeve now. If there's ever time for impact, it's in this round. 1-on-2. Bomb opened. Kits available for the CT side. Mantu is the man. Smoke on the bomb. Jump face. Headshot gained. 1 player left. That's the Dane. Rules. Taps it. Spray through. Doesn't connect. Fleeve doesn't get the kill, but he's stalling for enough time that the round is over already. And 9 will take him, Rolls will take him, but this will be a Maestro round.
A bit underwhelming there from 9. They had themselves a good position. They had a 3 versus 2. You feel quite comfortable going into that retake, and you end up giving a clutch away to an experienced player. But well done from Fleeve, because he just isolates both of those fights. Even with the smoke down and the bomb, he's still pre-aiming towards Con. And then just a little burst. Make sure that he's not getting on it. Get up towards the fight. That was played excellently well.
This is a small window into the game again for Maestro. It's just a start.
Well, I'm surprised that Bob's got no util. He's decided to buy into an M4 rather than an MP9 or a FAMAS, and it means as a B-site anchor, you've got nothing to block. So what that means is that you have to bring a secondary player over. You need to bring Rules to at least have 2 on B.
And he just used his last piece of utility as well. Fortunately, Mantu found the first strike. Bobek and Rules, oh, they don't need utility when they're fragging like this. Bobek, another kill for his name. That is just textbook and perfect for exactly what 9 are capable of in this series. I'm surprised it hasn't been fought out sooner. But here it is in its full dominating fashion, returning to the opening rifle win of the opposition, and there's really not much left to do but just to clean up.
It's a real shame for Maestro, because that nuke was a proper fight. That was a map that I can be honest and say fair play. I didn't rate this team highly at all. Yeah, I know some of the old boys on this squad. I know they've been around for a long time, but in this current day, it's a young market, and I didn't have any faith at all. And they proved me wrong completely. They put up a demonstrated good cohesive Counter-Strike. It's just that out on map 1 and out on map 3, they're just out their depth. They're completely out of control.
Yeah.
And maybe it's time. I mean, look, it's tough because the roster's been together since the start of the year for the core. 7kick joined in February, and then Fleev's been here for about 2 months. And they might be pracking, they might be playing in ESEA Advanced, but you've got to take your opportunities. One map win in this final map decider, and you're on the VRS system. And it's just a shame that this is the outcome, that it's not even competitive.
It's like when you get to nuke and you have the victory that you just had, you have like hope, you have something there, you have something to say, right, we've got what it takes to get wins against a team like 9. Team that earlier this afternoon got ranked as a 51st team in the world. Like, Maestro aren't near that level, or at least not on paper. You still beat him on a map. But you ain't beating him on 2. Almost certainly here. They've gone for the deco, which should get 9 up to map, match, and Swiss round 4 point. Maestro will have to go for the big old grind of 7 in a row to overtime, which is a very big ask for anyone, let alone this team. So let's see if this long road will go to its finish point or whether it will be cut down prematurely by 9. 7 in a row required. Match point is locked in.
And 9 have looked comfortable on this final map decider, really not being tested. The only thing that Maestro had in their back pocket was taking pop. Outside of that, fundamentally, they've not been here, and it does make you question why Train was even floated if that's the case. Rules up against the fast rush out from the T side.
7kick in, Richie can get 2 kills. 7kick will be able to be denied. Farven's trade gets that trade. Bobek involved with the M4, 3 on 3. Kragen back up at E-box. USP's pulled out, and Fleeve can get 2 on the lineup. Got Bobek back to strike in from Top Dog, but he doesn't know where the T-side are holding from and will lose his life soon enough. So, there you go, 1 out of 7.
It gets a bit manic. You've got players blinded, players completely out of position, and then just spams from both sides, and eventually it ends up being a Maestro round. Good entry to come from Richie of 2. I mean, that's the helping hand in all of that one. Fleeve to get a double.
And yeah, another buy available for 9. Orps in, shot down on Richie, tried to exit out of T-Con. Notice also involved at Brown Halls. You've got other players making their way in from Pop Dog, going to get flanked as Kragen gets the man advantage back in. You've got utility against T-Con players. And Kragen still focusing down those individuals. It's 7kick with the latest on Bobek, 3 on 3 as they find another exit point, this time going into Brown Halls and the B-bomb site. CTs are rotating to get to position. You've also got a backstab setting up from Farven, a very long, late portion in the round. Incendiaries on 7kick will at least keep him away, but that bomb is the most important thing, and it's about to go down.
Yeah, Rules has got a good angle to try and deal with 7kick. That AWP is posted, waiting for rotations.
Orb shots ringing out, can't quite connect on Maestro. Backline's held by Farven. Check out that Brown Halls angle. Fleeve, do you see it coming? Barrel not quite spotted, and he gets him. It's down the Drow Ranger now. A 1v3 clutch for the most unknown element in the server. He's got to pick a moment. Rules is seen, shot back, second player, and the back of the bomb site, but Kragen and Zed is the closer concern. And 9 may have had a hiccup on map number 2, but in map 3 they show their dominance again. 13-6 on Train. 2-1 in the series. They move on to round 5 with the Swiss. Maestro are eliminated from the Conquest of Prague.
Well, for 9, it was the right outcome. They are the far superior team, and I'd like to see them up against a much stronger opposition, because this has been, what, 2 games in a row that you've took on Imperial Valkyries and now you've took on Maestro. If you legitimately want to be a contender for the LAN, I want to see you take on a big dog. I want to see you take on a proper team in Swiss round 5.
Indeed, I do too. I mean, look, for 9, we've talked about them as being a theoretical top-end team in the Tier 2 space because of the nature of the lineup that they have, but because of the nature of the players. I mean, you're glazing Farven as one of the best Tier 2 riflers for a period of time. You're talking about Mantu as being a high-end, possibly Tier 1 AWP player, Bobek and the monster that he can be. Like, these are players that should be at the highest end of Tier 2. So even though it's a victory for them today, I have to start questioning that whole logic again. I have to go back to that same conversation we've been having about 9 in terms of their previous international lineup, in terms of this lineup as well. Why isn't it working? Why can't they get players of higher tier caliber to a higher tier position? Why are they getting stretched by a team like Maestro?
Yeah, I can't really debate that. It's because it's true. And it shows that by the majority of their online officials. It shows it by the inconsistencies. Perhaps we just need to see these LAN players on LAN. Maybe that's the reason. Maybe they're just going to outperform on LAN than what they do online. I mean, I'm looking at them going up against a squad of Gun 5 in that next round. That's a really winnable game. That's a squad that they should be able to beat. So for 9, they probably should be in the decided play-ins. They probably should be in with that chance to qualify to the LAN.
The key word there being should be, because if Maestro can press them, then there's no reason I can't see why Gun 5 couldn't also defeat 9 at the exact same time. So that's just one of the matches that we'll have in terms of round 5 in tomorrow's proceedings. So it's going to be very important for 9 to do some decent damage there. I mean, look, you're talking about them as being a LAN team. Maybe to get towards LAN is their key sort of success point. But equally, though, Dwight, how do you get to LAN if you can't perform online, right? It's not going to be like you're going to get invited towards these LANs. You know, you need to build up the ranking points in the online environment. So you need to do well here if you want to do well there.
And that just comes off of the basis of in-game leadership taking responsibility of rules, coaching staff taking responsibility too, putting in more resources like the boot camp that they've got going on at the moment. I don't think there is too many more excuses. We saw that the previous iteration of the lineup that had, refresh in it. I mean, players were getting parted ways, players were getting kicked, sound was there as well. They've tried to go a new direction in the new year. They are starting to run out of time. They're starting to run out of excuses. If they don't qualify to Prague, if they don't make it in this tournament, I think it then puts into question, are more changes required? Do we need to have a different 4th, a different 5th? It might have to be a conversation piece.
Quite possibly, but at this moment, all we have to do is see what 9 do in tomorrow's proceedings. To round out things for Maestro, of course, let's talk about where they stand off the back of this tournament run, because, look, we didn't expect them to do much. They did get a decent map in over Gun 5, obviously, and then they had this matchup as well, where things did look pretty decent on that nuke, and you were saying as well, like, they showed some potential behind them. So what do they do next to capitalize upon that potential? What's the next step for Maestro?
Well, it has to be advanced. I mean, the bare minimum has to be making it into the playoffs. I think that's got to be the step moving forward, because you're not going to get that many HLTV chances. You're not going to get that many ranked tournaments over the next couple of months. So, look, work hard, take advanced, and try and go on a little bit of a run. I think that's the only thing they can think about.
Well, let's see how far they'll go in terms of the rest of the scene and the circuit. For here in Conquest of Prague, they are done, and round 5 looks to be very interesting. Again, the way you mentioned it earlier, we're going to be seeing the likes of 9 versus Gun 5 as one of our matches tomorrow. We've also got Rush B versus Eklot in what will be the Czechia's last chance to make it into the last chance qualifier, and of course the LAN itself. And they are one of the home favourite teams at the same time. Sashi take on Partizan, as well as Sashi try and prove everybody else wrong, and that they still have it in them to make it to a decent event.
I think Partizan are a pretty good team. I rate them quite highly. I think that they've got a decent map pool. I think they show strength in best of 3. So that's going to be tough for the Danes. I think that most likely you have Eklot winning their series, Partizan winning their series, and 9 winning their series when I look at those best of 3s tomorrow.
Well, look, that's all to come in tomorrow's proceedings for today. That's all we've got for you. So we're going to head off for the evening, enjoy some dinner, and maybe you should do so too. So thanks for joining us. Tune back in tomorrow, and tune back in on Wednesday and Thursday, because those deciders are not that far off the same. We will close out the online portions this week, and then we look towards the Prague LAN at the very end of the month. Thanks for joining us tonight. We bid you adieu till tomorrow.
Seš ready na další level?
Hackni realitu. Urči si vlastní pravidla a staň se tím, kým chceš. Game. Nová vůně od Straight.
Vodafone PLAYzone Arena. Chceš se bavit? Tady jsi správně.
KFC patří ke hře.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
Hraj svoji hru. S neomezenými tarify pro mladé je to v tobě od Vodafonu. Teď s Apple AirTagem za 1 korunu.
Největší komunita sáskařů je tu i pro tebe, Jirko z Poděbrad, který si jako jediný z vaší hospody vsadil proti našim a myslíš si, že tvůj tiket nikdo neviděl. Ale my tě máme rádi i tak, že jo, pasto? Přidejte se k nám a získejte 500 jen za registraci. Tipsport, oficiální sponzor mistrovství světa i IHF v ledním hokeji.